I'm the Lady of the Night! I am the Lady of the Night! The caretaker of the gardens and the warden of equilibrium. I am the warden of the third sect. Hey guys, today we're going to be checking out Reverie of the Lost. It's a kinetic visual novel. As always, I'll leave a link to the game in the description. The creator reached out to me. It's been a while since I played a visual novel, so bear with me. I will do the best I can. Reading is hard for me sometimes, but I like to do it. Every now and then. Alright. Can I full screen this bad boy? Oh heck no. Wait. Exit? Oh, I'm not an adult. Da-da-da. I like the music so far, especially if it doesn't copyright ID claim me. In the beginning. First flakes of snow drift into the welcoming arms of the earth. Another season has begun, another cycle has turned. I gotta click. Nope. This? Huh? And the lives of men continue, turning in the perpetual rhythm of a wheel. Cycles are orderly, familiar, and therefore comforting. I would argue that they are the basis of civilization. It is that which humans desire most. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna try something quick. Bear with me. Sick. Okay. Wake, eat, work, sleep, repeat. By enveloping ourselves with cycles, we give ourselves something to turn to in times of darkness and uncertainty. And so we never need fear the darkness, which is uncertainty, for routine lights the space around us and restricts us to that space. The longer we spend in the warmth of familiarity, the more we grow to fear that uncertainty beyond sight. Humans are cowards at heart. Cowards which fear what may be instead of what is. But sometimes that familiarity grows too painful, and we flee into the dark. Into the darkness of opportunity. Sudden fluttering of birds startles me out of my reverie. With a start, I realize that the sun has almost entirely dipped behind the horizon. Humans are cowards, in the lowest of the lot. Too afraid to face the man who fathered me, too afraid to face the brunt of his drunken anger. I know what I'm doing by coming to this park every day. I know what I'm doing by stalling for time every day. I'm fleeing and cowering. Fool. Your father may be a disgraceful drunk, but you can't expect someone to step in and fix all your problems for you. The most important step a man can take is the first, is it not? And yet, I turn my back and hope that I will not be asked to take that step. Idiot. But what can I do? He is my father. Oh sure, I can wait until nightfall and sneak into my room or find some empty alleyway to spend the night in again. But what will that change? We'll have to face him someday. But what can I say to him? How could I possibly help him? I shake my head vigorously, trying to clear my head. These questions have plagued you every hour for the past 5 years. You won't find an answer now. So I take a step, then another, and another until I fall into the cycle of a walk. I deliberately try to keep my mind clear of any questioning thoughts, and instead focus on the landscape. There is a certain raw beauty to the change of seasons. The way in which the fresh snow reflects the sun's dying light is captivating. The way in which the trees rid themselves of the last of their leaves is different. The way in which the wind's frigid blades cut through my cloth is refreshing. Physical stimulus to focus on, instead of the constant uncertainties which torment my mind. Too soon, the sun and its light escape my grasp, once more abandoning me to the darkness. Darkness! Uh-oh, it looked like there was text, but it disappeared. And out in front of the house, a hulking figure seemed to loom under Lamplight's light. I like the background, it's really pretty. I instinctively take a step backwards, but he spots my figure. Boy, I see you. Darn it. Don't you dare try to run again, or I swear by whatever god-darn being which listens that I will rip your head from your throat and hang it on a wall. Jesus. Don't. I slowly step forward. Get your butt over here. Get over here. Scramble forward, stopping just outside the glow of the lamplight. Father, you know what time it is? Am I supposed to check the time on that watch you never bought your son? You know what time it is? No. It's well past time for a god-darn drink. What good are you if you can't even buy some darn booze? Why don't you get off your butt and go buy it yourself? You want it so bad. I bite back my retort. He's still grieving. Should give him his time. But it's been well over 5 years. How much longer? A large hand rises. Uh-oh. And here it comes. Oh. Force of the blow leaves me on my back, and my jaw feeling as though it had been torn off, then glued back on clumsily. How would it be to live like those stars above? Always watching, but always distant from human troubles. I reach up to my face and find a clinging liquid flowing from my nose. He takes a step forward, and suddenly, a girl appears between him and I. The image of a radiant knight defiantly staring up at a dark monstrosity pops into my mind. Here's the exception which breaks human order. Here is someone who tossed cowardice away for something greater. Better watch out, he's slapping people. And that very betrayal of light reaches out to take my hand. And finally, in a state of dazed wonder, I take the first step I have feared for so long and take her hand. Suddenly the what? What? I hurry on my legs and look around. The land lives in a hush, nothing more except for that common grass. The sky is painted in an alien gradient of a dull darkness shifting into a noble gold, radiating from a very distant sun in the horizon. Everything seems to be facing the sun with reverence, from the strange clouds hovering above to the swaying grass below. A sense of desolation permeates all throughout the place. And through that desolation, I feel the first shard of peace I have felt in a long time. It is simply beautiful, in the plainest and yet sincerest possible way. The way in which the golden light of the sun bathed patches of grass and brilliance and life was something completely foreign from the environment I had grown up with. What is that? Welcome to Yellosaura. Allegedly. A delicate voice seems to break and yet also sway with the peaceful rhythm of the landscape. The girl, I had completely forgotten about her in the sudden shift of land. What a sin on my part, forget the grass, this is beauty. Black hair rivaling the starless night sky, which seemed to make light around it bow towards it. Whilst it danced freely with the winds, delicate eyebrows and stern dark eyes, making it feel as though you could fall into a void if you merely stared long enough, and lush lips which seemed to beckon you forwards. I shake my head as I try to pry my eyes away from the strange girl. What is this place? Did I hit my head hard when I fell? Feel around my skull for signs of damage, but all seems well. I think your head is quite alright. But would it not also feel that way if I were dreaming? Would a dream feel this way real? Till I wake up, it would. The girl seems amused by this. Taking a deep breath. Would a dream smell like this? This piano's going hard. Stop it, piano. Going too hard. No. I obligingly take in a breath and smell of cinnamon. No, it quickly faded away. Give me 1 second. Okay. No, had to chill out a little bit. Scent of grass after rainfall? No, that also seems to fade the moment I figure out what it is. Freshly baked bread? Actually, I take that back. This place can be quite distorting the first few times. So, I am dreaming. The old man's tougher than I must have thought, if he's able to knock me out just like that. He seems to freeze. Does he usually... Does he usually do that? Hit you, I mean? Well, yes, unless I manage to sneak away. I can't remember having a conversation with him in the past 5 years that didn't end with a blow of some sort. I remember during the early days, I once thought that I might be able to cheer him up if he were to visit Mother's favorite spot by the lake. He kicked me out of the house after I suggested it to him. Quite literally. I spent a few hours on the porch merely trying to stay conscious and draw in the next breath. He had broken a few of my ribs quite thoroughly. I had somehow managed to drag myself to a nearby alley to find cover as a heavy rain began to fall. I also spent the night there, staring up at the stars, which would soon become one of my closest companions, as I lulled myself to a dreamless sleep. In the morning, I had regained enough energy to stumble to school, and then the nurse. Rumors still course around the school about that day. They say I look like a dead man who had escaped the clutches of Satan and climbed back to the land of the living. I had certainly felt that way. Regardless, the school nurse sent me to the hospital, where I spent a few days recovering. I don't think Father ever questioned why I had not come home during those few days. I'm sorry. Oh, I wouldn't be. Feeling sorry won't get you anywhere. You can trust me on that, if nothing else. She just gazes at me with an anguished expression. I can't help but look away. Why does she feel sorry for me? I barely know her. A sudden gust of wind picks up behind us, warm and embracing, somehow conveying the urge of moving forward. The girl smiles gently. Looks like we have somewhere we need to be. Huh? What do you mean? It's easier if I show you. Come on. She offers her hand to me. What kind of dream is this? Is this girl really letting me hold her hand? Well, whatever it is, I don't want it to end soon. She seems to notice my hesitation. Movement here works a little strangely. It's hard for two separate people to travel to the same place without being physically tethered, especially if you're not well versed in how travel works here. I'm not complaining. So, I take her hand faintly, feeling surprised by how soft they are. They remind me of that delicate rose I found when Mother... The girl gently pulls me forward. She walks in a peculiar dance-like movement, then suddenly turns. And the landscape contorts then reforms, revealing a new environment. A large hill rises ahead of us. Upon it rests a solitary tree, its leaves softly swaying in the gentle wind and creating a comforting sound. The girl makes a peculiar humming noise beside me. This looks like... She makes for the top of the hill and tugs me along. And what I see beyond makes me reach a hand out against the tree in an attempt to steady my legs. Below stretched a sea of eternity, a pale beige sea of something cloudy. The warm light of the sun casts extraordinary lines which seem to flow in all directions, in a sort of pattern. The sea itself seemed to break apart and reform, creating a strange sense of height as the lower layers are revealed. The girl lets go of my hand and settles by the tree. Yes, I think I remember once visiting this place, back when I first discovered it. Iliosora, however it's pronounced. You think? It does grow difficult to remember all the odd locations of this place, but I don't think I can ever forget how I felt when I first saw this place. I felt and substantial, and yet somehow at peace, knowing that. Yes, there is something profound about looking out at something far larger than you, and realizing that you are nothing compared to it. I join the girl on the ground, and we stare out into the sea of eternity for a while. The silence between us becomes a comforting blanket, and I soon lose track of time. All my worries seem childish as I looked into the horizon. All my fears were muted for that short eternity. There was no need to think of Father, or how I would confront him next time, or how I would scrape by the money to live another month, or how I would balance my schoolwork if I were to take on yet another job. No, all that faded away, and for the first time in a long while, my mind felt mine. Speak up softly, wary of shattering the comfortable stillness. I never caught your name. The girl remained silent for a moment before answering. I'm Mia. Hey, Mia. I'm Mia Saya. I'm Mia. Maybe. She looks away as though embarrassed. Please just call me Saya. I nod. Very well. I'm Mitsuboshi Yoru. Yoru? I would be pleased if you would just call me Yoru. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yoru. Her eyes seemed to twinkle as the rest of her face remained a motionless mask. Surely I'm seeing things. Why would she be that happy at learning my name? Or how long have you known this place, Saya? She adopts a distant expression. Ever since I was very little. I had a hard time then. Something had gone wrong, and I didn't have any friends. Or was I that close to anyone in my family? Then one day, I couldn't handle it any longer. So I ran it from home. I ran. With no clue as to where I was going. I just wanted to get away. Sounds like the Flock of Seagulls song. Before I could react, I ran face first into a bush, and I found myself here. The lady helped me from there. She became a friend. Perhaps something more. Something I had wished for my entire life. She smiles fondly. She's a good, whatever she is. Kind, caring. She was like the mother I never had. Whatever she is. What's that supposed to mean? Who is this lady? She directs her radiant smile at me, beautiful. Oh, you'll meet her soon enough. Nothing happens in the realm without her knowing. I see. Mother she never had, huh? Seems like we have a missing mother problem. Silence settles in once more. Warm blanket. Soon enough, my eyes start drooping, and the golden sun seems to embrace me snugly. And I give myself into the beckoning of sleep. How long has it been since I've been able to go to sleep so comfortably? Too long. Darkness pounces. Darkness! Act 1. Uh-oh, how many acts are there? I awaken with a start. Feel a stiff mattress under me, and my groggy eyes make out the filtered morning light through the curtains. I look around my familiar room in the pale, faint light. Plain, tidy. A bookcase containing a few of my favorite books, a desk, a chair, and a bed. Photo of my mother. I change the flower every day. My mother never liked to settle on a singular thing. And so despite my otherwise rigid lifestyle, I do my best to honor her in this regard, and pick a new flower every day. Today it's a stark white lily. Purity. I take in a deep breath and slowly sigh. Yesterday, but of course, it was too good to be true. Well, the universe doesn't care what I wish for. Nothing new there. I'll just have to live on. So I grab my bag and quietly leave the house behind. I pause to take in the frigid winter air before making my way to school. Another day has begun. Another cycle has turned. And my life continues, turning in the perpetual rhythm of a wheel. Cycles are orderly, familiar, and therefore comforting. But sometimes they become lonely, tiresome things, leaving a man desperately wishing for something new. I arrive at school with a fair amount of time remaining before classes start, so I decide to take a walk through the school. The school is a humble one, to be frank. A worn stone building which has only recently received the care of modern comfort. Well, what would you expect from a public school? But at least the community is warm and the teachers know what they're doing, mostly. It even has a nice courtyard where I like to spend quietly sitting on a bench, whereas the last sight I expected to see. She was the river frozen by the hands of winter, waiting for the season to pass so that she may once more run its path. Thoughtful eyes sing into the past, mind planning for when it will be set free once more. With her dark hair, she stood out against the early winter snow as a lone flame would in a sea of darkness. The old man must have hit me a lot harder than I had thought. Her eyes meet mine, and her expression suddenly brightens as she waves, then gets to her feet. Surely this can't be. But it was just a dream. She sets her hands on her hips. And good morning to you too, Mr. Sleepyhead. I don't think you quite appreciate how difficult it is to sneak someone into their own bed without waking them. Dull blush rising to my cheeks. But everything that happened, it was real? She just gives me a stony look that makes me feel like I said something really dumb. Someone calls out my name from behind me. I try to rip my eyes away from that penetrating gaze. Yoru! Hey, did you finish that math assignment? The boy who called out my name stops to his tracks, looks between me and Saya, then whistles. Can't you stop being an idiot for a single day? That boy, he's cheery all the time, to the point where it gets more than slightly annoying, loud and obsessive about maintaining a steady current of rumors flowing through the school. But for all that, he can really understand a person. He knows how to cheer you up when you're feeling down, when to leave you to yourself when you need to think, and when to step in before you do something reckless. He's a good person, and I'm lucky to call him a friend. But sometimes... Yukio... Since when have you become a ladies' man, Yoru? Shut up. Oh, but where are my manners? Amarube Yukio. At your service, milady. He bows with a flourish in Saya's direction. Luckily, she seems to enjoy his little performance. I'm Saya. A pleasure to meet you. Yukio nods to himself. A beautiful name, to match a beautiful Saya as it should be. He doesn't seem to catch the light blush which catches her cheek. She turns towards me. I am terribly sorry to interrupt the conversation, but I was wondering if Yoru had finished the math assignment which is due today. Spins back to face Saya before I can open up my mouth. Say, Miss Aimiya, I don't believe I've seen you around school before. What class are you in? Now that you mentioned it, I don't think I have ever seen her in this school before either. Teacher distantly shouts Yukio's name before Saya can answer. Darn! He explains to my questioning look. Remember, I forgot to hand in the history essay yesterday? Teacher said they'll give me a chance to submit it today, but I still haven't done it. He bows to Saya. Apologies, Miss Aimiya. I need to hurry away. Would you like to join us for lunch later? I would, since I don't know... Great. We'll be here in the courtyard. Come on, Yoru. Where are you? He was already 10 feet away before he finished talking. Something tugs on my shirt sleeve as I take a step towards Yukio's walking figure. I look back to see Saya holding on. We need to talk. Meet me at the park after school? Talk about what happened yesterday? Sure, I head home through there anyway.
It's a date then. Don't be late.
To what? Honey? I stare at her in surprise as she walks away primly in a flowing gait, much as you would expect a queen to walk, quite at odds with the rest of the students hurrying to get to class, which I should be doing as well. Probably just meant it as a figure of speech. Or did she? Everyone? The class drops silent as the teacher calls out. Before we begin today, I am pleased to announce that a new student will be joining us today. What? We're almost at the end of the semester. Who would be joining now? Info Saya. This is Ayami Saya. Please welcome her warmly as she settles into her new school. Class suddenly buzzes with conversation as people stand to greet Saya. Yukio catches my attention from the other end of the class. She never did mention which class she's in. Teacher calls everyone back to their seats after a few minutes. You will have plenty of time to chat later, everyone. I still have a class to teach. Saya looks relieved as the other students give her some space to breathe. I give her an apologetic expression as she looks over at me. If there's anything students will get excited about, it's a new student. The welcoming arms are nice and all, but it can quickly become overwhelming. I should probably try to help her escape the class at lunch break. Once they swarm over her, I doubt they'll let her go for at least another week. Okay then, good morning everyone, let's start with attendance. So the grueling school schedule begins. I try my best to pay attention, but my mind keeps wandering back to what Saya said, and what happened yesterday. What does she want to talk about? Will she take me back to the strange place if I ask? I find a sudden and surprising pang of desperation to visit that place once more. It was just so peaceful, so different from my otherwise bleak life, distant from the constant press of worries. Before I know it, the school bell rings to signal the start of lunch break. Catch Yukio's attention and point at Saya, who was slowly being engulfed by the crowd. He nods back in understanding as we both get to our feet and push through the crowd to take one of her arms each and pull her out of the class. Extraction success. Yukio whoops as we rush out of the class. Where to? They'll be sure to come up after us soon. I point upwards. The roof, they closed the access since it's winter now, but someone's left the door unlocked. I doubt anyone will think to look there. Saya leans back against the roof door to catch her breath as we hurry out.
Thank you for that. I don't do so well with crowds.
You'll want to dash out before they catch you for the next month or so then. If anything, they'll only be more determined to get you to you tomorrow, and even more so the day after if you manage to escape. She just groans.
Is the new student really such an exciting event? Don't they have something better to do with their lives?
Well, considering that they're high school students, no, not really. I can tell you that from first-hand experience as well. He doesn't seem even the slightest bit embarrassed. We should probably spend a few minutes here before heading down to get some lunch. Yes, sir. So, Saya, I was wondering, what made you decide to come to this school?
Well,
Yukio pestered Saya for a little while before I decide it's safe to go down. I'm sure he'll manage to spread everything she says by the end of the day like a wildfire, but it might also help ease some of the pressure off of Saya as well. People aren't constantly barraging her with questions. After lunch, classes start again. I'm practically jumping on my seat as the bell rings to signal the end of the school day. Finally. I don't think I've ever felt school last for that long. I look around for Saya, but she's somehow disappeared before most of the students have even gotten to their feet. I hurriedly give Yukio a farewell as he starts packing his bag and make my way out through the school doors. It's something something. Calm yourself. But at the same time, it's been a long time. Been a long while since I've seen this intrigued by something, this excited. Is it such a bad thing to enjoy a rare moment of enthusiasm? Surely not. What purpose is there for happiness if it cannot be enjoyed? What purpose is there for sadness if there is no happiness to complement it? I still force myself to slow down a little. Best to enjoy the feeling while it's still here. When I arrive at the park, I spend a few minutes looking around for Saya. The place isn't really that large, but you can possibly lose sight of someone if you get distracted. I never asked where she wanted to meet.
Sorry, have you been waiting for long?
A delicate voice seems to banish the frosty air, warming the entire park. Not at all. I just arrived a few minutes ago.
That's a relief. Sorry for disappearing earlier, but I didn't want to be caught up in another crowd.
I wonder what had happened to make her so uncomfortable in crowded spaces. There's no need to apologize. I understand. She just nods to herself.
Well then, we should probably begin.
What? Begin?
Yes, begin teaching you how to travel.
Travel? You mean to that place?
Yellosoria, and yes, if you have visited the garden, then you'll have subconsciously learned how to return. It's just how it works. Granted, it can be quite difficult to get it the first time. That's why I decided to help you.
Right. Yulosora? It's one strange name. You found me, bud. So, what do I have to do?
Let's see, how about you start by closing your eyes? I'm going to describe the process to you, and I want you to try to follow along.
Do as she asks.
When attempting to shift, you usually start by visualizing the path to Yellosoria. You should feel a natural pulling feeling coming from some distant force.
Now that I'm looking for it, I do feel a faint magnetic pull sensation coming from what I imagine as a distant light source, much like the alien sun of Yulosora.
Do you feel it? If you do, then want to try and almost wrap a hand around it. Try to feel that tether between you and the source and just hold on to it.
I tentatively reach out to that connection from the source within my mind. Is that her or me?
Then gently pull yourself forward while holding on, and I mean it when I say gently. Going in rough can lead to some consequences.
Very encouraging. But I go through with it anyway, and lightly pull at the tether. No, we're back. Sick. I feel a strange shifting sensation around my body, almost as though I were falling, but forwards while remaining on my feet. Wary of those consequences Saya mentioned, I slowly open my eyes, and am greeted by the warmth of the land welcoming me into its arms. Someone softly claps from behind me.
I'm surprised you managed to do it on your own, on your first attempt. It'll be a good few weeks of constant attempts. Good job. Good job indeed. I have known more than a few who would dedicate decades to learning how to shift, and many of those still fail to travel even once.
A soft voice spoke up from somewhere. I spin around, but the landscape is as desolate as it was last time. No sign of another person.
Lady, you're back.
I glance at Saya, who was speaking up into the sky for some reason. Following her gaze, I find the silhouetted figure of a woman sitting serenely on a little crescent moon. The moon is the only identifiable body in the sky other than the sun. It seems at once large yet small, close yet distant. I think I dimly remember seeing it yesterday.
I never left, little one. I'm bound to this realm by powers far greater than mine.
Surely the moon cannot be that far. She can speak to us in such a soft voice. You are sitting on a moon.
And a cute one, isn't he?
She speaks softly, yet with absolute certainty, Her tone wasn't exactly cold, but just concise. Curiously, the land seemed to quieten when she spoke, almost as though it were listening to her.
I suppose you aren't greeted by the sight of someone sitting on a moon every day. You should cut him some slack.
I can somehow make out a curt nod from the distant but not distant woman.
Yes, I suppose so. Mitsuboshi Yoru, we have not yet formally met. Allow me to personally welcome you to Yosora, Garden of Whispers and Honors.
She obviously seems to be in command of this place. It practically comes off of her as an aura. Am I meant to show respect? Sai seems to refer to her casually. Thank you, miss.
I am the Lady of the Night, the caretaker of the gardens, and the Warden of Equilibrium within the Third Sect. You may refer to me as Lady, if you wish.
I'll refer to you as Loud Piano Lady, my god!
Right. A pleasure to meet you.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, lady. Sometimes the name plates get messed up. I make a careful bow just in case. I may ask, do you not have a proper name?
You may ask. I have more names than you could conceive, child, and none are any I would be willing to share with you.
Despite the somewhat cold word, I pick up on a sense of mirth from her. More names than I can conceive. What is that supposed to even mean? Okay then, lady it is.
Hope that you will make good use of this realm and find solace from it in times of need. Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to a word with Saya.
Of course. I bow once more and retreat away. As I walk, the landscape does not seem to change much at all. Fields of grass just seem to endlessly stretch into the horizon. After a solid 10 minutes of walking, my estimation, I look back only to find that I haven't moved very far from my original position. What the hell? And how is it that I can't hear the lady inside talking? Surely I should be able to hear the lady if she's calling out from help from up there. Well, it's just a strange place. Better get used to it. So I take another few steps, which seem to take me nowhere, and settle down on the ground. I take in a deep breath, close my eyes, and just enjoy the warmth of the sun. Soon, perhaps too soon, the moment is ruined by the sound of someone approaching. I crack my eyes open to see Saya take a seat next to me on the ground.
You sure do like naps, don't you?
Well, it's been a while since I've been able to just close my eyes and enjoy the moment for a little.
Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the atmosphere.
Not at all. I look back towards the lady's moon, and find that she disappeared. Where? She follows my gaze backwards.
Oh, she does this a lot. She always says that she has tasks which require attending. She is always aware of everything that happens here, however, and she'll answer if you call her name.
Huh. Okay, another question then. How did we travel to that hill with the tree yesterday? Walking around didn't seem to take me anywhere, just before. She nods.
You'll remember what I said. Movement is a little weird here yesterday.
As if nothing else here is weird. Puffs out a laugh.
You can only travel to different places by changing your perspective.
What do you mean?
It's a little hard to explain. Think of that feeling you felt when you shifted here, but instead of pointing towards it, you're turning it around. I like to think of it as turning a cube around, with each side representing a new location as I turn it. I found that actually moving your body around into different angles can help you.
And that's what you did yesterday. I think I kind of understand. But how do you know what is where? Or how to visit someplace you've been before? He shrugs.
You just know instinctively. Although sometimes you can't forget a place, it doesn't happen often. When you're trying to visit some place you've been before, you'll want to capture the feeling of that place and search for it as you change perspectives.
I see. After a moment of thought, I stand up and try to conjure up a mental image of the hill we visited yesterday.
Think of a cube which has the image of what that hill on one side, and the image of the grass fields are in on the side facing me. I then turn the cube around so that the side with the hill is facing me instead, while simultaneously turning my body around. The landscape contorts, then reforms, revealing a tree on a hill, where there was an expansive grass field just moments ago. I let out a cheer, and Saya suddenly appears beside me. The effect was quite sudden. One moment there was nothing but air, and the next she was there. You did it! I suppose I did. With a smile, she beckons me up the hill behind her. We're greeted by the grand sight of the strange sea once more. We spend a few moments just looking out over it again. Yoru? Yeah. I'm sorry, but I need to get going now. That's okay. I should probably head back as well. Steps away to face me. To turn back, you need to do the same thing you did to come here, but this time you need to push away. You need to be gentle with this as well. Turns away. See you at school tomorrow. Aya. He pauses. Thank you for inviting me here. This place is beautiful. The most relaxed I've been in a while. You had already come here, silly. I just had to hold your hand down your path a little. It's okay to rely on someone every once in a while. You know. Shouldering every burden yourself is like trying to carry each rock you come across on the road. Soon you'll be carrying so much that you can't stand anymore. Try to push on despite that, but end up collapsing. And sometimes, you won't be able to get up again. It's okay to need help carrying your burden. Disappears. I reach out a hand to where she was a moment ago. Is that what I've been doing all this time? For all these years? Taking up job after job to pay the bills my father had so conveniently forgotten about, while also trying to keep up with my schoolwork? I've always told myself, if I can keep going. But is it so surprising that I feel so tired all of the time? My life has become a constant shift between school and work, leaving no time for me to just live. I want to be angry at my father for that. Taking away these years from me. Taking away the time I should have had. But I'm too tired for even that. I have changed how things are if I had directed my efforts elsewhere. Would my father be himself again if I had tried harder to help him, instead of always being away from home? But isn't that his responsibility? Isn't it his job to get himself together? Why do I need to pay the price for him? But aren't the members of the family supposed to help each other with exactly this sort of thing? There are too many buts and not enough answers. Feeling desperately lost, I grab the feeling of light within and push away slowly. The darkness of night has already settled back in the real world when I shift back. Surely I wasn't away for that long. I look around at the now empty park and start heading in the general direction of home. Don't want to think, too tired for even that, so I don't. I mindlessly trudge back to the center of all my problems. And it's in that mindless walk across the park that I notice a flicker of motion in my peripheral vision. I stop sharply and turn my head towards the source of the motion. Peering into that formless darkness, a shiver runs up my neck. Stop being an idiot. It's probably just a squirrel. Unable to stop my curiosity, though, I edge forward. In the formless shadows, a form takes shape, standing out against the background. Before I can lean forwards to make sense of the shape, however, a terribly large hand reaches for my throat. Blink. The hand is gone. There's no strange shape in the darkness. My thundering heart is the only evidence that anything had happened. I shake my head, feeling like a fool. I really need some rest. Some part of me subconsciously registers that Father is not waiting outside today. That's good, isn't it? I slowly crack open the front door into the gloomy corridor. Can't that man even be bothered to turn on a light or two? Take off my shoes and try to quietly sneak to the stairs at the back of the house. As I pass the doorway leading into the living room, a voice shatters the nervous silence.
Well, look who has decided to scamper back home. I try not to wince at his deadly tone. He is dangerous when he shouts, but that doesn't even compare to when he speaks softly. Father, don't you father me, boy. Try to inch backwards towards the door. Don't move. You won't have a girl escort to hide behind this time. And I won't be distracted by whatever the frickin' is in that booze again. Forgot about what he might have seen. Saya shifted us to Yellosaura. He must have thought he had too much to drink. Now where did you run off to? Where do you hide every few days? You think I haven't noticed you not coming home? If only you knew. Where? He throws a punch, and I close my eyes, reaching for the light within. Safety. How sick. Dodged. Comfort. I fall to my knees and bow my head. Why? What did all go wrong? Why can't that man just pull himself together? He's the older one here. He's the father. Why? Still tears of frustration well up. And I don't hold them back. Is it not curious that they have come to be named Bleeding Lilies? Huh? It's not what I first named them, but it is what people have grown to call them over time. Flower itself represents hope. Hope for humanity. Hope for life. And yet, it is named after its looks rather than its function. Well, perhaps that is a little lie. Beside me, I find the lady amongst an ocean of strange lilies. They were unmistakably lilies, and yet they were the color of blood, and had a second layer of petals below the primary petals, and they seemed to stretch far beyond the horizon. What are you doing? I am tending them. These flowers should be respected. They aren't easy to create. They represent much and cost much, but it is necessary. He reaches out and gently touches one of the lilies. You create them? In a sense, I suppose I do, but it's not I who should be thanked for their creation. What do you mean? You will understand when it is time. She stands and brushes her dress, then turns to face the sun. Only then, I noticed something peculiar. Yesterday, I thought it was perhaps due to the distance, but even now, the lady appears as a silhouette. I can make out her general form, but it's as if she is constantly under a large shadow, obscuring any defining features. Does she do it on purpose? But then why? Doesn't she control this realm? What would she be hiding herself from? I resist the urge to walk closer, for she might find it disrespectful. There is power here, little one. Power? Yes, power which can solve all your problems. Does, however, come at a steep price. As it should, for it is a balance. Power without price is chaos. I remain silent, unsure of what to say. What does she mean? Search this realm, and you will come across it. Even if you do not search for it actively, you will find it soon enough. You always do. He whispers the last part, almost inaudibly. Sorry, what was that? She turns to face me. You may spend the night here if you wish. I will wake you when it is time for you to leave. Chill courses through me. Does she know about my father? How? Is it that what she meant by power which can solve all your problems? Feeling a little disturbed, it takes me a moment to form a proper reply. I would appreciate that. The lady nods and vanishes. I look around for her, but I can't make out her figure. She isn't on the moon she was sitting on earlier, either. Powers which can solve my problems. It would certainly be nice to return father to how he was before. Feeling too tired to inquire any further, though, I lay down on the soft ground and resolved to think about it tomorrow. Although I was on the ground, it felt as though I were laying on a silk bed. So it isn't a wonder when the peace of sleep soon overtakes me. A strange humming slowly wakes me from a dreamless sleep.
The melody feels alien and yet familiar somehow. It spoke of life and excitement, nudging me to live another day and make the most of it. I slowly get up and take in the surroundings. Nothing had really changed, neither temperature nor lighting, nor even the atmosphere of the place. It seems very much like a solid counterpart to the ever-changing nature of the real world, or whatever it's called. The lady doesn't seem to be around either. Remembering what she said yesterday about waking me up, I shift back to my world to get an idea of the time. The sun seems to have just risen here. With nothing better to do, I head towards school. Still have my bag on me, so there's no need to head back home. Face him. The lady said there was a way to fix everything. Does that include my father's state? So, I can't help but feel a desperate need to find it soon. Saya has been traveling between the two realms for some time now. She seems close to the lady. Perhaps she would know more about it. I don't know at what time she usually arrives at school, but maybe it is a good idea to go early myself. Pick up my pace. Promise in the sky. Hurry through the empty corridors as I make my way toward the courtyard. It's where she was yesterday, and it's the only place I think she would be, even if she is even here yet. I let out a small sigh of relief as I catch sight of her, sitting exactly as she was yesterday. Poised, waiting. But for what? Wary of disrupting her thoughts, I step forward slowly. Saya? She snaps back into reality. Yoru, you're here early. Rather early. I was hoping I could talk to you before classes start. Talk about what? I take a seat next to her and recount what the lady told me yesterday. Oh, I was wondering if you knew what she was talking about. Sorry, she never told me anything about it. But she said you would find it if you search for it, right? I can help look if you would have me along. Must have looked quite deflated, but I appreciate her gesture. I would really appreciate that. Her eyes seem to glow with a question. If I may ask, why do you seem so anxious to find this power? Well, she said it could solve all my problems, and I'm hoping that includes Father's current state. Ah. She nods with determination and looks me in the eye. We'll find a way to help him, together. I nod back slowly, unable to think of what to say. Nobody has ever offered to help me with such a personal problem before. I lean back and allow myself to get swept away in thought. Saya seems content to do the same. Too soon later, the oddly intimate atmosphere is shattered by a voice, reminiscent of a constipated duck shouting my name from halfway across the school. Yoru! I just sigh and close my eyes, praying to whoever is above, that they'll one day decide to give Yukio a proper sense of propriety. He runs up to me and pauses to catch his breath before speaking up. Yoru and Miss Amiya, did you hear? A new cafe is opening up today near the park. Huh. At least pretend to be enthusiastic. Yoru man, I don't think you quite understand what this means. And what does a new cafe opening up have to do with my personal life exactly? Well, my good friend, it means you get to spend a pleasant evening with me as well. No. Come on, don't be like that. What do you mean, say Miss Aimiya? It would be an honor if you were to accompany us as well. There's no us. Yukio, you know I have to find a new job soon. I can barely... I know. I'll tell you what, though. If you come along today, I'll help you look around as well. What do you say? Everything will be on me, too. Well, I don't have any plans today, and I've heard that others were excited when they decided to open up nearby. I would like to find out how good it is. Taya looks at me as though for permission. I just sigh again. Oh, I guess it won't hurt to unwind for a day. I haven't been out with friends for some time now, and I can go searching afterwards. Better not forget the conditions. Of course not. When have I ever broken a promise? He interrupts before I can reply with all the incidents which popped up in my mind. Anyway, we can walk there together after school.
See you then. Yukio walks off with a bounce to his step. Yeah, boy.
Don't look so gloomy, it'll be fun.
I'm not gloomy. He just smiles. It'll be good for you. Oh,
It'll be good for you to take your mind off things for a little while.
I guess you're right. She pats my shoulder gently as she gets up.
You should probably get ready for classes as well.
Yeah. I get up as well and follow her to the class. After the final bell rings, Yukio rounds me and Sai out of school and leads us to the cafe, while loudly talking about what sort of things the cafe has and what he wants to try out. I'm practically about to rip out my ears as we finally arrive. This cafe doesn't seem like much, judging from the outside. This is it?
This is it.
This is the place you've been romanticizing over for the whole day.
A bit longer than just a day, but come on, what are you waiting out here for?
The cafe looks fairly cozy as I step in, perfect for spending an evening studying or reading, and with a warm drink. Although perhaps a bit too busy for either of those right now. Guess that's expected for the opening day, though. Welcome. Table for three? You're just in time. We only have that single table left. Lucky us. As we settle down at our table, the waitress comes over with the menu.
Please take your time.
Take a quick scan of the menu. It seems like a fairly standard menu. Well, the prices aren't ridiculous, so I'm not complaining. Wouldn't want Yukio to spend much on my behalf. Yukio is still engrossed with the menu, so I turn to Saya, who's taking in the cafe.
Are you guys ready to order?
Before any of us have the chance to answer, he calls over the waitress.
Hi, could I have a chocolate parfait, and a cheesecake, an almond muffin, a cinnamon roll, a cola, and bubble milk tea?
He continues to recite off most of the menu.
Sure thing.
Me and Saya just stare at him.
What?
You really going to eat all that?
Of course, I will. Why do you think I'm ordering all of it?
Won't your parents get mad at you for spending that much then? You don't work anywhere either. He just shrugs.
Oh, I'm sure they won't mind.
So, what will
you two be having?
After Saya and I order, the waitress goes away to prepare. We spend the time chatting idly until our orders arrive. I take a sip of the hot chocolate I'd ordered and am surprised by its unique blend of tastes. Taste. God, tastes. My bad. It's probably the best hot chocolate I've ever had. Yukio stuffed half of what he had ordered into his mouth by the time I look up from my first sip. Oh, really is pretty good.
You should really try some of this cake, Yoru.
I'll pass. I turn and find Saya studying me with glittering eyes.
Nice to have something to eat with a drink. Why don't you try some of this tart?
She pushes her plate with the tart towards me. I've already taken a few forkfuls of it. Oh no, I wouldn't want to.
I'm already full. I don't think I can take another bite. It'd be a shame for it to go to waste.
After a moment of hesitation, I lift my fork and take a bite. Good.
I'm glad you like it.
Yukio attempts to strike up another conversation, this time about the fireworks event that is taking place next week. He'll probably force me along for that as well. I know he does it for my sake, though. He knows about my issues at home, so he's always trying to cheer me up. I should probably act a bit more enthusiastic, even if it's just for his sake. Yukio leans back in his chair after paying the bill. Oh, that is what I call is that him or Yukio?
Now that is what I call a satisfying meal.
Take a look outside the window and am surprised by how dim the sunlight has grown. How long have we spent here?
Right, you should probably get going. You should probably also come back sometime, though. What do you say? I'd like that.
He nods.
Then it's decided.
Step out of the cafe, I hear some sort of commotion from across the street. What's that?
Let's go find out.
As we cross the street, a sharp slap resounds through the air. Then a girl falls, clutching her face. The man reaches towards the ground and picks up a wallet before towing away his female companion. It's like the girl had tried to steal his wallet. Hey, isn't that the girl in our class? What? Well, I wouldn't know. I barely even remember when my birthday is. The girl gets to her feet and stalks off. Hey, wait! Theo takes a step towards her before turning back. I'll go after her. Don't bother waiting around for me. I'll see you tomorrow. He's already dashing towards where she had disappeared. Around a building before I can call back a farewell. I really don't know how he does it. Always caring for people, even if they are people he barely knows. What if she decides to rob him? I feel like going after him, but he'll probably just get angry at me for stopping him. Well, do you have anything else to do right now? Huh? Oh, I guess I should wait for Yukio before going job seeking. No, not really. Should we go to Yulosora then? We can try to pry some more information from the lady. I nodded in reply. We should probably find somewhere to shift then. I don't think it would be a good idea to just disappear with all the people around. Good point. Any ideas? She shakes her head. I'm sure we'll find somewhere if we look though. Alright then. She takes the lead as we search for a covert place to shift. After a few minutes, we decide on a dark alley between two squat apartment buildings. Sight catches my eyes, and I almost hear her telling me to shift now. I gently begin to pull on the light of Yulosora. The sound of scraping stones reaches my ears, and I suddenly feel an uncomfortable presence behind me. I snap my eyes open and look over my shoulder. There stood a devilish creature, terrible, inhumane. It looked at me through a set of horrifyingly human eyes. But there was nothing human behind them, only a sense of destructive hunger so great it filled me head to toe with a sense of primal fear, rooting me to my spot. Sensing my fear, the creature grins, a wolfish grin, displaying rows upon rows of wicked teeth. I remember that my grip is still on the light of Yulosora, and so I pull on it hard in a desperate panic to get away from the monster. Too hard. Uh-oh. What have you done? Feel the sense of traveling a great distance, greater than one I'd be able to calculate. Uh-oh, stroke. No, it's cool looking actually. Feel the comforting warmth of Yulosora in a sea of cold darkness, but I'm going too fast to land there. Hurling past Yulosora, I continue with a sense of great speed. There is a change. Colored spheres and lights streak past my vision. Are those planets? Stars? The speed does not seem to slow down. Can't control it. There is a change. Strange shapes and patterns fill my vision, changing so frequently I can't make sense of anything in particular. A great fear, a great dread, great blobs of light dance around, a colossal crashing sound toss my soul away from my body, a thinning cord. Can't see, wail, something crushes my legs, pain, scream, pain. That was pain that is pain that will be. Music, a sense of great love, a tone is struck, I fall a terrifying fall. Everything is still. I can feel. There's ground below me. Take in a large gulp of breath and open my eyes. Grass, warmth, peace. He pulled too hard and almost lost his body on the way. Sound. I sit up and feel a great relief in the familiar sight of Yulosora. What the hell was that? Looking up, I find the lady sitting on her moon. Didn't I warn you about pulling too hard? The sight of the devilish creature fills my mind. I open my mouth and try to speak, but my tongue feels too heavy. Licking my lips, I try again. There was a monster, a devil, a creature, I don't know what the hell it was. I feel the lady shift her gaze onto me. What do you mean, little one? When I tried to shift the first time, I felt something behind me, so I opened my eyes, and there it was. It grinned, and then I panicked, and I gesture upwards. I flew. Saya looks at me worriedly. Weird stuff happens when you try to shift. It was probably your mind messing with you. Right, lady? The lady remains quiet for an uncomfortable length of time. Finally, she says,
Indeed, cast it from your mind the best you can. It was but a trick of the mind. Now, I must attend to something. Travel gently when you leave. By the time I blink next, she's disappeared. From her moon without a trace. Aha, that was very convincing. Saya seems to agree with me, judging by that worried look. Actually... Yeah. Well, it's not like we can do anything about it now. We'll just have to be more careful when we shift. Are you still up for searching around? I had completely forgotten why we even shifted in the first place. Oh yeah, sure. But the lady's gone. I can't question her. She's never been one for answering questions anyway. She adopts a far-off look and smiles a secret smile before snapping back into the moment. She catches me looking, and her eyes twinkle with excitement, mirth. Or maybe I interpreted it wrong, as she quickly looks away. Well, we can't expect the lady to solve all our problems, so let's go look. Yeah. So, how should we go about it? Try to imagine how that power we're after would feel. If you get something, reach out for my arm and shift us there. I'll do the same thing if I feel something. I nod and close my eyes, trying to imagine how it would feel if everything were right. We are at Mother's favorite spot, by the lake. Mother laughs as Father makes a joke. Father spots me, standing under the shade of a tree. He calls out for me to join them, with a warm smile on his face. There. I reach out for Saya's arm blindly, trying to contain the feeling. As soon as I grasp her, I make a quick turn and pull on the feeling. Slowly open my eyes and... Why are we at the hill? Yeah. And find a disappointingly familiar sight, the Sea of Eternity. I don't think this is the right place. Yeah, sorry. Hey, it's okay. Did you really expect to find the place on your first go? Oh, yes. I feel stupid now that I've omitted it. Here, let me have a go. I nod and watch her close her eyes as she reaches for something to pull on. Maybe I was after the wrong thing. The lady said that what we're after is a form of power. That doesn't necessarily mean that power would create my ideal world. Or perhaps that wasn't my ideal world. Do I really wish things were that way? Do I wish that Mother were still alive and that Father were still fine? Or I can come to a conclusion. Saya mutters something inaudible and reaches towards me. I hold onto her arm as the landscape reforms around us. I hear a gasp from who? Around us lay a meadow of alien flowers of a strange range of colors, textures, and features. Some seem to glow gently, where others seem to gently puff out fluffy balls of something. This place, it's beautiful. You've never been here before? She slowly shakes her head. I'll need to remember this place. We can stay for a while if you'd like. Oh, we can stay a while if you would like. No, I think we should keep looking. Her eyes seem to tell a different story. Besides, we can come back some other time. Yeah, of course. And so we continue shifting between different locations, each of us taking turns. Don't come across any new places, so it was inevitable that we'd start feeling agitated by seeing the same few landscapes over and over again. Speak up as Saya begins to close her eyes once more. Hey, maybe we should call it a day. I don't think we'll find anything new like this. She remains still for a moment before letting go out a sigh. She seems to take this as a personal failure despite what she told me earlier. I think that might be for the best. Shift back carefully to our now sun-forsaken world, before saying our goodbyes and heading our individual ways. The sight of my house fills me with dread as I arrive at the proper street. Deciding that I don't want to risk facing my father today, make my way to under my window and start trying to climb up.
He's probably asleep by now, so I just need to make sure that I don't wake him up. I manage to get a grip on my window ledge and start hauling the rest of my body up. My window doesn't have any sort of latch, so it is possible to open it from the outside. After I have that open, I throw myself inside before I teeter off the tiny edge. I really hope he didn't hear that crash. Holding my breath, I get to my feet as quietly as I can and close the window. I wait a few more moments than necessary before finally deciding that he hasn't woken up. Get into bed and let out a slow sigh as I finally close my eyes. Realized that despite the sight of that monster and what it caused, I had fun today. Startlingly. There. Boom. And so with the warmth of contentment keeping me close company, I let myself fall into the embrace of sleep. I edge closer and closer to the comfort of sleep as organized thought becomes unorganized. Peace. Without warning, it is as though my body is set on fire that does not burn. I begin shaking so hard, I'm sure the bed will soon collapse under me. What the hell is going on? I try to control myself, keep my body still, to no avail. It feels like every atom of my being is jumping around, and yet there is no pain to be felt. There's just a jarred sense of motion. And then I'm off. I can't see, but I feel myself moving. With a sense of horror, I imagine myself infinitely hurtling through unimaginable spaces. Oh, we're back again. I see myself growing insane with no one to keep me company but my own thoughts. This time, the lady won't be around to save me. It's just as despair begins burrowing its roots deep into my soul that I sense myself slowing down. And the face of Yellowsora molds itself before me. I take in a released gasp of breath as I look around the landscape. I didn't try to shift, so why am I here? Did I break something inside me when I pulled too hard earlier? Dread settles in my stomach as I wonder if I'll have to deal with involuntary shifts from now on. Whatever it is, I'm sure I can ask the lady for help tomorrow. I should get back. Before I can reach for the light within, a bleeding lily grows out of the ground right before my eyes. And it sings. A song of beckoning, a beautifully compelling song. And I'm gently pulled forward without getting any intention to do so from myself. There could be fear and panic, but the song replaces it with encouragement and curiosity. As I travel further and further away from the flower, however, the song weakens. But then another lily grows, rejuvenating the song. And another, and another. The cycle continues. The flowers never allow the song to completely die out. Entranced by the song, I hadn't realized I had arrived before a small monument of some sort, rising just over my hips. The monument itself looks rather looks rather ordinary, however. A strange grass blade rises from the heart of the monument, no wider than my thumb at its base, but ending in a wicked point. And that point compels me forward. Before I can stop myself, I find my forefinger at the tip of the blade. A prick, then blood flows, corrupting the pure gleam of the glass blade. But in a way of its own, the flow of blood seems beautiful. I look around expecting something to happen, but there's a sense of a shift, and beside the monument, a large man appears. There could be fear and panic, but there's only curiosity and wonder. Although it is evident from the way he holds himself that he would know the rhythm of any battle, for there is evidence of great age present in his eyes. There is nothing but a sense of peace emanating from him. Turning aside from the monument, the man walks away with a smooth gait. I feel the song of beckoning rise once more, pulling me after the man. As we move, the landscape shifts and contorts around us, until we're standing in a completely different location. I find myself on a peculiar bench, overlooking an even more peculiar ocean. Sand sculpting the beach in a navy color whose color was only visible due to the bright night sky filled with hues of blues and purples. The beach led to an ocean filled with stars, whether that was a reflection of the skies above or if it actually contained stars, I couldn't really tell. Hurrying to catch up to the man, I watch as he holds his hand above the water. A moment later, a large bubble of water rises and hovers right under his hand. A closer look revealed a strange tetrahedron, I guess, within the bubble, which changed colors and rotation as the man waved a gesture at the bubble. Looks like he's interacting with some sort of interface. After a few more gestures, the man lets his arm fall to the side and simply looks into the horizon. I look around confused as nothing seems to happen. Then I notice a man looking up into the sky. One of the stars seems to be growing larger into the sky. No, it's getting closer. Suddenly, there appears what looked like an orange-pink gas giant hurling downwards. It's the sun! Oh crap! Surely something of that size will destroy us. But no, it seems I misjudged its distance and size, for it is soon swallowed up by the strange ocean. It's only a moment later that I make it out the giant wave headed in our direction. Hey, shouldn't we get out of here? The wave is already about to hit the shore though, and I feel inexplicably compelled to stay. The wave freezes us. Slowly, a myriad of colors begin to illuminate the wave. And then a bright flash is all that remains of the world. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. No one is certain from whence they came, or how they came to be. It is certain, however, that they came. The people had grown complacent during their time of peace, and they had all but forgotten the concept of aggression. They called it the beginning after the end. So it is then that, when this new unknown force came to attack, they were met with almost no resistance. They harvested souls by the millions, as the people did not know how to fight back. Friends and lovers, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers all simply vanished one day. The one-sided war continued for some time, and as the people hid and fled in a desperate attempt to escape from the horrors of the enemy, eventually 7 stepped forwards from the remaining numbers. They vowed to penetrate the darkness and destroy it, and return their brothers and sisters back home. The enemy, young and drunken on their frictionless victories, were caught unawares when the 7 came. They pushed back the darkness and retrieved the souls which had been stolen. They found, however, that they could not destroy the heart of darkness. So they settled for what they had achieved and pledged to return when they had grown and had time to devise proper plans. For their bravery and prowess, the 7 were blessed and given power. With the power they received, the 7 split the people into 7 sects, so that the enemy would have difficulty in finding the people, and so that there would always be more than one point of failure. Each member of the 7 was then charged with the sect, and it became their duty to guard their people. They became wardens. In time, the 7 formed a council, and each devoted their skills to destroying the darkness. Some set their mind against the task, others used their bodies and physical skills. Some decided to devote themselves to forays against the darkness. They would descend into their sects, hidden, and would search for a successor in case they were lost during the excursions. Elmenine came and passed, and the people of the sects forgot about the warden. But the warden themselves never relented in their silent war. Sect 3, Layla, 1.1. Oh my god. I returned to my body with a gasp. What was that? The man smiles a small smile. These are Layla's remembrance constellations, and what you just saw was a memory. Remembrance constellations? And who's Layla? Laylia? Of course, the warden lives incredibly long lives, and it becomes difficult for them to keep hold of memories. So they constructed the Remembrance constellations as a housing unit for all the memories they collect over the span of their lives. They store their memory in the stars, but wait, what is a warden? You are confused. Your mental frequency band is too open, far too open. That must mean Lelia hasn't begun your training yet. Ah, Lelia is an unfamiliar name. Surely you've met the warden of the sect if you stand before me now. The lady? Warden, you mean the lady of the night? The strange man looks me in the eyes, and I can catch a sense of mirth from him. Still claiming the title of the night, is she? I'm sure she still blames herself for Aiden's disappearance. Who is Aiden? He grimaces before turning away. He was the warden of the third sect before Lelia succeeded him. He was also the designer of the locks. Originally, they were meant to be a temporary measure to buy him time in his search for the Kern Asliate. So it's no surprise that they have weakened over the course of the last few Eleminin. It's been so long since Aiden set out, though. Eleminin. Cornus is Kieran Asliate? What do you mean? What language is it? I don't know. I don't speak up, however. Still confused. I wish I had time to answer all your questions. Alas, I can't stay separated for long. Seriously. It's only then that I realized the man's feet were touching the ground. In fact, I don't think he has feet either. His form just disappears from the knee down. I look down at my own feet just to check. Oh, frick! My body isn't mine. Although it is definitely humanoid in shape, it doesn't have any defining features. Just smooth, iridescent material that's slightly opaque. Relax, you'll get your body back soon enough. What is that supposed to mean? He smiles, amused. You shifted here to Yosora. It wasn't quite the same process as that which you've used in the past. Instead of transporting your entire physical body, you've projected your soul here. I'm surprised you didn't notice the change in weight and your smoother movement earlier. Surely you noticed that everything looks a bit more real though, right? Before you ask, yes, I did have a hand in that. It was necessary so that Lelia would not notice your presence. Why are you trying to hide from her? His smile slowly fades, and his gaze shifts to something behind me, in the hope that I'll finally be able to break the cycle. Even if Lelia were to desire the same, she's bound by forces far greater than her ability to overcome. She would have to continue whether or not it is her wish. Ah yes, definitely not a vague answer. What cycle? What forces? The man shoots me a look, and I can tell he knows what I was thinking. Therefore, you mustn't speak to her of me and our encounter, not to your partner, lest she listens in. My partner will be showing the same thing you just saw to your partner. So don't feel like you should report anything. Before I go, though, I'm afraid I still don't know your name. Yoru. The man nods. I am called Asvel, the first of the lost. That is all, then. I cannot sustain this form much longer, and I suspect Lelia will be back soon. Back to your body you go, then. He places a hand on my shoulder, and I once more feel myself hurtling through space. Thankfully something. This is goodbye for now, then, Yoru. Hopefully we won't see each other again anytime soon. Wait. And then he's gone. What the hell? Hopefully we won't see each other again? What a farewell. What was the point in showing me all that, then? He mentioned wanting to break a cycle. I'll have to find a way to talk to him again. He knows something I don't. Perhaps I'll be able to find that monument again. Focusing on present matters, though. How do I get back into my own body? Turning around, I find my body laying down on the bed. It sure feels weird to look at your body from the outside. Fascinated, I try to move closer for a better look. Except I'm pulled in by some force instead. And I open my eyes to the familiar sight of my bedroom floor. Relief floods through me as I lift a hand and find that it's my own. I'm heading to class the next morning, filled with thoughts of Asvel and Yosora. Were yesterday's events just a dream? It sure didn't feel like it. Oh, I'm sure it wasn't. My soul was somehow pulled out of my body and into Yosora. It's just something else that I'll have to accept. I can't help but feel a sense of curiosity after yesterday, though. How many locations are there in Yosora? I haven't seen more than a few, and from what I can tell, Sai hasn't seen much more than me. But yesterday proved that there is a lot more to Yosora. No, that's not what's important. Why did Asvel even bother showing me what he did? Perhaps I can ask the Asvel what... Please, she can barely even sit up to take a sip of water these days. I'm sorry, but I'm strictly prohibited from treating anyone who is not a student or a teacher of the school. There is a public hospital just a few blocks away from the school. Why don't you take her there? I can't. The door to the nurse's office slams open, and the girl we had spotted yesterday outside the cafe blinks, her teary eyes in surprise. She spots me. Her expression darkens as she puts two and two together and realizes I had been eavesdropping. She clenches her fist and stalks away. Hey, wait. I didn't mean to. She's already hurried out of sight. Her? Who's her? Was she stealing money to help out that person? Speaking of which, I remember that Yukio had gone after her yesterday. Maybe he found out something. Feeling strangely determined to uncover this small mystery, I quickly continue on my way to class, where I figure Yukio will be right now. As I assumed, I find Yukio back in class, failing to flirt with a pair of girls who were pointedly walking away from him and trying to strike up conversation while speaking over him. Can he not take a hint? I go and take his arm to pull him away and apologize to the girls for him. Yo, Yoru, my man. You see, I would normally be mad that someone had rudely interrupted my chat with two pretty ladies, but I suppose exceptions do have to be made, now and then, or else I'll just appear to be malevolent. That idiot even throws in a wink at the end. I just give him a suffering look. Listen, we need to talk. I lean in close, deciding that I don't want anyone to overhear. That girl you went after yesterday, did you manage to talk to her? He shakes his head. No, I lost her before I even turned that corner. I tried looking around that area for another hour or two, but... He shrugs. No luck. Darn. Well, I just overheard her talking to the nurse a few minutes ago. She wanted to bring in someone, a female, but the nurse said that she can't help anyone who isn't a student. She have been stealing money to try to help that person? Yukio slings an arm around my shoulder casually. Now, Yodo man, that sounds to me like you have just unearthed the beginnings of a mystery. Who is this mysterious girl? Why was she stealing money? Is she trying to aid someone who is sick? But worry not, for I shall aid you in uncovering this mystery. Few heads turn around to seek out the source of loud exclamation. Quiet. He drops back to a whisper. Right, sorry. Tell you what, I'll start asking around about her today. If I can figure out which class she's in, or better yet, her name, I'm sure all the right rumors will be circulating around her. He winks again before turning away to walk towards the door. I'll see you around, Euro man. He stopped calling me that. I look around the classroom trying to decide what to do before classes start. Curiously, Saya isn't here yet. Probably still in the courtyard. Should I go look for her? No, I wouldn't want to seem like I'm always searching for her. I'm sure she needs some time alone every once in a while. Everyone does. So I slip into my chair and get out a book to read. Salute à toi, mon espoir. The school day finishes and Sai still hasn't come to class. Something happened to her? Forcing away any negative thoughts, I get to my feet and pack my bag. Yukio has already run off to chase the mystery, but by the time I finish, so I head home alone. Or should I go to Yosora instead? Well, it's not like there's much waiting for me back home, and I don't have any school assignments that need doing. Making up my mind, I decide to drop my bag back home and then shift to Yosora. That plan lasted for about a minute before it was interrupted by a sweetly cool voice. Yoda? I look back to see a familiar figure standing there, a confident poise. Any who glanced at her would think her as a queen, as she seemed to emit an aura of control. But any who looked would find the sign of dry tears and hastily contained sorrows. Saya, are you alright? What happened? Why weren't you at school today? The image of Asphodel flashes through my mind. Something happened to her. What happened to her when Asphod's partner was with her? Or perhaps it was something else. I find myself holding her arms. Some things came up. I couldn't go to school. She looks away. But I'm well now. Anyone could tell she was lying. But I didn't dare prod her further. I awkwardly let go of her arms and take a step back. So, did you need anything? I came to look for you. Before. A tinge of red caresses her cheeks. I was hoping you would spend some time with me in Yosora. I thought it might help me get my mind off of things. I nod, understanding. The atmosphere of the place does wonder for settling the mind. Sure, let's go. My bag is pretty light anyway. Carrying it around shouldn't be too much of a burden. So I close my eyes and search for the distant light of Yosora and pull on it. Find myself in the what? Is this the central location of Yosora? Another question to ask the lady. Taya appears beside me a moment later. Do you have anything in particular in mind that you would like to do? I don't know. The subdued wind suddenly picks up, gently pushing us forward. Gets a small smile out of Saya. She seems to genuinely love this place. But it seems like the wind does. Come on. She reaches for my hand and pulls me forward, much like she had done on that first day. What did she mean that the wind does? Does she speak to the wind somehow? Or was she speaking metaphorically? The landscape distorts and reforms to reveal a somewhat familiar sight of the tree upon the hill. Except there's a swing. Aha! Except there was a swing tied to one of the tree branches. Is this the same place which you took me to that first time? Maybe not. Sites like these are common. You might find the same general idea, but with small details changed. Or the other way around. Why don't we go check? Saya tugs me up the hill behind her, until we have a clear view of the other side, where there was once a strange cloud-like sea which captured and played with the light of the sun. There lay an endless and desolate green grassland. Surely this is a different place then. The hill of it seems completely different. Saya doesn't seem to mind that much as she sits on the swing. Well, we may as well make some use of this place if we're already here. Sure. Unsure of what else to do, I go behind her and gently push the swing forward. She seems surprised by the sudden movement. Was I not supposed to have done that? Something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Never with... I mentioned it before, but I didn't have any friends when I was young. Or any siblings, in fact. So I didn't have anyone to play with, or anyone to talk to. It's not like my parents were ever there either. Always running off here and there, always on some business trip or another. She gets a far-off look in her eyes, something which has been becoming more common lately. Something happening in her household? Is that why she was crying earlier today? So, thank you. I know it's a small thing, but thank you. Suppose I understand how she feels. After living in despair for so long, The smallest act of kindness flutters like a roaring flame in the vast blizzard which has become your life. But no, this is not a day to let the clouds muddy the sun's light. It is not a day to feel morose. Saya lets out a sudden shriek as I push her forward with a little more force than before. Well, maybe not a little. Stop that! I let out a comically evil laugh. Alas, the only way to stop me would be if a hero were to come to save you. Stop! But feeling a little bad, I ease on the pushing. She seems to have a different plan, however. She jumps out the swing and turns to face me with a smile. That idiot hero won't come to save me, then I'll have to stop you myself. Ha! You must catch me first, then. Wondering what could do for a good hiding spot, I dash down the other end of the hill. Saya is a lot faster than I had expected. She latches onto my back, and we both trip down the hill. She starts shrieking again as we start tumbling down the hill, unable to stop ourselves. The roll downwards seems to take far longer than logically possible, but we finally come to a stop in a tangle with our heads almost touching. A groan escapes my— What? Your groan escapes your what? Jesus Christ. Saya just giggles beside me. What sort of idiot lets themselves fall down a hill as well? That just gets her laughing harder. Soon the laughter seeps into me as well, leaving us both unable to breathe and tears streaking our faces after a while. As the laughter stops, we both sit up to catch our breath. Curious detail catches my attention as I look around the surroundings, however. Desolate grasslands we hadn't first noticed were still there, but a small distance ahead of us there lay a patch of blood-stained flowers. And amongst the patch, two majestic blades were standing, at an angle from the ground, one crossing the other. Their design seemed otherworldly, divine even, with the strange empty spaces accenting the middle of the blades. Hey, was that there when we first came here? Saya looks towards where I'm facing. No, I don't remember seeing it. We both get to our feet and slowly walk towards the patch of bleeding lilies. What are they doing here? And what are those two blades? The angel can be described as sort of a key, or perhaps a lock depending on how you think about it. I look up with surprise towards the source of the voice. I find the lady sitting on her moon once more. She wasn't there when we first came either, was she? Once bonded with the angel, endows this wielder with the rhythms, the knowledge of those who had come before, one may say. The blade itself is also capable of cutting through any physical material available in your realm. This is a power which you have been searching for. Oh, we're gonna murder our dad with the sword? Sick. Blade, how will that solve all my problems? As with all things, however, the bond does come at a price. The bond of angel is to unlock the gates which bar the wash from passing into your realm. Indeed, it grants the wielder with many blessings. However, it is those blessings that will doom you to a sentence of certain madness and from there to death while dragging the other down with you. Angel, wash, bonds. What? Saya seems to make sense of the onslaught of unfamiliar terms sooner than me. Wash? What is that? Devils, demons, monsters, fiends, they are known by many names. They are that which is the extreme manifestation of emotions which humans label as negative. Pain, sorrow, chaos, madness. He waves a hand dismissively. You understand. They feed off such emotions, and as magnets attract, they too are attracted to energies opposite to that of their own construction. Thus, the intense desire for humans. They are the ultimate forms for storage for such energies, both negative and positive. They will feed off your life force until that There's none left, and there is no longer a you. They quite literally feed on the soul. God, this music is popping. Stop popping off. Chill. I'm afraid the technology of your world has not developed in a direction that is capable of aiding you in fighting them off. What do they want with that energy then? What are they trying to achieve? The lady remained silent for a moment before responding quietly. Who knows? The father of the wash directs all the others. And for what purpose? Are they intelligent, or do they just act based on some sort of instinct? The lady becomes silent once more as she contemplates the sky turning to a deeper purple as the stars seem to dance hypnotically above. So, the blades, they act as a sort of gate, blocking us from them? The angel, and yes, that is their purpose. But they'll kill us. Oh. But they'll kill us if we take them? Yes. And why would we take them? They will call to you now that you have perceived them, seduce you into believing that the bond can solve any and all problems. You will bond with them. You always do. We won't! Make out a small sigh from her seat above. Very well then. If either of you wishes to continue living your lives, I suggest you give an oath that you will not touch these blades, and cast them from your minds as best you can. You give your oaths? Of course. Yes. Why does she seem so insistent that we will take one of the blades? It's not like I would have anything to do with it. I don't even know where I would keep something of that size. Well then, you ought to leave for today. I'm afraid I can't let either of you stay any longer. You must tend to a guest. We shall see how long your vows last. She swipes one of her hands, dismissive at us, and I can feel a tug building up within. Wait. Park reforms before me. A small part of my mind wonders how the sun can still be out. I've spent far shorter periods of time in Ilsora, only to come back to a darkened land. What just happened? Did she throw us out? Looks like it. I didn't even know she could do that. I suspect that she can do a lot of things we don't know about, this being the last of them. She is basically a goddess in a way. I suppose that's true. It's just, she seemed to make such a big deal about finding the power. And this is it? She just throws us out? Saya reaches out for my arm comfortingly. Was she really the one who made a big deal out of it? Perhaps it was just yourself. I feel the frustration start welling up within me. I want to punch something. Unreasonable, but I really thought this would help Father. How is the sword of all things supposed to cure a sickened mind? Why don't you head home? You could probably do with a quiet place to think, wouldn't you agree? Quiet place to think? At home with him? Oh, she said that. It's hard to tell when the nameplate doesn't go up. I feel a bitter taste in my mouth. The bitterness must have been clear on my face. Saya's eyes quickly adopted a worried cast. Oh, right. The light in her eyes seems to suddenly jump up in a dance. Why don't you come home with me then? What? Take a step back in surprise. I can't do that. Why not? What if your parents don't like having a guy in the house? He looks down at the ground. My parents are not here. They're away again. I feel a bitterness from her similar to that which I had felt moments ago. It seems we have a lot more in common than I had first thought. Sorry. He looks back up with a mischievous look. What was it you said to me? Feeling sorry won't get you anywhere. You can trust me on that, if nothing else, right? He grabs my hand. We need to stop living in the gloom of our parents' shadows and start living for ourselves. Come on. He pulls me forward once more as she starts running, dragging me behind her. I can't help but feel a bit lighter as she starts laughing, the playful wind dancing around us. Eventually, I let myself be taken by the moment and join her as we dash down the alleyways, the streets without a care for the world. And I realized that I honestly don't care. As long as I'm with her. Who's gonna take the swords? Will it be me or will it be her? Someone will do it. A few minutes later, we're both leaning against the wall and wheezing as we try to catch our breath.
Not much farther now. This way.
She pushes herself away from the wall, starts walking down a street, clearly expecting me to follow. It's not until a few moments later that I realize how quiet the street is. I can hear birds chirping and the wave-like sound of distant cars, but there was none of the busy bustling of humans which I would expect from such a street. In fact, there were no people around at all. The houses on either side of the streets would probably be better dubbed as mansions. Each house seemed like a feat of engineering designed to best the others on the street. Does Saya really live in such a nice place? As I stand there, taking in the marvel of the area, Saya turns back and waits for me to hurry. Feeling slightly embarrassed for my amazement at a street of houses of all things, and not wanting to keep her waiting, I jog up to her. This is a really nice place. Is this where you live? She shoots me a wry smile.
I thought you'd like it, and yes, it is where I live. I suppose I was quite fortunate to be brought up in such a wealthy family.
But if Saya belongs to a wealthy family, what is she doing at a public school like ours? My thoughts are interrupted as Saya suddenly stops in place.
Here we are.
The other houses on the street were competing in some sort of competition. This one was definitely the winner. Cherry blossom trees outlined the gravel path which itself leads to a modern wood and concrete mansion. Around the house, a small grove of a variety of trees sway lazily in the afternoon wind. And is that a small river peeking from the small hill the house is perched on? How many rooms does that house have, anyway? Being of a somewhat humble origin, this place was exactly how I would imagine heaven.
Enough gaping! I'm starting to get hungry.
Follow her down the gravel path and into the house. The interior is much as I had expected, a comfortable wooden atmosphere with modern furnishings. The entrance area seems to be split in three ways. One leading to a kitchen area, one to a living space, and a stairway directly ahead which leads up. Speaking of up, a large modern chandelier hung above, with a shape which mimicked that of an ocean wave.
Feel free to leave your shoes wherever you want.
At the door, you heathen!
Let's head up first.
Saya pauses on the first step of the staircase and looks back towards me.
Yoru?
Stop gaping, it's rude. Right, sorry. Hurriedly take off my shoes and follow her to the second floor, which she leads me into one of the numerous rooms.
You can stay here for tonight. No one uses this room anyways, so you'll find everything in place. That door over there at the corner leads to the bathroom. You'll find a shower in there as well. All the towels are already hung up too, as well as a robe. Take as much time as you need.
She walks away towards another room, while mumbling under her breath.
I'm sure one of Father's old yukatas would fit you.
What? Unsure of what else to do, I head inside the room and close the door behind me. The space of the room is impressive enough, but the furnishings even more so. The room has a bed stacked with pillows and a thick duvet. Duvois, I don't know how to pronounce that. A classically short-legged table in the middle of a room facing a wall stacked with neatly organized books in the middle of which is a TV. And this room isn't even in use? Looking out of the large window at the opposite end of the room, I realized it even has a balcony outside overlooking the back garden. I open the door which Saya said leads to the bathroom and find a room which no bathroom has the right to be as nice as. When was the last time I had a proper bath? Feeling more than a little self-conscious about my scent in such a nice place, I quickly strip off my clothing and head into the shower. A clean, neatly folded yukata is waiting for me on the bed when I finish. So that's what she meant. I don't want to seem like I'm intruding on her family's belongings, but this is also the cleanest I have felt in a long time. So I leave my school uniform in the bathroom and don the fresh yukata. Maybe I can wash my uniform in the sink later and leave the yukata in the state in which I found it. That done, I head out of the room. Saya? Oh, down here in the kitchen. As I step down the stairs, a delicious scent wafts up from below. I hadn't even realized I was hungry. I look into the kitchen to find Saya taking out the plates and cutlery. All done? I hope you don't mind pizza. When did you have the time to order food? And how quickly did it arrive? I couldn't have been in the shower for more than a few minutes. Yeah, that's fine, thanks. And thanks for the yukata, too. Oh, sure thing. Feel free to keep it. It was just lying around in an abandoned closet. Abandoned closet? Do such things even exist? Let's see in the living room. Would you mind bringing the pizza over here? Over there? Sure. Pick up the pizza box and follow her into the living room, where she sets the plates and cutlery on a large coffee table, encircled by several couches. Now, what sort of movies do you prefer? Horror, action, mystery, or something else? Excuse me? Can't have pizza without a movie. Now, answer. I guess I prefer fantasy then. She just nods. Fantasy it is. He manages to find an interesting movie which seemed to be a culmination of Western fantasy tropes. It was enjoyable nonetheless. But by the time the movie finishes, the pizza box is all empty, and it's already dark out. That movie was really good. You think so? In that case, I might have just the thing for you. Saya hurries out of the room before I can prod any further and returns a few minutes later with a stack of novels before her. These are some of my favorite fantasy novels. I thought you might like reading some of them considering you enjoyed the movie. This one is a bit more traditional, but I think it was interesting how the writer infused the life of historical figures with elements from modern fantasy tropes. And this one is a lot more Western in nature. It's about a boy who finds out that he needs to go save the world from forces of darkness, but gradually grows more and more insane as he uses the only weapon capable of destroying the darkness. Is this foreshadowing? This one does lean a bit more towards sci-fi, but I think it is definitely... The sudden rush of excitement from her catches me off guard. I never knew Saya was so interested in books. So, which one do you want to try first? Huh? I completely missed what she said about the rest of the pile. I'll give this one a shot. I place my hand on a random book which has an attractive creamy beige on the cover, some abstract shapes spread around. Probably not the best way to pick a book. She nods to herself, looking pleased. Good choice. I let out a small sigh of relief as she stands back up. How about some snacks to go with the book? Oh no, I really wouldn't want to She walks out before I finish. I let out another sigh and look down at the book in my hands. Oh, let's give it a try. By the time Saya returns, I'm so engrossed in that book that I don't hear when Saya returns to hand me a bowl of various snacks. I think I dimly remember mumbling thanks and hearing her laugh, but otherwise, the world may as well not have existed during the time in which I adopted the lives of the characters and through them interacted with the marvelous world. Eventually, the transition took the damn letters from me. Sorry, that was one hell of a book. Saya looks up from where she was huddling under a blanket on the opposite couch with the book in her arms. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I think you'll find many reviewers will say quite the opposite, however. What? Why? And who? I'll fight them! Well, it's been accused of having poor character development, a horrendous plot structure, and a magic system which is at once both too thorough yet too shallow, among other things. But despite what they may say, I really enjoyed the book as well. Something about it just felt perfect. I agree with that. Even though people may critique it harshly, I was quite drawn into the world which the author had painted. I guess that really shows how you shouldn't let the opinions of others affect your own judgment.
Look at the time, it's already 1 in the morning.
Really? Time sure flew by.
Up you get. Off to bed with you. I won't have you sleeping in. I've reserved a table for breakfast.
You what? She just points up. When did you have time to reserve a table?
While you were away in the world of your book, silly.
She starts collecting all the junk that had accumulated on the coffee table. Here, let me help.
There's no need. There's barely anything to clean up. You go ahead. I'll finish up soon.
At least let me. She fixes a deathly glare at me. I turn away and head towards the staircase. Okay, Mom.
I heard that.
You're supposed to.
Good night.
My feet freeze. Try as I might, I can't move them. My entire body feels like it has been chained to the ground.
Is something wrong?
I turn my head back to see Saya looking back at me with a curious expression. No, it's just been a while since someone last said that to me. The chains release. I step forward. A sudden image comes to me of a future which could be. No, you idiot. Have you seen the house her family lives in? Where such thoughts are best kept outside the lamplight in the darkness of uncertainty. In the darkness which will be forgotten, never to be stumbled upon again. Good night. What? A young man on his knees outside a shut door. A young woman sitting on the other end of the door. Lelia, says the young man, I'm sorry. Truly, but this is the only way. The man once waits for a measure of time. The woman cries a single tear. Eventually, the man places a box before the door and walks away. The door slams open. Don't you dare, the woman says with steel in her voice. Don't you dare turn your back on to me. Oh. She holds him with desperation and sorrow, and he holds her with patience and love. Two young men shake hands. Phil, I'm afraid I'm lost as to how to communicate this ocean of gratitude that I feel. As Phil smiles a gentle smile. You aren't the sort of person to ask another to do that which you aren't willing to do yourself. Now go, find the God bless. Here in a Salette. I and Sivan will hold for as long as we can. The young woman wails with grief, and the night embraces her. Lay my father before the angel. A song is sung, and the deed is done. Father blinks, his eyes wearily, almost as though he were waking from a dream. Yoru, my son, what happened? Where are we? He remembers, and he cries in shame. He asks for forgiveness, and I forgive. All was finally well. That was a dream! You thought, son! The doors of sleep swing shut, taking with them the peaceful, blissful peace of oblivion, and the vagueness of consciousness which ails the sleeping mind. As that very vagueness begins to dissipate, the mind demands of exhaustion make themselves known to my body, asking for more sleep, telling me to close my eyes once more. But the image of my father looking at me with eyes sane and whole is seared into my mind. I lay there without a source nor care for time. I lay there. Should I feel hope? But the lady warned that Angel would try to seduce us now. Sleep does not return. No, who says those blades even have that sort of power? It was probably just another dream anyway. Shift and turn, yet sleep still does not come. Eventually I open my groggy eyes and look at the clock on the nightstand. It's 3 in the morning. I've barely gotten 2 hours of sleep. Getting up with a sigh, I start pacing around the room. Can't go back to sleep in this state. Maybe I should tire myself back to sleep. So I start doing push-ups, and then I start dashing around the room, and then even clearing my grimy school outfit with the bar of soap I found in the bathroom. And so it is that I find myself a while later sitting at the short-legged table and looking at the now tidily done bed longingly. My plan to work myself to sleep had failed miserably. Looking around the room for something to do, my eyes settle on the large bookshelf, which spans across the entire length of the room. After a moment's thought, I get up and start looking at some of the book titles. Surprisingly, I find another book by the very same author whose book I had read yesterday. Feeling a spark of excitement, I slip the book out of the bookshelf and settle at the table. I'm once more swept into an intriguing world inhabited by fascinating characters. I do begin to notice the foundation of the writer's style that, the further I read, and certain perks they have. It makes me wonder, how would it be to be a writer? How would it feel to be able to arouse a mind and make it spin such fantasies from the words which you have said? This story seems different from the one I had read yesterday, though. The author seems to be experimenting with a new type of narration. Needless to say, it kept tight hooks on me until a sudden knock at the door cast him away.
Yaru? Are you awake?
Yeah.
Can I come in?
Go ahead. She cracks the door open and peeks in before opening the door in full.
I wasn't sure you would be up so early.
Take a look at the clock on the nightstand and find it's already 7. How long have I been reading for? I had trouble sleeping. Her eyes seemed to fill with worry.
Was the bedding not comfortable? Was the mattress too...
Of course she would try to to take the blame. No, I just had a dream.
Oh.
Her worry does not seem to ease. I wonder if she dreamt of something similar. Did she see that man and lady who were being separated by the wall? What of Asvel and the man? Asvel told me not to mention his name though, so I keep quiet. Did he mean to imply that the lady listens in on us though? Does she have that sort of power? That would be quite disturbing. Saya catches the sight of the book in my hands, and a triumphant look flashes over her face before she stifles it. I just grin up at her. It's good.
I know.
Oh.
I know. You should get dressed though. We need to get going soon.
Yes, ma'am. She gives me an endearing look before closing the door behind her.
Just hurry up.
Soon enough, I'm putting my shoes dressed in hopefully a slightly less putrid-smelling outfit than it was yesterday. Saya leads the way to a fancy-looking restaurant not too far away from her home. It's the sort of place you would dream about dining at one day while passing by, but knowing you could never afford anything. A waiter is waiting at the front desk as we enter. Ah, Miss Imea, it has been a while since you have last visited us. Yeah. Please follow me this way. As the waiter walks through one of the two entrances at the side, step closer to Saya. He knows you by sight?
My father used to own this restaurant. He gave it away to a friend as a gift some time ago, but most of the staff have remained as they were. And since we used to come here frequently...
Nod in understanding. Of course, perfectly normal. Who doesn't give away an entire restaurant as a gift to a friend? We arrive at a table near a window at the corner of the large restaurant. Please have a seat. Ceiling soars ahead, where it forms a large circular pane of glass overhead. The restaurant itself seems packed. I can only spot 1 or 2 empty tables across the large open space. Despite the crowded front, the entire place seems to be in a hush, people never raising their voice beyond a private tone reserved for the others at their table. The menu, sir. I look back at the waiter, now holding an open menu towards me. Ah yes, thank you. I almost throw the menu back at the waiter, disappearing back as I quickly scan the menu. These prices are outrageous. A small bottle of water costs 10 times what it would at the grocery store. I peek over the menu at Saya and find that she is still looking over hers. Would it be offensive if I picked something cheap? Would she even know I'd be picking something cheap on purpose? I really wouldn't want to burden her with my costs, especially in such a place as this. Saya looks over to me. Are you ready to order? Quickly scan the breakfast menu, which seems to be an entirely Western menu. Searching for the cheapest item, I find buttermilk pancakes at the bottom of the list, right under grilled lobster with blueberry jam over potato gratin with the side of oysters. What the hell? I look back up at Saya. Yep, I'm ready. Great. He calls a waiter over and orders for herself. The waiter then turns to me. I'll have buttermilk pancakes. Very well, sir. Saya raises her eyebrows at me expectantly. Darn. Once more search the drinks menu for the cheapest option. And a bottle of water, too. The waiter nods and hurries away. Saya narrows her eyes as though she knows what I'm up to. Well, she probably does. Did I insult her hospitality? Luckily, she decides not to say anything. Our breakfast arrives a short while later, and we quickly dig in. How is it? I swallow the food in my mouth before answering. It's quite good. That's good to hear. Are good. I've just had better. But it's been a while. Oh no, thinking about the past right now. Just enjoy your meal. People usually have to reserve tables 2 or 3 weeks in advance, so it would definitely be a waste to not make the most of the visit. She eyes me once more. What? I like pancakes. She doesn't seem convinced. Really? It's more than I get for breakfast on most days, so thank you. Her eyes soften and she nods before returning to her meal. A while later, we're standing outside the restaurant once more. Thank you for the meal. You're very welcome. My father leaves his bank account open for me when he leaves, so I don't really need to worry about money. Really? Can't even imagine how it would be like to live without having to worry about money. She nods slightly with a distant expression. Would you mind if we visited the aquarium? I've always wanted to visit, but never had an opportunity. Sure, why not? Do you know the way? I think so. It should just be a short walk from here. Takes a path left to the restaurant, and I quickly fall in a step behind her. I've never actually visited an aquarium. Although I've seen various fish in books, I wonder how they look in real life. Not that different, I'd wager. True to her words, Saya soon leads us to the aquarium. The outside of the building is rather nondescript. Apart from the large amount of fish posters stuck onto it, and the large whale banner on the top. The inside, however, seems to be a completely different world. Dark lighting all throughout seems to make the water tanks of the fish glow gentle hues of blue. Saya and I both pause as we step in to take in the atmosphere. Welcome, how may I help you today? The receptionist waiting behind a desk to the side welcomes us in and shows us the different ticket options available. Penguin feeding even seems to be a thing. We'll have 2 one-hour passes, please. Of course, here you are. Step in through that gate over there to continue in. Please enjoy your visit. As we both pass through the entry gate, Saya heads straight towards the tank, containing a strange fish with scales, which seem to gradient between from a gentle blue to a deep orange. Details about the fish seem to have been written on a plaque beside the tank. Bostonman's rainbow fish. Quite aptly named. Look at that one, Yoru. She points out a particular fish with the glittering silver scales. It almost looks otherworldly. Wow. Look at those fish over there. Come on. So she tugs me around the entirety of the aquarium, pointing out all sorts of fascinating fish. Before we know it, Saya checks her watch to find out that we've stayed several minutes past our ticket's duration. Time sure flew. I'm glad we got around the entire aquarium, though. Me too, but I think we should run out before someone shouts at us for staying too long. Saya cocks her head to the side as if contemplating. If you say so. Then she dashes away. I didn't mean it literally. Saya, wait. She doesn't pause. Darn. I chase her out of the aquarium, leaving a very bewildered look looking receptionist behind.
Saya? Hurry up or I'll leave you here.
I suddenly realized I have no idea where I am, and how to even get back to either Saya's or my own home. Luckily, she seems to be slowing down. Running on the snowy paving is difficult. Got you. I reach out to grab Saya's shoulder from behind, but she twists out of the way just in time, sending me skidding down the icy pavement. A fit of laughter goes up behind me as I groan in pain. Care to give a hand? She tries to contain her laughter as she reaches out a hand to help me up.
Sure.
A sudden whelp causes several birds in the trees above to take flight.
That wasn't fair. Now I'm all covered in snow.
Can't help but grin. You started it. She gets to her feet and wipes the snow off her clothing.
You can get to your feet on your own, I think. I could seriously do with something warm right now, though. I'm freezing.
We should probably hurry back then. It looks like the snowfall is only going to get heavier.
You're right. Let's get going then.
We set off once more at a steady march while fighting off the ever-increasing piles of snow beneath.
Hurry in.
By the time we reach the front of Sai's house, it's snowing so hard we can barely see 5 feet ahead. Scrambling through the front door, I close it shut before us as Saya leans on a wall to catch her breath. Saya posed 1 neutral 2-2, apparently. Oh, I can't really tell, but I feel like a blizzard is soon to follow.
You're right. Let's check the news.
Saya takes off her shoes and coat, then enters the living room. I hear the television switch on as I'm taking off my own shoes. Saya glances at me as I step into the living room.
You were right. Apparently there's going to be a blizzard all through the night.
Yikes. How am I supposed to get home? By fighting through a blizzard? She smiles at me mischievously.
Easy, you don't.
What? No, I couldn't possibly cause even more of a bob.
Oh, know that now. Do you really expect to be able to make it back in one piece with all the snow?
She passes by me and calls over her shoulder.
Go and take a warm bath. I know that's what I'll be doing.
Stand in place for a few minutes, unsure of whether to accept Saya's hospitality once more. Taking a look outside of the window, though. Oh. There probably isn't much chance of me making it back home with my health in one piece. Especially considering how thin that coat of mine is. Making up my mind, I take a step towards the staircase and towards a good hot bath.
Here you go.
Thank you. Saya lounges on the couch adjacent to mine and sips her drink after passing a cup to me.
What would you like to watch?
I don't have any preferences in mind, as long as I get to stay here, even if it's just for a little while.
Alright then, I guess I need to surprise you once more.
And so we spend the rest of the day in each other's company. The day passes into night, and reached a little further than that, as neither of us were willing to be the first to ruin the sense of company. Eventually, though, Saya's eyes started drooping, and I decided to call it a day for both of us. I half carried her up to her room as she mumbled complaints under her breath. Leaving her laying on her bed with the blanket draped over her, I returned to my own bed, where I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be taken by a strange buzzing warmth that had been building up inside of me throughout the day. I couldn't help but think that my life may finally be getting better, or so I thought in all my ignorance. Yoru, man, good morning. Morning, Yukio. Whoa, what's this? You seem awfully cheerful today, and I can't help but notice that you walked into class with a certain someone. He points with his eyes at Saya, who was sitting herself at her desk, and then waggles his eyebrows at me. I try to hide a small smile as I walk past him towards my desk. It's not like that. Right. I shouldn't be poking into people's secret love affairs. Now should I? Wouldn't want to be caught in the midst of all the tension when the secret unravels. Several classmates turn their heads at that and start whispering to each other. Does he seriously have to be so loud? Said it's not like that. You are very right, my friend. A secret isn't quite a secret if others openly speak about it, now is it? He shoots me a wink. But don't you worry, your secret's safe with me. Right, I'm sure the sudden silence of the class is very indicative of your reliance. But I do need to talk to you about something, young man. He slings his arm over my shoulder and leans in. Now he decides to quieten down. I happen to know a little bird who told me that you don't have much in terms of clothing for that firework event coming up, which you have also seemingly expressed extreme desire to attend. I never even said I'll go. No need to get all worked up. I'm just passing on what the little bird told me. I just glare at him. Putting that horrifying stare aside though, you just happen to be in luck. You see, I am in need of some proper attire as well. So, what do you say we go shopping together after school, eh? It'll be fun. I'm not going to go shopping with you. Great, I'll be waiting for you right here, at your desk, so that you can't use that escape plan. I know you're formulating in your mind. He leaves me with another wink and a wave as I slump into my chair with a groan. This is not going to be fun. If I can't find a new job soon, I don't want to think what might happen if I don't get my hands on some money soon. Speaking of which, I don't think I even have enough money to afford a new coat. But I also know he's doing this for my sake, despite whatever front he may put up. I really do owe my sanity to Yukio. I don't know what would have happened to me without him after Mother's death. I'll go with him. I owe this much at least. Yoru? Huh? I didn't notice the three girls walking up to my desk. Two of them pushed the other forward. I think the one in front is called Moriyama, but for the life of me, I can't remember the other two's names. Come on, tell him! But the fireworks. I was wondering if you would like to... She suddenly squeals and hides her face behind her hands. Now forget it! She pushes past her two friends and runs out of the classroom. The other two sigh before following their friend. What was that all about? Looking around confused, I notice Saya giving Moriyama's two friends a strange look as they exit through the door. The mysteries of an entirely other world, surely. True to his words, Yukio comes up to me right after the school bell rings to signal the end of the day. Shall we then? He half drags me out of the room as I wave goodbye to a confused-looking Saya. So, where are we going? Don't you worry about that. I know just the place. It isn't exactly the fanciest of places, and the clothing is all secondhand, but I'm sure it will be perfect for our needs. Yukio takes us to a small shop in a commercial alley, in which all sorts of clothing for both males and females were hung up in neat rows on each side of the shop. Welcome, how can I help you? After greeting the shop attendant, Yukio and I start browsing through the mail section. Yeah, you know, that case I'm currently working on? He steps closer covertly and lowers his voice. You see, I had to dig pretty far and deep, but some old rocks at the bottom of the ocean were whispering about how the girl doesn't have any parents. What? Yeah, apparently it's just her and her sister. He probably doesn't want to get out in case the officials decide to step in. But I doubt such a life is an easy one, especially with a sick sister. And that's probably also why she's hesitant to take her sister to a public hospital. Without any proper identification, she'll get caught. Right. But her sister could die without proper attention. He isn't doing her sister any favors. Oh, wait. Oh, whatever. I don't know. You tell me, Yaru. Would you rather live with imminent death looming over someone you care for? Or be separated from them knowing that they will live, but that you won't be able to see them again? We don't know what the officials will do. Why would they separate them? They're sisters. No, we don't know what the officials would do. He gives me a gentle look before stepping back and returning to his cheery self. I think that blue coat really suits you, Yarrow man. Can you stop calling me that? Yeah, you have a point. Here, try this slightly darker one instead. Take the coat he's holding out to me, and check myself in the nearby mirror. Bingo, looks like we have a perfect match. As if looks are the only factor we need to take into consideration, I take a look at the price tag and find that it is a bit more than I can afford. The only other coat I have that fits me definitely won't be able to survive another winter. Or rather, I won't be able to survive in it. Oh no, you don't. I see that expression. What? That is a gift from me to you, Yarrow man. I won't have it any other way. I can't possibly accept a gift. Shh, I won't be putting up with your formalities. If you feel so inclined, feel free to worship my gracious soul 3 times a day, otherwise I suggest you shut your mouth. Now tell me, which one of these collars looks better on me? I thought you just told me to shut my mouth. But that obviously didn't stop you, now did it? The orange one then. He walks over to a mirror and holds the coat against his body. You have a great eye for collars, Yarrow man. Orange it is. He calls out to the attendant. Excuse me, can we pay for these coats, please? Of course, please bring them over to this counter. Step outside to wait for Yukio as he pays. 60,000 words is a lot. Yo. He exits the shop a few minutes later, with a paper bag in each hand. Here you go. I reluctantly reach out and take the bag he was holding out to me. Thank you for everything. Don't worry about it. Now, about the fireworks. He starts walking backwards. How about we meet at the gazebo at the park, 7 p.m. sharp, and don't forget to bring Saya. He's shouting by the end from the mouth of the alley. Wait, but he's already turned his back and started jogging away. Does he have somewhere to be? Didn't get to say goodbye. Well, I'll be seeing him tomorrow anyway. Now, where should I keep this coat? I don't want Father to start asking questions, but I also don't want to ruin it. Back in my room is probably my safest bet. So I head home, allegedly. I don't know. I take a look inside my wallet after the purchase. Doesn't look good. Luckily, though, no hulking shadow is waiting for me as I step into familiar darkness. Now that I've spent a few days at Saya's house, this place feels awfully cramped and gloomy. I check on Father's sleeping form in the living room before dropping the carton of beer off at the kitchen and heading upstairs to my room. Gently closing the door behind me, I slide the paper bag under my bed and get back up to sit at the edge of the bed. Here I'm greeted by the sight of a wilting lily. Darn, I completely forgot to change the flower during the last few days' excitement. But I'm gonna check if I can go back to Yellow Sword, considering neither Saya and I have attempted to return during the last few days. I'll change it as soon as I get back. With my mind made up, I close my eyes and search for the distant light of Yellow Sora. I feel a surge of relief as I find the light, and I lightly cusp it within me. Tugging on it gently, the sudden disappearance of the bed under me, however, sends me tumbling onto the soft ground below. I lay there for a while drinking in the peace with which this place seems to emanate as a material aura. I close my eyes and listen to the swaying of the grass. Soon, however, a new sound catches my attention. Very light footsteps. I jump to my feet and look around. Heart thundering, I spot a figure walking among the field of grass just a short distance away. It's then that a sudden thought occurs to me. Who else can visit this realm? Did the lady not mention a guest the other day? It's a moment later when I feel a surge of relief as the figure's hair jumps to dance in the wind and I probably make out Saya's figure. I reach within and pull myself to a spot on Saya's trajectory. The landscape once more distorts before snapping back into clarity.
Yoru, you surprised me. While I was lounging around when I spotted you, I thought I should come say hello. Her eyes seem to glitter as she shifts her head slightly, reflecting the golden sunlight. Lounging around, you say? Well, that is very nice of you. She studies me for a few moments before continuing. If that home of yours has driven you back here so quickly, you should know that there will always be a place for you with me. Come visit whenever you like, even if it's just for a few days. Thank you. I feel slightly embarrassed by the implication. I don't feel safe at home, but it is the truth. And I truly enjoyed my time with her. It was the most fun I'd had in ages. She hesitates for a moment longer before nodding and continuing her walk. I follow at her side. That firework event this week, will you be going? Gives me a side smile, which makes me feel like I said something very silly. Of course I will. I would be surprised if the entire town didn't show up. I nodded her words. We rarely see events like these, so I think it would be safe to assume that a large majority of the town will be showing up. And that makes it even more important to find a good spot to view the fireworks. How would you like to go see the fireworks together? She abruptly halts and turns to face me. With the distant sun behind her, it looked like she glowed with a warm, comforting light. I would love to. Her intense expression makes me painstakingly aware of this piano popping off. No, aware of the beating of my heart. She looks... How about we meet up a little earlier, though? I would like to have some time to visit the stalls. How does 5 sound at the park? Oh, how's 5 sound at the park? Perfect. Alright then, 5 it is. We set out on the slow walk once more, talking about little things and keeping each other in warm company. The warmth comes to an end too soon, however, as we both bid each other good night and part ways once more. I shift back to reality, I'm guessing. I don't know. With nothing else to do, I undress and climb into bed. And then I wait for the lull of sleep to embrace me with her peaceful arms. Days seem to pass in blur. As excitement builds up throughout the school, the hottest topic becoming the upcoming firework event. In fact, the entire school had seemingly split into 2 groups, those who believed that viewing fireworks from the bottom was the superior viewing method, and those who believed the finer option is to view the fireworks from the side. Entire debates would occur in the hallways, as members of one group would try to convince members of the opposing group to join them. Perhaps I was infected with all the excitement going around, for I found myself hurrying home after school on the day of the fireworks event, grudgingly eager to put on my new coat and spend time with Saya at the event stalls. But your father destroyed your coat, so then you go into the realm and you take the sword. In the event, something happens, because the transition always takes my words. I covertly look around to see where her father is, careful not to make the wooden floor creak beneath me. He's not here. Where could he have gone? Oh, I doubt anything other than a bar would appeal to him anymore. My mouth feels bitter just thinking about what state he could be in right now. But he's a grown man. He better show some sense of responsibility. Not to his son, then to himself. Something in the shadows just move. My heart begins to thunder as I remember the devilish creature I saw behind me when I just tried to shift a few days earlier. I take a small step forward. And another. There's nothing there. Just my imagination again. Can't help but feel a seed of doubt, though. Trying to banish any other dark thoughts, I hurry to my room and get changed before putting on my warmest pair of boots and rushing out of the house. Oh good, his jacket wasn't destroyed. Fantastic. I arrive at the bustling park a little before 5 and decide to explore some of the stalls, which had been set up around the park. Scents of sweets and fast foods drift around, accompanied by the sounds of children laughing and the muted chatter of people. The fireworks themselves are taking place at a plaza a short walk from here, but I bet stalls like these have been set up all around town. Finding Saya in this crowd will require quite a miracle, though. Luckily, the universe decides to bestow me with just the miracle a short while later,
in the form of a soft tap to the shoulder. I turn around from my scan of the stall area to find a stunningly dressed Saya behind me. Her hair was tied up at the back with loose ends on either side of her face, accentuating her delicate frame. And where others used makeup as a mask to hide behind, she manipulated it to magnify her natural beauty. She looks at me with a faint expression of curiosity.
What's wrong? Have I stunned you with my divine beauty?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Arnett, you weren't supposed to say that. Seems like that wasn't quite the answer she was expecting either, judging by her surprised look. Turn back towards the stalls before my stupid tongue decides to say anything else. Well then, shall we?
Of course.
She recovers from her shock and follows beside me as we enter the throng of bodies. Fortunately, she decides not to say anything. So, what would you like to do first?
Oh, look at that giant teddy bear. Ring tossing?
Oh, ring tossing?
That was called? I've always seen other people play, but I've never had the chance myself.
She rushes over to the game cell and stares at the stuffed toy she had pointed out.
It's so cute.
Can't help but smile at her innocent enthusiasm. How does she do it? How can she be so happy while everyone she had known had abandoned her? However, it is a wish that she may never lose that flame. I feel a strange need to protect it. How about you give the game a go, miss? Oh, the game's talking now? Cool.
Please.
I watch from the side as Saya starts vigorously throwing rings with a look of intense concentration. Although she said she had never played the game, I would not have thought so, as she expertly manages to land every ring. That was some amazing skills, miss. You qualify for the largest prizes. Which would you like? She points at the stuffed toy which she had originally chased. Saya comes back with the horrifically large teddy bear in one hand, humming happily to herself. You look like you're enjoying yourself.
Oh now, Yoru, it's a festival. Not everyone likes to spend their time brooding.
I wasn't brooding.
So you say, would you like to give the game a shot yourself?
Oh no, I've never been great at tossing rings. She gives me an expression which seems to perfectly read as, you are such a bore.
What would you like to do next then?
How about a hot drink?
That sounds lovely.
Perfect. After we both order something hot, Saya turns to me.
We do have a lot of time before the fireworks begin, but do you think we should worry about getting a good spot?
Yukio invited us to meet him before the fireworks. I think he's planned a spot for us to visit.
Alright then, did he mention when we'll be meeting?
He said around 6. He looks at the small watch on her wrist. I said 7, but okay.
We still have some time then. Why don't we visit a few more stalls?
Sure. We stroll around the area for a while, visiting a variety of food and games, and even an accessory stall at Saya's request. Saya truly seemed to enjoy herself, which I was glad to see. Although I've never been great at socializing, she seemed to kick something out of me which I never knew I possessed. Eventually, however, Saya steps up behind me as I'm browsing the rules of a strange game which I had never encountered before. Nearly time, should we get going?
Yeah, we probably should. Where will we be meeting him?
Gazebo around here. It isn't far. Here, follow me. I lead Saya away from the brightly lit stall area to a darkened path which leads to the gazebo, where Yukio is lounging and eating popcorn like an ancient Greek noble. Ah, you're here! Welcome, welcome to my grand abode! He gets up to greet us with his usual fervor. Miss Aimiya, always a pleasure. He gives her a bow before turning towards me. I'm hoping you have a viewing spot in mind. That I do. A front row seat, in fact. He gestures towards a path which leads to a town center. Shall we? I really can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to these fireworks. I mean, seeing them on TV is one thing, but actually being there? What do you think, Gyoru? I suppose I've been looking forward to them as well. I'm glad we get to experience something like this. Yukio nods in understanding. And you, Miss Aimiya? I agree with Yoru. Rare to see that we get to see any festivals or festivities around here. Around her. Around her! No, that's very true. Don't you think it's rather strange how we never see any seasonal festivals? Well, I suppose I shouldn't be complaining. Come on, it's just over there. He leads us towards a plaza of sorts, surrounded by all sorts of residential building complexes. A portion of the plaza itself had been sectioned off for where the fireworks were held, but a large crowd was milling around, waiting for the event to begin. Instead of heading down into the plaza, however, Yukio takes a turn and unlocks a gate leading up to one of the residential buildings. Where did you get that key? He winks before heading up the stairs to a private balcony of sorts. Although it was meant to be used as access to the building itself, it offered a great view of the plaza. I'm pretty sure Yukio lives a few blocks away from this plaza. We come up behind Yukio at the edge of the balcony as he checks his watch. We still have about 20 minutes or so. Luckily, I brought snacks. He places a paper bag, which I hadn't noticed until then, on the floor with a grin. I catch a glimpse of candy bags inside. Feel free to take whatever you like. I don't particularly feel like eating anything else after having visited all those stalls. We spend the remaining time pleasantly as Yukio shares the latest news of the undercurrents of school, as we try to ward off his attempts at prying information from us about our lives. That is until he suddenly perks up. Hey, isn't that... Sorry, I'm afraid a mystery calls to me. I'll be right back. Wait. Heedless of my calls, he dashes out of the balcony and towards a small alley between two other buildings. What is he up to now? The fireworks are about to start. I look between Yukio's running figure and Saya's bewildered expression. I'll be right back. I follow Yukio's path at a run, shouting an apology as she calls out my name. Did he really have to do this now? Yukio's at the mouth of the alley now, calling out someone's name. I'm too distant to probably make out the sound, however. Yukio. The fireworks begin. An explosive sound erupts from behind me. Yukio turns back to face me. I make out the brilliant colors in my peripherals, beckoning me to pause and properly take them in. But why can't I make that red one out so clearly? Is it supposed to fly so close overhead? Unaware of his footing, Yukio trips, his momentum carrying him forward and down. And then the fireworks collides with the building ahead. It seems to have hit a balcony quite hard, for it begins to loosen freely, and then plummet downwards right onto Yukio's figure. Oh my god! He turns on his back just in time to catch the sight of the dropping stonework. He looks down and meets my eyes. Yukio! Darkness. The world fragments into dust. My mind blankens as I sprint forwards, blinded with renewed energy. Light. I burst into the alley where Yukio had been crushed by a large chunk of stone. I make out the figure of a female, holding her hands to her mouth, as though in surprise, or perhaps she was going to be sick, maybe both. I don't spare much thought for her, however, as I make out Yukio's upper body on the other side of the block. Yoru! Yukio! Yes, hold still, I'll get this off you. I throw myself at the large stone, heaving with all the strength I can muster. I scream at it, I shout at it, I beg. But still it won't budge an inch. Yoru, listen to me. Listen. Don't you dare let that man chain you down for the rest of your life. You hear me? You deserve much more than him. But you do deserve her. You seem so perfect together. You seem so happy. Darn it! Move! I'll get you out. Just stay with me, Yukio. And then I feel a sensation both familiar and strange on my arm. At once, the rigidness of ice and the loving embrace of warmth. Yoru. I won't lose him too, Saya. I won't. This stupid thing will just move.
blade itself is capable of cutting through any material as well. This is a power which you have been searching for.
Some help. I'll be right back. What? Sees the light of... There's no time. As I readjust to the sight of Ulyssora, I make out the field of bleeding lilies, amongst which is bathed two crystalline blades of what seem like unwieldy links, gently emitting a soft blue glow. Lady of the Night! I spin around, trying to make out her shadowed form. Where are you? Nowhere to be found. I can't waste any more time. By striding through the field of blood, I reach out to the blade closest to me. Pull to the touch. Yoru. Find Asvel standing beside the blade I'm holding. Asvel. Don't do it. You don't understand what you'll unleash. I'm sorry, but I can't just let my friend die. I'll return it back as soon as I'm done. I hold the hilt of the blade in a tight grip, its length making it difficult to pull though. It almost seems to whisper, use me, fill me, take me. No, you can't. You'll lose more than just your friend if you... And then it comes free of the earth, almost as though it's of its own accord. I hold up the blade, feeling surprised by its light weight. It's almost like condensed air, wanting to flow free. Looking around, I find that Asvel has disappeared. I wait a moment longer, expecting something. But no, this is not... No grand moment of triumph from a storybook. This is the desperate action of a boy who has lost too much. Sees the light. Get away. Due to the giant blade in my hand, or perhaps some other reason, all three decide to obey. Getting into a good position, I raise the blade high and slash downwards at an angle. As the blade enters the stone, I instinctively feel that the blade has entered another material, but it doesn't seem to affect the speed of the blade, or the energy required to keep it going through. I stand there for a moment, in confusion, as the blade comes out of the other side without seeming to have affected the stone. And then the top half starts to slide off so smoothly, it feels as though there's no friction present between the two halves. Hurriedly pushing the top half off, I slice the bottom into two smaller pieces and push all of the stone block's remains off of Yukio's mangled lower body. Yukio! I feel a stab of terror as I look at his face and find his eyes closed. Is his chest even moving anymore? Throwing the blade away, I hear the sound of crystals being shattered the moment it leaves my hand. Looking back, I find a faint, coalesced mist where the blade was supposed to be. A mystery for another time. I get onto my knees and start searching for a pulse. Thump. Relief courses through my blood as though it were a physical substance. Stay with me. What can I possibly do? Call 911. I doubt an ambulance would arrive in time to save him. Even if they did, how would he live the rest of his life? But I can't. Please not again. What have you done? Spotside on their knees in my peripheral is facing me. Are you not listening? Did you not hear what she said? What will happen? Did you not give your vow? I look her in the eyes, facing the brunt of her anger. I can't lose anymore. Moving by a sudden urge, I place my hand on Yukio's chest, and a connection forms. I can feel his failing body, the loose tether his soul is clinging onto, and a song. No rhythm, for it had no defined melody, but a pitch which seemed to modulate to emphasize the rhythm. It was a rhythm of life. It soared free in sharp staccato, and then hung low on a single pitch. It jumped and flew, it trudged and fell. It was life itself. Rhythm thrums through me, wanting to be free, to live. I find myself humming alongside the rhythm. Light. The rhythm grows louder. The rhythm once more, and so I sing. But not enough. Yukio, he's dying. The rhythm jumps. An opportunity to live. And so it flows from my hand into Yukio's chest, manifesting as a brilliant light in my arm of shifting hues, and then emptiness. The world seems to become a dull monochrome without the rhythm. Everything suddenly feels much heavier, as though a great weight had been placed upon my soul. slowly pressing me down, driving my senses to betray me. My vision swims, leaving me unable to make sense of anything. God, this music. It needs to chill out. Can't see. Stumble onto my feet, seeking an escape, a relief. This pain, it's unbearable. My eyebrows droop, forcing me into submission, seducing me into the darkness. Yoru? And then emptiness. Act 2. Oh my god, we just did Act 1? Oh my god. 60,000 words might be too... Jesus! Back to the top. You didn't show up at the council, Lelia's voice announces at a moment after she appears in Aiden's study. Very astute of you. He doesn't turn away from the instrument he was looking into. Lelia wasn't sure what the instrument was for, other than the fact that it was of his own making, and he had never bothered to enlighten her. You lied, she tried to say with an even voice. No, he responds nonchalantly. You asked if I would be attending the council, and I said that I'll attend. I never specified what I would attend. A sheep, a goat. It's still a sheep. Is it? Isn't it our perception which defines reality? With a huff, Lelia steps up to his desk. She couldn't have made much sense of the vast amount of calculations ornamenting the scattered pages cloaking his desk, and before she could have a chance to take a more thorough look, Aiden waves his hands over the pages casually, translating his work into the higher tongue of thirds. Hey, I was reading that. If you'd been taking your studies seriously, you wouldn't have trouble reading it in this form either. Lelia tries to gather herself into a dignified posture. Speaking and reading are two different skills. I'll have you know, I was able to follow the proceedings of the council just fine. Just don't understand why the written form of the higher tongues has to be so complicated. Aiden chuckles silently. It's the first time Lelia has seen a display of happiness from him in a while. How many times did Gela give you the look? Aiden says softly with a smile to his words. I don't know what you're talking about. Hastily scrambling to change the topic, Lelia says the first thing that comes to mind. Quite a shame you missed Aiden's presentation on his physio domain filter, though. I grabs Aiden's attention. Physio domain filter. Polarizing filter to localize the entities of the darkness solely to the physical plane. Lelia says with a triumphant smile. Aiden has made the calculations very versatile. They can be set around the entire sect or a smaller physical area. And I plan on implementing the filter myself to enclose the entirety of the third sect. Aiden just scans the pages scattered around his desk idly. What, you have nothing to say? He shrugs. You'll be the warden of the sect someday. I think it's good for you to start taking up some responsibilities. Even though I doubt the filter will have much effect on the movements of the darkness. What do you... Aiden gets to his feet and interrupts before she can finish her question. I grow weary of this room. Come, let me see how far you progress in your manipulation of the flow of time. It's about time I got some sun too. Sec 3, Lelia. Oh, 60,000 words is so much. Alright, I'm finally back. I slowly crack my eyes open to find an angel dozing by my arm. 60. Where hazy fragments of memory come back to me, as though I was reaching out to a dream half forgotten. I did something to Yukio, and that led to some horrible feeling, like my soul was being pressed down by the thumb of God. Stumbled through dark alleyways and kept to the shadows, for the light of lamps and house interiors seemed to sear through my eyes into the deepest thoughts of my mind. Then Saya was there somehow. She kept me steady, leading me somewhere. Her house. Then that my mind can make sense of what my eyes are seeing. I'm in the room Saya had lent me a few days ago. She had brought a chair to the bed where I was laying, probably to watch over me. Her sleeping figure muted the eternal pressure, which I could still feel, although to a far lesser extent than what I had experienced last night, though. That innocently peaceful expression stirs something inside me. Feelings I'm not willing to confront. Not now. Not when things had finally been getting better. And so I close my eyes and decide to wait until she was rested. Yukio. I sit up with a jump, feeling shame replace the blood in my veins and spreading throughout my body. How dare I lay here so carelessly? What happened to him? Saya takes in a sharp breath at my rousing and lifts her head up to look at me.
Yoru? You're awake!
All traces of sleep vanish from her eyes as she throws her arms over me in a hug. I freeze at her sudden burst, unsure of what to do, and unwilling to ruin the moment. That wispy promise of warmth, safety, and care has been everything, and the only thing that I have ever allowed myself to desire.
I didn't know what to do without you.
Oh, with you, sorry.
You wouldn't wake up, and I couldn't shift you to the deal with Sora for some reason.
She pulls back to peer into my eyes, relief evident in hers.
But you're alright now. You're alright.
My head is sewn to the side before I could register what was about to happen. She slapped you. Ow! What was that for? I make the mistake of looking up where her icy glare fixes me in place.
How dare you make me worry like that?
She hits the same spot again, and my cheek burns in protest.
How dare you break your vow to the lady? I won't have it, Mitsuboshi Yoro. I won't have you treating your oath so lightly.
Her expression turns cloudier after each word, only until it is as though she is gathering all the thunder and storm of the world into her heart. I feel my cheeks warm up. This isn't good. Desperately racking my brain for an escape, I ask my original question. Yukio. Her cold expression softens somewhat. As she lets go of my arms and settles back into her chair.
He's fine somehow. I don't know what you did, but you restored his entire body.
Oh nice, I'm the best.
I bet the ambulance crew were quite confused when they arrived. Do you know where he is? I'm sure we'll find him in the central hospital if you are well enough to be walking around.
That horrible pressure has eased since I woke up. I can barely feel it anymore. I can, however, feel a desperate need to see Yukio in his current state. I'll be fine.
Alright, we can head out once you're ready.
She pauses by the door on her way out.
Don't you dare think for a moment that I've forgotten about what you've done. But let's save that for after we've seen Yukio.
Great. The door gently clicks closed behind her. I hurry out of bed and throw some cold water on my face. As soon as I'm ready, I head downstairs and into the kitchen, where Saya looks up from where she was preparing some sandwiches.
Let's get going then. Here, take a sandwich. You must be hungry. We can eat it on the way there.
My stomach feels as though it has been encased in stone. Eating is the last thing on my mind right now. An image of the cold anger on her face earlier comes to mind, and I decide that I don't want to defy anything she says right now. And so, it is that I leave the house with the sandwich stuffed in my mouth. Quick inquiry at the desk reveals that Yukio is being held up at the second floor. As we approach his room at the end of the corridor, a figure brushes past us. I couldn't make out any features other than the trail of hair, but I can't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Before I can call out, however, Saya knocks on the door and enters. I make out Yukio's voice as I step through the door myself. Saya? Yoru, what are you doing here? Despite his incident yesterday, he's propped up in his bed and looking healthier than ever. Oh, we heard the plants needed watering in this room. How kind of you. He makes a show of looking around the room, and at the lack of any plants. Do the floorboards count as plants? Catch the glint of a small smile from Saya as I clasp hands with Yukio. How are you feeling? Great, amazing, actually. How that can be, I haven't the faintest clue, considering I got jumped by a building. Don't get ahead of yourself now. It was just a small part of the building. Come now, it was more than just a small part. It was nearly the size of an elephant. Can't seriously believe you're important enough to get jumped by an entire building. Excuse me? Do you see this sight before you? Or perhaps I dazzled you to blindness at an earlier time. Saya groans before exclaiming,
Since we're here, when have you become squabbling girls?
You both just grin up at her.
So, Yukio, will they keep you here long?
Actually, they said I'll be free to go this evening, so I should be at school tomorrow.
That's good to hear. That must mean they didn't find anything wrong with you either.
Yeah. Spend a bit more time chatting about small topics before Yukio ushers us out, claiming that he needs some time to rest. I wordlessly follow Saya out of the hospital and let her lead the way. I can tell by her stiff posture that she's still upset. Why should she be mad, though? I'm still trying to comprehend the full extent of the consequences that my actions will have. But surely I'll be the one to pay the price. And that's exactly what I tell her.
Don't get it, do you? You're not the only one that'll have to pay for what you've done. You've opened the gates for monsters the likes of which I cannot even begin to imagine. That pose a threat that I still do not understand. You really think they'll only be after you? You're not doomed yourself, you've doomed all of us. Have you really been that arrogant? If the lady is afraid of whatever the hell they are, then so am I, and so should you.
I feel my anger slowly stir as she finishes. Everything she said is true. Every word she spoke felt as though it were another stab to the gut, and yet I can't lose anymore, Saya. You know that.
No, I don't. You really think your peace is worth the suffering of thousands, millions even? How many will have to pay for your selfishness?
Billions! Billions! You don't mean that. Her eyes momentarily widen, almost as though in surprise at her own words before freezing over again, she looks away.
So, what if I do?
That finally snaps something inside of me. Cornerstone of my peace, the one person I thought I could rely on without question, has betrayed me. What, she betrayed you? What? What? Over the years, I had ignored and shoved down all the anger I had felt. For every bruise and cut, for every tear of pain, I had always turned myself away from anger. I had always been afraid of what I'd degrade to if I succumbed to that beckoning song. And yet, here I felt that bottomless pit of forgotten anger boil into a senseless rage. I opened my mouth, fury at the tip of my tongue. But with a curious clarity, I know that I'd sooner cut off my hands than show the true depth of that rage to Saya. I knew she knew that, as I turned my back to her and slowly walked away. Now it's time to stab your dad! The sword fixes everything! Rather than helping me calm down, walking with no company other than my own only seems to vex me further. I keep playing through the exchange in my mind, thinking about all the other ways it could have ended. Is that what Saya thinks about me? Selfish and arrogant?
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare deny that I'm not, to some extent. And it is true that I still don't understand what sort of force I've unleashed upon the world, but surely I have the right to protect those close to me. Surely I should be given the chance to fight for what I want, right? Excuse me. Suppose we simply have opposing lines of thoughts. I knew that I shouldn't have let myself entertain fantasies about her, and yet under the shimmering surface of anger there was something else. I don't know how it's her fault, bro. I think it's on you. Hurt, a pang of loss of what could have been. It's only after I focus on that feeling that it suddenly overtakes everything else, leaving me feeling tired and empty. I desperately reach back towards the anger that had seemed to fill my very bones moments before. Even that's gone. What is left for me in this life? I don't have much of a future ahead of me, that's for sure. Yukio won't always be there for me, and when he's gone, I'll be alone save for a drunk man I'll have to care for. It is perhaps that lack of any hope or emotion that served as the catalyst. But you can only see the gem once the rock has been carved away. How have I never noticed this before? A beautiful song begging for attention, filled with an unwavering certainty that it has always been there, always ignored. Sweet melody calls. I know if I just listen, everything will be made simple. Everything will be fine. Psych! So it is that, with nothing but bitterness held in my heart, I plunge headfirst into the river of rhythms. I found myself sitting before a small pond. What was I thinking about? Oh well, I'm sure it'll come back soon. Peaceful after all, like this. I'm content, yes. And so I hum the rhythm of contentment, reveling in the way it fills my body. It's only then that I realize I don't know where I am. Night has already fallen, but I can make out a road through the thicket of trees. The rhythm of memories pulses. Ah, that was what I was thinking. The solution to all my problems. Yes, it is so simple. How did I not think of it before? No matter, all will be well now. Ah, yes. The plot thickens. Humming to the rhythm of peace, I set on my way back home. With the darkness of night behind, and the deeper darkness of waste ahead, I walk into the house and close the door behind me. Boy, did you finally decide to scamper back? I don't know how his voice got so southern, but it'd be like that sometimes. He must have heard the wooden Fuller Creek beneath my feet. Well, get your butt in here. Left foot forward, right foot forward. Standing at the entrance of the living room, Father gets up from where he had been sitting on the couch and stumbles forward. Where's the booze? The rhythm of peace bids me to stay silent. All will be well. Answer me. You dare come back without doing one freaking job? You're freaking useless. He backhands my cheek, and I let my head ride with the movement, but maintain my stance. Now go to the freaking store and get some booze. He attempts to push me backwards, but it redirects his force to spin on my heels and walk back outside. Left foot forward. Right foot forward. Oh, he hit him with the spin move. Hit the circle button. A few minutes later, the rhythm of purpose is broken, and I realized I had forgotten to put my shoes back on. No matter, I can still walk. The rhythm of attention pulls me back from the fuzzy landscape of directionless thoughts, and I'm greeted by the lights of the interior of the convenience store. Did I go inside? The door is behind me. Yes, I'm inside. Booze. I walk to the drink section and pick a carton of Father's favorite beer. I turn to go to the cashier before I feel the thrum of rhythm of uncertainty. Something's wrong. The symmetry is wrong. I thought a forgotten roll of string at the top of an aisle. Perfect, a string to bind. I leave the store with both, the beer and the roll of string. What, you gonna tie your dad down? Left foot forward, right foot forward. The rhythm of attention spikes. I stand once more at the entrance to the living room. Father has fallen asleep, judging by his snoring, and the gentle rise and fall of his chest. And perhaps also due to the fact that he hasn't shouted at me yet. I gently place a carton of beer on the coffee table beside him, wary of waking him. Then I unroll a decent length of string and wrap it around his neck. Oh, okay. Alright. The rhythm of knowledge speaks of hundreds of more efficient ways to kill. But no, this is how it is meant to be. Everything aligns perfectly. I don't remember how long I stood there squeezing. I know the thrashing has long stopped. And Father's chest has stopped moving. Feeling bad for getting lost in thought again, I take out a bottle of beer and put it into his hands. All is finally well. So it is that I fall into a deep and peaceful sleep, feeling content at the perfection of my work. Ah, yeah, serial killer time! Woohoo! Bonus story. The light of a new day finds me with a pounding headache. I'll be late to school if I don't get going soon. Dragging myself out of bed, I get changed. Why am I still in my coat? Everything from last night feels as if it were plotted by my mind. What did I do after I left Saya? When did I get back? I'll think about it later. I should get going. Every step I take, however, only amplifies my headache further. Silently peek into the living room on my way out, wondering if Father has fallen asleep in there once again. Yeah, I guess. Why is he so still? And then the memories rush back. His thrashing in my arms, the sweet relief I felt as I finally rid myself of him. No. I wouldn't do that. That's wrong. Taste bile. Unable to bear the sight of my own work, I leave from the house with my shoes half off. Ah, seems like you did it. How could I do such a thing? I held his life in my hands and crushed it without a second thought. Paused by a bush to throw up all the contents of my stomach. Calm down, think clearly. What can I do? I'll go to school. Then when night has fallen, I'll drag my father's body somewhere and bury it. I'll just have to manage on my own from now on. Well, it's not like he was helping out before, so I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I take a moment to calm myself before continuing on my way to school. Calmly this time. It's just when I arrive at the front gates that I heard someone whisper my name. I look around at the entrance for a moment, confused. There's no one around. I dismiss it as my imagination before continuing to my locker. But as I walk, I catch another whisper, just as quiet as the last. Despite my best efforts to ignore them, they continue relentlessly. They pick up frequency until there's barely a pause between each whisper. And still they continue, until there are several overlapping each whisper, and the sheer volume of it all feels like it would burst my mind. I look frantically around the now busy corridor, looking for some sort of relief. And then I finally make out what the whisper has been saying. The problem isn't her, you know. You've always been so selfish. Always so arrogant. You've always been so weak. Too weak to deal with the truth. How could anyone deal with you? You can't even face yourself. Your poor father. No wonder he hated you. And then you had to go and kill him. You simply don't deserve her. It definitely be like that sometimes. The last one feels like a shout, despite its raspy texture, leaving me still as stone. Someone clasps my back. Spin around on Yukino. Who? Oh, Yukino. I was like, who? Oh, hey. I grab him by the collar and push back into a wall. What did you say? My voice comes out as a hiss. Are you alright, Yoru? What did you say? I find myself in silence after a roar, and still the whispers continue. Around me, students look at me with a range of emotions, from worried to confused. The conscious way it's attacking. I feel a surge of shame as I look at Yukio. He just recovered. I should be happy for him. I should be sharing banter with him. Everything should be fine now. And still, the whispers continue, burrowing their sharp truths deeper and deeper into my heart. I feel tears of shame and frustration taint my eyes as I take in myself in its entirety. What have I become? A mindless monster seeking nothing but its own pleasure? I lack even the fundamental understanding of others, which even animals possess. I am so sorry. Turning away from the confusion in his eyes, I try to run away from everything. I know of only one haven. Shifting before all those people doesn't seem like a great idea, so I set my tent to the school rooftops. Oh, poor Yoru. Would you like some pity? You take it, you know you would. You'd love to forget about your empty heart.
Your poor mother, what would she think of you now? Would she weep in shame or abandon you in cold anger?
The whispers disappear completely as soon as I shift, almost as though they were a bubble being popped. As insignificant as a bubble. Feels disturbingly quiet with them. And I can't help but laugh in hysterical joy at the peace of quiet mind. Why have I never appreciated such a simple thing before? The lady, where is she? She's nowhere to be seen. Lady! Lady of the night, I call upon thee!
I hear you, little one. Calm yourself.
I look around and surprisingly find her standing behind me, with her hands clasped before her. Despite her proximity, her features remain as elusive as ever.
Voices are gone now, are they not?
How did you...
I know. Are they gone?
Close my eyes and let those tears of shame finally fall, tinged with those of relief. Did I truly feel relief at not having to face myself? Is that what I've come to? Is that how horrible I've become? Yes. And the act of opening my mouth feels as though it were an opening of my soul and an extension. A well of pain escapes, and then a sob, and before I catch myself, I've spilled a river of tears, of reasons, more various than that worth of counting. What have I become? And there's the lady, with her cheek pressed to mine, and her arms around me. It leaves me stunned. I had never expected such compassion from her.
You're still a child, a lost child, and yet I must still press so much upon you. It is not fair. It's not fair.
I feel the slight shake of her head, and can't tell if she refers to herself or me. I killed him. I killed my father. It doesn't feel real. I wonder how long it'll take to properly sink in.
I know.
Wait a second.
I should have summoned you right away. I knew the rhythms would consume you quickly were you left alone, but still.
You remained still for a few moments. Why didn't she pull me away from my father? Why didn't she save him? No, why didn't she save me, my peace, my humanity? Something else escapes my mouth.
Yukio, I shouldn't have spoken to him like that. He didn't deserve that.
What? Oh.
You were born more than just the bridges of friendship before you're done.
She speaks in a soothing tone, but her words still cut sharply.
But those whispers you heard, they were not of your mind's making.
What do you mean?
They were the precise jabs made to reveal the fruit within a tough shell. I warned you about the wash. Do you think they were only a physical threat?
You mean they can attack your mind? Feel her nod.
Contents of the mind, after all, their sustenance. And truthfully, they are shapeless creatures. They don't have a natural physical form. They reside in the domain of thoughts, not objects.
Yeah, that would have been useful information.
The only reason you can interact with them physically is due to a filter that was put in place long ago. Being able to deal with them physically is a lot easier, and it has certainly made my duty more manageable. Their first and final attack will always be made to the mind. You are what they are after, not your body.
Pulls herself away from me at that and turns to look at the golden horizon. Stand to join her, a question burning at the tip of my tongue. Why me? She shakes her head.
I did not make myself clear. It's not only you, they're after everything. Everything with the droplet of life. They begin their work as soon as you pull that angel free. Do you know how many lives were snatched away while you slept? And how many more since you stepped into this realm? Still, they will try to search for you. They know that only you can injure them. You must be able to defend both yourself and the angel, for if they get a hold of the angel, chaos will reign unreigned.
Feel a claw of fear grip my heart. Not for myself, not exactly. No, the fear that my hands are stained with the lives of thousands, if not millions. How am I to sustain the pain and anger of millions if I can't even handle my own? A single pull, that's all it took. Just a darn sword. No, not millions. Not yet. But it will reach that point eventually. I'll just give you the angel back then. You can put it back where it was, and lock the gates once more. No. The angel will not part with you until you breathe your final breath. I cannot simply take it from you. Her casual tone finally seems to stir some sort of emotion within me. And you, what have you been doing? You stand placing blame and blood atop of me, telling me that thousands are being killed right now, and yet you talk casually as if nothing is amiss. He remains silent and simply takes in a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Sounds of someone so very, very weary of life. If you meet another whilst climbing a mountain, have you not both done the work to get there? Have you not both climbed the same mountain even if you've taken different paths? I assure you, I have been anything but idle, and I know for certain that my path up the mountain is and will always be far steeper than yours. But I am bound alone and armless. I cannot hold them back, let alone fight them by myself. So I ask that you become my knife, lost one, my instrument of order. We are to face what is coming. He wants me to help her, become her weapon. I'm not sure how to feel. I'm not even faced a wash yet, and I'm in such a state, surely it'll spell certain death. The lady herself seems wary of them. You must have seen the apprehension on my face. We all perish someday, Yobu. It is better to choose whilst you still have control of your mind, and can choose to die on your own terms. Must I remind you that you are the one that chose to unlock the gates? No, you did not know the consequences then, but they have come to face you nevertheless. Will you turn your back to them so that they can stab you with your eyes turned away? You can at least die a death with purpose this way. The lady sighs once more, and Yellowsaur seems to become dimmer with her wariness. I wish I could treat you gently, let you be a child that grows due to time rather than circumstances. I wish I were strong enough to shoulder the burden alone, and not have to ask others for things I cannot do myself. Wish I did not have to face that look of betrayal. Her offer entices me the way upon may entice a thirsty man, but which all others would be disgusted to drink from. There is nothing left for me in my world. Perhaps I may find something in hers. I'll do it. The lady merely nods. Very well. First, I must teach you how to defend yourself from the wash. Let's get down to business to defeat the wash. So begin my training. The lady first began by teaching me how to build walls around my mind, protecting my emotions, memories, and self from the wash. It's not possible to not think, for even the act of keeping your mind empty is a form of thinking. However, you can fill your mind so fully with the singular thought that no purchase can be found to dig deeper in. It involved a great deal of sitting still and focusing on objects, both physical and mental. And whenever my concentration wavered, there she was within my mind, forcing in quick shocks of pain. I quickly learned to not slack. Just when I seemed to get the hang of it, however, she changed the exercise, ever so slightly, enough to maintain the original purpose of the exercise, but just different enough to prove a new challenge. Instead of focusing on a singular thing, focus on everything with my perception, or instead of focusing on objects, I would fill myself with an emotion and then push away all emotions and attempt to remain empty. And when I could do so, she would instruct me to remain in the state while standing for hours on end, and then to continue while she hit me with a stick, or conjured illusions to frighten and distract. Do not fight your perceptions, simply accept them, she'd say, or you can feel the pain and fear, use it. Fill yourself with it, and deny yourself the luxury of thought. She was a strict teacher, but fair. Her lessons taught me to appreciate the smallest of things in ways I could not have thought of before. Furthermore, her lessons were so precise. I quickly came to the conclusion that she has done this many times before.
When I asked her about it, she took me to the field of bleeding lilies and seemingly produced a bleeding lily out of nowhere before holding it to my nose. What do you smell? But I'm already recoiling away before she has finished. Speaking. The scent of blood so full fills my lungs that if my eyes were closed, I would have surely thought I had dunked my head into a pool of blood. 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 For every lily you see, a lost has died. Chuckle as I take in the sheer number of lilies stretching into the horizon. Words are lost to me for a short while. How did they die? The lady remains silent, but my training has taught me well, and I catch a hint of discomfort from her. There's always been only a single method of freeing ourselves from the wash. Is it Sudoku? And that is to kill the father or the leader of the wash. The wash still exists, so none have succeeded in destroying him. And how have they been locked up all this time? Once more she hesitates, as though contemplating how much to tell me. If the father is injured enough, he will return to his resting place to heal. The others will follow him, then, and as their leader will always be most vulnerable while healing, and they must defend him. Locks can be put in place to bar them from returning. And the lost all died because no one has managed to survive an extended battle with the father. Always, the final blow is cast at the price of their own life. She remains so still while speaking that it is as though words are spilling from the mouth of a statue. And not once did she even turn in my direction. Is my goal then to kill the father of the wash? The lady seems lost in despairing thought as she slowly nods. Yes. My timing couldn't have been something. I only slept when I was too fatigued to continue lady's exercises, and ate whenever she produced exotic fruits to nourish my body. And I am sure that they were not regular intervals. Furthermore, Yellowsora knew neither night nor day, for it was always in the twilight between the two. When I had the heart to ask the lady how much time had passed since I began my training, she assured me to my great surprise that not longer than a week will have passed by the time I finished her lessons. A week when I had expected months to have passed. In response to my surprise, she said that the flow of time is a curious thing, and I could hear the smile on her lips. Regardless, a time eventually came when the lady came to me with the question. Your mental fortitude has grown to be acceptable, little one, and I believe you are ready to progress. However, you have been gone for a while from your realm. Perhaps you would like to return for a short while before continuing further. I'd be lying if I had said sight did not come to my mind first and foremost, but I managed to dismiss her, somewhat reluctantly. Yukio, however, I need to apologize. I can't simply leave things as they are. He deserves better, but Saya doesn't? Bruh. Okay. Yes, I'd like that. She nods as if she had expected my answer. Very well, but you must be careful. You aren't ready to face a wash yet, so try not to draw their attention. If you find yourself faced with one, shift here at once. I give her my assent before tentatively pushing away Yellowsora. I look around, confused. Oh, it just keeps doing it. The dying evening sun casts a wholly different atmosphere to the place. I think the creator did fix that, but I'm not sure. But I did talk to him about it. He might have fixed it. Now, where would Yukio usually be at this time of day? Either playing video games at his house or walking around town, probably. I should go to his house then and keep an eye out for him on the way. I take the lady's warning to heart as I start walking and try to keep my mind small and closed, as hidden as it can be from the wash. I find myself. Although Yellowsora's constancy can be comforting, sometimes variety has the same effect. The cacophony of sounds and unrestricted color palettes contrast the nature of Yellowsora greatly. My extended stay here has given me a new appreciation for such things. I shake my head as I realize how much I've been taking for granted my entire life.
It is then that I notice him. I stared dumbly, disbelieving of what I was seeing. Yukio walking hand in hand with a girl, although she seemed to be half dragging him around. A deep laugh escapes from my chest, and I let it sing to the rhythm of mirth. Who would have thought? Yukio finally found himself a partner. Both of them look in my direction, and it's only then that I notice the somber cast on Yukio's face. I walk up to them as Yukio's partner looks back, wondering why he stopped moving. Yaru? One and only. Can't help but grin at his befuddled face. Where the hell have you been? He grabs my shoulders and starts shaking me vigorously. You realize how worried I've been? Where did you run off to? And Mia refused to talk about you, and then she disappeared as well. I should have known that things would eventually get to this. Did I tell him about Yosora, the angel, and the wash? Especially before someone I don't know? I had held it back from him before because I never really expected him to believe me. Perhaps he'd think I'd gone insane. I know I certainly would have thought so if someone had come to me with such a story. But a few weeks ago. No, I think it'd be best if he didn't know. If I told him now, I'd have to tell him about Father as well. An image of his decaying corpse comes to mind, and all the mirth ebbs away from me. Father died. God bless. Father died, Yukio. The drinks finally came knocking for the bill. The lie slips from my lips before I can give it a second thought. Yukio stares, his mouth moving wordlessly. Oh, Yoru, I didn't know. He holds me tightly and speaks softly. Sorry, I'm so sorry. If I could carve my own heart out to fill out the emptiness in your chest, I would. And I swear so by everything which I hold dear. You've only ever had scraps to call your own, and now even that's gone. How could he possibly know of these conflicting feelings within me? Yes, I lost my father, and I mourn for everything that could have been mine, but wasn't. That's it. I cannot seem to feel anything for that man except relief. Relief that I'm finally free. And that's perhaps why Yukio has never deserved me as a friend. I can never hope to be as compassionate as him. No, I should be sorry, Yukio. When I said before, you didn't deserve that. He shakes his head. You were hurt and lost. There's nothing to forgive. I understand. Still, I made you worry. For a while, too. Let me do something to make it up to you. Yukio looks into my eyes, and I see how much worry has truly nested within him. And just like that, he smiles and the worry fades away, as if it were smoke. I don't deserve him. Well then, you can make it up to me by joining me and Akino on our stroll. Wouldn't that be rude? But it'll probably also be the last time I'll get to spend with Yukio for a while. I'd love to. Great, let's get introductions out of the way. First then, Yoru, this is Inami Akino. Akino, this is Mitsuboshi Yoru. Finally strikes me why she looks so familiar. She's the girl who tried to steal the man's purse. I look at Yukio and he nods, his eyes telling me to keep that to myself. Pleasure, Miss Inami. Please, I would be so glad to be friends with any friends of Yukio. Akino is just fine. Only on the condition that you call me Yoru. It's nice to meet you then, Yoru. I nod with a smile. Likewise. Right, where are we going again? My appearance seems to have reanimated Yukio back to life. I can't help but feel bad about how deeply my disappearance affected Yukio. I should warn him before I go away again this time. We spend a great deal of time mindlessly strolling around town, talking about small things, and just enjoying each other's company. Although Akino seemed content to let me and Yukio do most of the talking, since she was happy that Yukio resumed to be his normal self again. Her silence, however, wasn't to be mistaken for complacency. She was quite the match for Yukio's tongue, and wasn't shy about making her own gibs and jokes. She compliments him perfectly. I do hope that they find happiness together. Well, somebody has to. Night has long fallen by the time we decide we're too exhausted to continue any longer. I drag Yukio to the side as Akano makes sit on a bench. Yukio, I'll be gone for a while. I'm afraid we won't see each other again for some time. What? What do you mean? Where are you going? I can't say. His face darkens. Why not? After everything that I've done, you won't tell me why or where you'll be going away? Yukio, it's not about trust. It's dangerous for me here. And if I'm around you all the time, you'll be in danger too. I'm going somewhere safe. Danger? Why? What sort of deaths was your father in? Something I hadn't thought of. Hate having to lie to Yukio, but can't tell him about Yolosora. This will have to do. The sort that gets people killed if they don't pay on time. Is that why you've been away? Has something to do with it, yes. I can see he's uneasy about that whole prospect, but he seems to believe me. And you're sure that you'll be safe wherever it is you're going to? Safe as I could reasonably be. It'll just be for a short while, to get them off my tail. I'll come back as soon as I can. He nods slowly. It has to be done, it has to be done. There's no going around it. Just be careful. I will. Yukio, could you keep this to yourself? What else did you think I'd do? Find a coconut to scream at? Yikes, you have to resort to inanimate objects now? What happened to your friends? I'm afraid they've all fallen into comas. I can't blame them. My screams are actually that charming. Both clasp hands with a smile. It's goodbye for now, then. Nonsense, we'll be back together by the time you blink. Yukio takes a seat beside Akano, and I make my farewells. You know, it has been a pleasure. You'll be off then? I have a few more errands to take care of tonight, so please excuse me. I lean closer to her and say in a quieter tone, I think you match perfectly with Yukio. I have to go away for a while, so do try to keep him contained in my stead. I see the spark of a question in her eyes, but she smothers it quickly. Of course, he'll be in good hands. We share a small smile. Have a good night then. Good night, Yoru. Okay. Dun dun dun, time to go see Saya. I grimace at the task before me. Never mind. Father's rotting corpse has spread a foul stench around the house, and I am apprehensive about touching him with bare hands. So I do what any sensible man would, and roll him up in some blankets. Is that what a sensible man would do? Okay. And under the hidden spires of the stars, I drag the body across town and into the lake, like a sensible man would. Someone could possibly find it, but it will have to do for now. That just about cuts all my ties to this world. What about Saya? Force an image of Saya out of my mind. Yukio mentioned that she had disappeared. I wonder what happened. You'll see her in Yolosora, I'm sure. None of my business. Still, I found myself reluctant to return to Yolosora so soon. I decided to make one last circuit around town. Find my legs, doing something. So many memories here. I let them flow freely. It's where it all began. That day when I walked home from that spot and met both Saya and Yolosora. Where Saya taught me how to shift, and where we flitted between stalls right before the fireworks. That brief dark space between a blink is from where it took shape. Once more it stands before me with that devilish grin, and once more it peers at me with eyes at once both human and entirely devoid of the notion of humanity. In that moment, all my training and all the lady's warnings seemed but a distant memory I couldn't quite hold on to. But a trick of the mind, she had said, and yet, here it is before me once again, and there is not a single doubt in my mind that it is a wash. Excuse me. So in response to my thoughts, the thing flings itself at my meager mental defenses. And there's not a thing I can do to stop it. It blasts a wave of agony into my mind. I lay on the ground, panting and shivering all over. Nothing the lady had taught me could have possibly prepared me for this ruthlessness. When the lady attacked my mind, it was quick and light. She did not attack with her entirety, for she had a self to hold on to. The more you cast forwards, the more work you have to do to pull yourself back. To attack fully would mean to risk losing that self as you fling everything forwards. Failing to pull back into yourself means to lose all sense of singular identity, as both minds mingle and become one. The wash had no such reservations. Through that brush between our minds, I understood why. It attacked with everything it had because it didn't have anything to hold on to. Nothing but that endless hunger for more, so intense it would probably be better termed as a lust. And I knew that if I were to consume everything I had, it would be nowhere near enough to sate its appetite. I'd wait for the next attack, desperately trying to build mental walls, but all that remained still. Horrified, I turned my gaze inwards and filled the wash as it poked through my memories, brushing aside my defenses as though they were merely annoying flies. The fear I felt then was absolute in its dominion over both my body and soul. I was powerless. There was no death awaiting me. This was the robbery of self, of an identity. It would be far more merciful to die than to live as an empty shell, knowing that you've lost something vital, and yet not knowing exactly what. The wash finally finds what it was looking for. It tugs on my memories of Mother. With a savage scream, I try to push away its grip on my mind, desperately trying to keep hold of my memories. For the time it takes for my heart to beat once, I thought I did it. And then I sensed its wicked amusement at my struggle. It was toying with me. And then it tugs on Saya, Yukio, father even. It would tug at something here, only to then pull something from somewhere else. I did not know if it was snatching away things before I could perceive them, or anything. It did actually have an effect. But I did know that I couldn't keep it up much longer. It took a savage glee in my hopelessness. One moment the wash is groping around in my mind, in a manner almost perverted, and the next it is gone, as if it had never existed. I open my tightly knit eyes, and find the radiating white-blue blade where the wash stood. And behind the blade is the image of a radiant knight defiantly staring up at the dark monstrosity pops into my mind, and I laugh maniacally at its familiarity. Said Saya? The laugh also held a song of relief, for my mind was mine again, and I could once more think that what I wished. The girl dismisses the blade into a coalesced mist and leans over me, her eyes wide with worry, and her long dark hair curls away the world from us. Are you alright, Yoru? Saya, how is it that you're always here when I need help the most? That first day, how did you even find me? Her mouth moves wordlessly, the gatekeeper of secrets, wondering how much to let out. I suppose I just always keep a keen eye out. I eye her, but don't pry any further. Thanks, you really saved me there. Yeah, sure, but what was it doing? You were just lying on the ground looking pained as it stood over you. Suppose that must have looked pretty pathetic from an outside perspective. Having to look up at her while I lay on the ground is embarrassing enough, so I struggle up onto my knees. Are you sure you can stand right now? No. Yes. I wobble up into some semblance of a stand, distilling my memories and emotions. I assume the ladies taught you about the wash, assuming you have that. I gesture towards where the angel had disappeared from her hands. She nods slowly. It's nothing like her training. I don't have it in me to say anymore, so I remain silent and merely shake my head. Did it take anything? I look away to hide the tendril of fear that I know must be within my eyes. I don't know. I don't think so, at least. So fast, though, I can't be sure. An awkward silence settles between us, then, both of us knowing exactly what's on the other's mind. Stretches for a while before she finally glares at me and says, Say it already. I nod, as if I had asked her for her permission to speak. After all you said to me, why did you take it to yourself? She looks at me and then away several times before replying. Yoru, what I said that day, I didn't mean any of it. I was just worried for you,
and I didn't convey it properly. I don't think you're arrogant or selfish, quite the opposite. I was just so worried. I didn't understand what you had done. But I knew you were in danger, and how am I supposed to protect you against something I can't understand? But after I saw how you managed to contain your anger after I saw you walk away, I felt so ashamed. How could I call you a friend if I couldn't give you the same care and respect that you gave me? I'm sorry, Yoru. I'm sorry. I clenched my jaws at those eyes threatening to spill tears, nod, and remain silent. How could I dare to have thought to become friends with this person? I could act for sure. But if she's willing to lie to my face and look at me with teary eyes to win my sympathy, then I truly am sorry to have met her. I can't simply admit that she had her own ambitions all along then. Yoru, look at me. Yoru, please, you have to believe me. Our minds brushed at that moment, a contact so brief. I surely would have thought I imagined it, had I not felt that depth of emotion. It lacked all of the lady's control when she touched my mind, but it was enough. I look into Saya's eyes with what I'm sure is the perfect expression of surprise. Those tears finally fall as she begins shaking all over. What I felt in that brief contact didn't make any sense at all. A desperate yearning, and desperate does not even fully encompass its full breadth. An ocean of fear, fear that she may have lost something precious. I knew the full depth of her loneliness in that moment, and how much she worried for me. I feel my heart quiver as I stare at those tears, genuine, spilled for me. And yet there was something so profoundly wrong with them, on that face. The face should not be streaked with tears, but crinkled with smiles. That voice should not shake with worry, but sing with joy. How could I have doubted her? Were I given an empty lake to fill with my shame at that moment, I'm sure it would not have been enough. Before I could give it a second thought, I pulled her close to my chest. I believe you. I believe you. And still I was shocked at what I had felt from her. It felt to me as if I had been told I was blind my entire life, and so I kept my eyes shut. Except when I opened those eyes one day, a whole world had been right there all along. How much have I missed? How much have I been blind to? She starts shaking so hard, I worry she may injure herself. What's wrong? Her whisper is so quiet, I can barely distinguish it from the bitter sigh of the winter wind. Nothing's wrong anymore. I knew that the intimate warmth of that moment could not last forever, but I tried to keep it clutched in my grasp for as long as I could. Eventually, however, I had to pull away. Yoru? There's something I need to know. Although I sense her confusion, she remains silent as I hold on to her before shifting. My gaze immediately turns upwards to the figure sitting on a moon. You lied to me. Why? You told me that what I saw that day was my own imagination, but it was a wash, wasn't it? Gates between our worlds were open before I even took the angel. Ah ha ha. Plot twist. Saya gasped quietly beside me. How can that be? Because it is not so. No, the gates were closed before you took the angel. However, the lock system that Aiden created so long ago, it is failing. And I suspect it has been failing for the past few Elmen, if not longer. Some time ago, I thought I could perhaps mend them, so I searched among Aiden's remembrance constellations, hoping to find his notes on the working of the locks. Alas, it was futile. I should have been with him during those times. I should have stood by him. The gentle light of Yellowsor becomes weak and pale, and the winds still their playful dance. I cannot fully comprehend the entirety of what the lady said, but the thought that we won't be safe even behind some supernatural gate is disturbing. After the Wash were first trapped behind the gates, they attempted to puncture through the material holding them back. The Wash burrowed further and further until small cracks eventually yielded. They would send agents in to spy and observe. So subtle were they that I did not even know of their existence for the longest time. That, however, was the extent of their power. They could not afford to expend any more energy. What they looked for during the time that the gates are closed, I can only guess. The resting place of the angel, perhaps they know that if they can claim the angel, then nothing can stop them. The day you saw that wash, you were in the act of shifting. You were in the twilight zone between realms, and the membrane between the realms should have been weakest there. This allowed you to perceive the wash. It is a good thing you lost your focus, however, for otherwise you would have led them right here. What you said is true, then that means there really is no use in closing the gates again. At least not in the long term. We need to find a way to remove them indefinitely. So, we must kill the father? Lady pauses for a breath too long, and I expect her to deny Saya's comment. So, we must kill the father. Okay, let's do it. Once more, I resign myself to the lady's teachings. Nice. What I had learned before was control over my mind. Now the lady taught me control over the body. First, the lady introduced us to the dilemma that we must face when confronting a wash. Fighting a wash is much like fighting against oneself. Their ability to read thoughts allows them to act before one has made their move. The only weapon that can be wielded against such certainty is confusion. Thus, two battles must be simultaneously fought, one with yourself within the mind, where you must confuse the wash as to what you intend to do next, and the other with the physical body. First came long strings of confusing motions, which she expected us to quickly memorize and repeat endlessly. The lady claimed that before we can even hold a battle stance, we must understand the concept of flow. The majority of your efforts when fighting a wash be directed towards mental defenses and attacks. Thus your body must be able to move naturally and without friction. Understanding the concept of flow will allow you to maintain a physical front without much exertion. After an eternity of such motions, the lady finally seemed satisfied. Next came concepts of maintaining battle stances and stable footing, which seemed to blend quite well with what we had done previously. However, I quickly gleaned that Saya had learned the same lessons as I over mental control. How can that be? If she bonded her angel soon after our last meeting, that would mean that we had undergone training almost simultaneously. Confused, I share my thoughts with the lady. Yes, you are right. You both learned at the same time. But how? That would mean that you were at two places at once. The lady laughs a silent laugh. Indeed. So I decided to just accept it as it is and not drive my brain into knots. The lady's exercises only became more vigorous from there. Demonstrated how the angel's form and weight can be altered to suit the user's needs, and then would have us swing the angel thousands of times while keeping them as heavy as possible. And then we would cycle through various calisthenics. Calisthenics? Okay. And would have us continue until we were too weak to even be sick. When we were resting from physical exercises, the lady taught us how to brush against another's mind, and then would have us play mental games where one would hide a small secret in the nook of the mind, and the other had to search for it. I quickly came to learn a lot about Saya, and she learned an equal amount about me. We both enjoyed the games of mental tag immensely. It was an appreciated break from the lady's brutal lessons. During that time, however, I also came to learn a lot more about Yosora. The lady would take us to a myriad of locations and give us a range of tasks. Once, she had us jog by a beach, overlooking emerald green waters that would crash against the sands with a sound akin to that of shining crystals. I would have greatly appreciated the view had I not been dying for breath, and my legs screaming as I sought to dig them out of the clutching grasp of that sand. Another time, she took us to a dark corner of Yosora, where it snowed and the trees luxuriously stretched out strange branches that held glowing blue crystals at their ends, casting an eerie atmosphere to the otherwise dim location. The lady created for us mirror images of ourselves, which she made us spar into nothing but our underclothes. The biting chill of the snow made it difficult to focus on anything but moving my frigid limbs,
let alone planning false intentions of attacks that I believed wholly to be true. I often found myself in perplexing situations in which my image self held me in a wrist lock or grapple maneuver, but my mind told me that I was in fact holding the image. It reminded me of how dizzying it felt when I confronted the wash, and I realized just how much more I need to train in order to overcome such an adversary again. So I devoted myself to the lady's lessons with an incomprehensible frenzy. Did not know exactly what I was reaching towards, or what sort of future I was trying to build for myself. But I did not know. I did know that I had to get stronger. That was all there was to it. Eventually, the lady strove to teach us how to fight with Angel. Teaching you how to wield a sword with any degree of mastery would take far more time than that which we have. Thus, you must rely entirely on the rhythms in this regard. To do that, you must learn how to call upon the rhythms at your own behest, and then to control them, such that they do not control you, or lead you into making irrational decisions. The lady had us meditate until we could make out the constant beat of the rhythms that lay just as at the edge of perception. Then she would tell us to try to individualize the different rhythms and hum out loud a rhythm as she requested. Becoming aware of the rhythms had a strange effect on me, for I immediately sensed an impulse, or rather a suggestion from a source certainly separate from my own mind, to do one thing or another. And I realized that these suggestions would stay exactly that until I stepped holding the rhythm and immersed myself fully in it. When we became proficient at listening to the rhythm, she had us hold a battle stance with the angel, perform strokes using the rhythms. It was disconcerting at first, for several rhythms would suggest competing actions, and choosing the most suitable one was clumsy and slow. The lady said that I must immerse myself more in the flow so that I do not need to stop and consider each action, but simply feel them. Although I doubted it would be that simple. I found that it became easier to feel the flow of the movement as I practiced more, and my strokes soon became faster and smoother. When Saya and I became proficient enough, the lady bade us to make our angel dull and short. We would spar with each other then, as we attempted to pierce the other's mind, predict their next movement, while also maintaining control of the rhythms. The lady devised a simple game in which one had to make the other submit in order to win a point. The game consisted of 5 rounds that would end whenever a point was won. To my initial surprise, Saya proved to be my equal match in a fight. I learned that the hard way with an almost broken wrist. As we tired, the length of the matches began to increase from seconds to minutes and to eventually what felt like hours. Although I doubt that it would be possible to make a wash submit in a fight, the games proved useful in learning how to fight alongside the rhythms. Despite our constant close proximity, Saya and I seldom had the chance to interact. We were either facing each other or too tired to talk after training. Time in Yellow Sword came to be a lonely journey. However, I was determined to learn as much as I possibly could. These are the Anthrib. I don't know. On 2 pedestals before the lady appear a set of folded clothing on each. They are the natural sisters to the Angel and act as a defensive measure where the Angel acts as an offensive measure. As well as offering mental clarity, they can be used as a secondary weapon or utility. Saya, if you would please come here. The lady offers her one of the garments, and I look away as she changes into them. A surprised gasp from Saya beckons my attention. First, I was entranced by how the dress seemed to press Saya, sculpting around her body in a distracting manner. The dress itself was an ivory white radiating to a night blue, accented by golden threads giving it a noble look. But then I noticed the dress was defying gravity. The extremities of the garment held themselves upwards, gently floating above shoulder height. The Anthrib have loose ends that can be shaped and directed, much like the form of the Angel. These can be used as secondary weapons. Loose ends of the Anthrib turn outward outwards with spiked ends. Catch a glisten of light. Oh, sorry. The loose ends of the end thread turn outwards with spiked ends. I catch a glisten of the light on it, and the texture of the material changes slightly, almost as though it has hardened into metal. A tool of mobility. The ends seem to soften back to their original form, and then push against the ground, throwing Saya into the air. She yelps in surprise, and I rush forward to catch her, but I'm too far. Thankfully, the dress folds beneath Saya as she reaches the ground, and she elegantly lands on both feet. And perhaps something more, given enough time and practice. Three ends gather behind Saya and form the shape of two large wings. The texture of the dress changes once more into something I can't quite place. Excuse me. And then she's in the air, hovering above both the lady and I. Almost as quickly as she was sent up, she descends back down, and the Entherb returns to an unspecified form. I open my mouth to thank the lady for her generous gift before she cuts through. Do not mistake me, I am not offering you these gifts. These are masterworks, woven and given function by my own hands. If you have any inclination of donning these garments, you must first prove yourselves. She waves her hand, and Saya is once more in her own clothing, and the Entherb on the pedestal. Seems a bit unfair. After all we've been through, it would be nice to receive something in return. I keep my dismay to myself, however. What do we need to do? Task is simple. Oh. My task is simple. Locate and annihilate a wash. It may take as much time as you need, however, I will not aid you in the slightest. Be it by locating the wash or subduing them. Furthermore, you will not be allowed to aid each other. You may not confer with each other either. Each other nor fight together. Your kill must be yours and yours alone. Do you accept my offer? Well, it's not like we have any other choice. Grumble all you want. I was going after that Entherb. I accept the offer. Saya's eyes glisten with excitement. She gazes at the Entherb she had worn but moments ago. I suppose being able to fly around does seem like a very appealing prospect. Being able to form weapons on the fly also seems like it could be very useful for dealing with the wash. Well, the mere concept of the Entherb is phenomenal. What sort of technology was used to create them, I wonder? Anyway, it's not like it's much of a choice. Except as well. The lady nods, and the pedestals, as well as the Entherb on them, disappear. The lady herself once more lounges on the moon overhead. Good luck then. I'll know when you've completed your task. That catches my attention, and I offer her a small smile. First to get back wins? You bet. Saya shifts back before me, and we exchange a glance before turning our backs to each other and walking in opposite directions. The winter wind has become sharp and bitter in the time I've been away. We are probably well into the coldest days of the winter month. So no sane person would be out on such a day. Pulling myself back, I take a look around in the snow-enveloped park and realize that I have no idea what to do or where to look. Where would the wash lurk? Are they many in number? Well, the lady said that thousands of lives have been lost when I first started training with her, so it is probably safe to assume that they are large in number. Hopefully means I won't have to look around for too long. But I wonder if they have any physical preferences. Do they come only at night and stay in the dark and dingy places? Are they attracted to the scent of blood, or no, perhaps the scent of emotions? That would align with everything I know about them so far. They'll probably be lurking around very extroverted people, perhaps large masses of people. I don't have any luck with any of those. I could perhaps flare my emotions to a high intensity. I have to be careful to rein it in, though. If it's too much, I'll most likely be flocked by dozens of wash. How to do that, though? Stand at the edge of edge of a high building, walk on to a busy road. Rhythms hum to a crescendo within me, as though an answer. Oh, that could work too. Reaching out to the rhythms with the poise of an practiced hand, search for a fitting emotion. Hatred or excitement, boredom, peace? Peace will do well. I let the rhythm rise into a soft hum. However, I still keep myself from being fully immersed in it. More delicate balance, certainly more refined than my touch when I had first reached for the rhythms. I let the rhythms take charge of my direction and pace, and I merely become an observer. So it is that my heart did a somersault when someone burst out from a cluster of trees ahead of me. First, I wasn't sure what my eyes were exactly perceiving. A female with dark wrappings over their head? Then the wrappings around the person's head unfurl into two wings, revealing a vampiric wash latched onto the poor girl. Being hard. Ugh. Rhythm of peace swiftly changes into disgust. As the rhythm rises to a crescendo, the wash lets out a terrible screech, both rumbling and shrill at once. Sound certainly would have thought impossible had I not heard it with my own ears. Mental barrage begins as the wash attempts to burrow past my defenses. I've spent much time and effort fortifying and catering to my mind, however, and I surprise even myself by how easily I brush the wash's consciousness aside. Another nightmare screech, and I catch a hint of anger from it. Brandishing the monster's wings, the wash brushes its mind with the girl it's latched onto. I feel the horror in my chest as the wash directs the girl forwards and takes over both her mind and body. She throws herself at me in a crude fashion, relying more on sheer force than any coordination of her movements, as the wash itself attempts to scratch me with its wicked claws. The influence of the wash over the girl was disgusting. It was a defilement, an atrocity worse than any crime. This was the robbing of a person of mind and body wholly. Driven by a sense of repulsion, I summoned my angel and hastily swiped at the wash, much as one would stamp on a disgusting bug briskly. I did not expect, however, the surge of excitement and desire the wash spilled out at the sight of the angel. Abandoning the girl, it threw itself at me in a crazed frenzy, doubling its mental efforts as well. Not having to worry about hurting the girl anymore, I stopped restricting my attacks. I perform a perfect forward diagonal cut. Quick, however, and dodges backwards. In that moment, where it loses its backward momentum and attempts to move forward, I lunge forwards once more, impaling the wash with the angel. Feel a surge of satisfaction just as the rhythm of surprise spikes. Something is wrong. As the wash disintegrates into nothing, I notice the girl standing just behind where the wash had been. Confused, I look at where the angel had pierced the girl and down to the hands that gripped the blade. Still disbelieving, I release the angel and catch the girl as she falls back. She begins to fall to the ground. As a ray of the sun falls from the heavens to the darkest depths of the ocean, so too my elation fell from my victory to a hollow horror that rumbled through the marrow of my bones. I look into her eyes, hoping to find some life still in there, hoping that it was all just a mistake, a momentary shock. Nothing. Wait for the blood to corrupt the pure snow, marking my sin for all to see. Man, you killing everybody. But I was not permitted even that. And that made it worse somehow. All were to know the horrid nature of my soul, at least then they would curse me and stay away. But no. No one could truly know until they find me looming over their dying bodies. Instead of the bloody mark of death where the angel had pierced her, her skin had turned a sickly snow white instead. white on white, a mockery of the symbol of purity. Thought I had buried the memories of how I had held the life of my father in my hands. But now it resurfaced, and with it came a plain truth. I'm a killer. Facts. Absolutely. I'm a destroyer of all that is holy. Tried to do the right thing. Tried to paint a scene that even if it were not beautiful, would at least be bearable for me to behold. Instead, I took a knife and ripped the canvas to shreds. And I didn't even get a say in it. Fate has decreed me a murderer, and thus I cannot escape its clenching fingers. Subject of fate, a monster wearing a human form. Single tear is all I can manage to scrape from the depth of my soul. It was not even for the girl, but for the unfairness of it all, and the mountains more of unfairness yet to be dumped on upon my shoulders. Man, oh my god. This guy is the most self-pitying person in the world. It's not even for the girl, it's just for him. Wow. Nice, dude. Should I not be able to say, no, this is not who I wish to be? Should the heavens not grant me at least a chance to redeem myself? A chance to be human? This guy is like the biggest victim I think I've ever seen in a video, like any game. Really annoying. I don't like him. I like the other characters, I don't like this guy too much. No, I could try to run from it all. But I also know I will end up where I had started, for I cannot escape myself. I remained there for a while, far past the time when my body has become stiff at being still for so long. Eventually I forced myself up and laid the girl gently under a tree. With the rhythms of dread and loss singing in a morose duet within me, I gasped for the life of Leo Sora. He lost me. To be honest with you. After he said he shed a tear for himself instead of the girl, I could care less about this character. And eternal darkness greets me. Yoru. Alia. Silence echoes. Her shape suddenly molds from the darkness. She places a hand on my shoulder. What you did there was not your fault. Of course it wasn't. It's never his fault. Sometimes we are presented with possibilities that are beyond our ability to control. You must not let that defeat you. You may not always have control over how something is presented to you, but you most certainly do have control over how you accept and direct it. That wash had already drained most of that girl, but you freed the flicker that still remained within her. That is a good thing, Yorlu. Sorry. I'm tired. Not something to be ashamed of. You saved her from an otherwise horrid fate. But why? How can you consider something so horrible to be a rescue? I warned you, did I not? I told you not to take the angel, but you still did. You must face the consequences now. Bear the unbearable weight. See? He took the angel, so how is it not his fault? How are you going to sit there and tell him it's not his fault when it is his fault? It is his fault. He needs to take responsibility. To that, I have no response. I suppose it is all my fault. Yes, yes it is. Good job. Now, before we return, I must tell you the load you both carry is heavy enough. Do not pile Saya with your own woes. She has an equal share of them, and certainly don't let her pile her own on you. If you are to survive this, do not test the limits of strength of your will. It will be stretched to the barest of its thread. I assure you of this, so do not stack any more than what you must. She falls silent, and I sense that she is waiting for some affirmations from me. I nod meekly. Come on, then. It is cause for some celebration. Yeah, good job killing people, dude. Great. Fantastic. Nice. The lady shifts us to a face of yellow sword foreign to me. An autumn-tinged forest surrounds a small clearing where the lady and I materialized. A single large maple tree sways a gentle dance in the center of the clearing. And before the tree, the Inthrib once more lounges on their pillars. Saya's already there, sitting with her back resting on one of the pillars. She perks up as she hears us approach. It took you so long. I thought it was a race. Briefly considered trying to formulate a reply, but I can't seem to put my own thoughts in order. Takes a look at my face, and I know she can tell that something went wrong. Were you hurt? No, I'm fine. An awkward silence settles over us, which the lady thankfully interrupts quickly. There was a game we used to play long ago. Whenever someone won a challenge, they could pick any item they wished and save it as a token. The loser was presented with that same token at a later time. They would be obliged to follow any instruction the winner gave them. That's a good idea. Sai grins at me slyly before making a show of looking around. She eventually makes her way to the maple tree and plucks off a maple leaf. This will be my token. Use it wisely. I had to learn that lesson the hard way. I catch the whisper of a smile from the lady, but it's gone as quickly as it appeared. Purging all sense of mirth, the lady strides towards the two pillars and stands behind them. Gather here, Saya. You to the left, Yoru to the right. Saya looks at me worriedly. Are you sure you're alright? I know the smile I gave her then was weak, but it was the best I could muster. Let's see what the lady has to say. I promise you the Inthrib in exchange for the eradication of a wash, as I had to know if you were ready to receive them. I'm glad to conclude that you are. She gestures to the Inthrib. Pick them up. They are yours now. You treat them well. Let this also be a mark of your graduation from your days of learning. I have nothing more to teach you, and you are free to roam the realms as you wish. That is, as free as your duties allow you to be. By taking up the angel, you have agreed to bear the burden which the wash force on your realm. Your road grows only even steeper and more treacherous. Before I charge you with your duty, however, allow me to teach you the workings of the Inthrib. You would don them, please. Saya glances at me shyly, so I turn my back to her as I strip and change into the Inthrib. I was given is almost identical to the ivory one Saya had worn a long time ago, except that it has a more masculine cut, composed of both trousers and a formal shirt. Taking a closer look, the loose ends which ladies say can be manipulated are present at almost every extremity of the garments. They seem to be part of the exterior layer of the cloth, so that a layer of the garment is always covering the wearer. As soon as I finish buttoning up the shirt, the loose ends suddenly hover upwards, waving around in random patterns. What was more surprising, however, was the sudden clarity of thought I experienced. If before my thoughts were presented as though I were looking through muddy water, I felt now that the water was clear as crystal. Every memory I have ever experienced felt like it was right there, needing to be picked out. Every passing thought that I have had has formed patterns of my identity that I can now see clearly. It feels like for the first time in my life I am in truly control of my mind. Do you feel the effects? I nod slowly, reveling in how much more responsive my body feels. The Inthrib will prove to be a great asset in your battle against the Wash, as well as enhancing your mental acuteness. They also provide a form of defense, adding a protective layer to the heart of your consciousness. Now listen closely. I will tell you how to manipulate the Inthrib to suit your momentary needs. Much like the angel, the weight, the material, and the shape of the Inthrib can be manipulated by willpower alone. Try giving it a metallic quality. I find it straightforward to follow her instructions by merely extending a mental command to the enter, draping on my arm. I feel my cuff vibrate as though it were made of a very thin material. It might be wrapping, I don't know. Probably said that wrong. Try changing its color to be translucent. Skeptical that anything the sort can be done, I still send the mental command and find my entire body gone when I look down. Holy! Sending the enter another instruction, much like the flexing of a physical muscle, I return it to its regular color. Beginning to see the doors of possibilities the enter open up. Experiment with them. The only limit is your own creativity. Let us return to the larger matter, however. Illusaur seems to dim, putting the lady as the forefront of our attention. Bless. Although much about the existence of the wash remains a mystery, several things have become evident over the course of the ages. Certainties which concern you now are the following. Sometime following the opening of the gates between our worlds, a father or leader of the wash will step into your realm. This father is a major figurehead, for it is he who directs his minions and assigns them tasks. What he will do once given total control of your realm, we have thankfully never had to find out. I am certain that it will not be pleasant for humanity. Secondly, during the time preceding of the Father, agents will be sent forth in order to collect and hoard human essence, which your souls and consciousness are composed of. Collected energy will be directed to the Father in order to do with as he pleases. The fact that you must expend a great deal of that energy in order to step into your physical realm. However, I am not yet certain. So rises your purposes. The Father will undoubtedly step through one day, where you simply cannot stop all the agents that will come through. However, you can reduce the amount of essence that the Father will receive, weakening him and the expanse of his power once he steps through. Make sure that he does not receive any more than scraps, and we may just have a fair chance at toppling him. Make it sound so easy. Reading's hard. Every plan sounds easy, that is, until it is time to execute said plan. Here's your charges then. Save humanity, be the hunters which lurk in the shadows, to destroy the shadows. Weaken the supply of essence flowing to the Father, and kill the Father when he finally steps through. The risk you face is great, but I will seek to aid you as much as I can. Although I can help locate the wash, it will be up to you to eradicate them. You are so certain of the risk we must face. Why will you not help us? She is helping you. I cannot leave this realm. I am bound. Interacting with you directly has already put me at much risk. Sorry that I must leave all the laborious tasks to you, but it is the best I can do. You've done more than enough. The protag sucks. Be like that sometimes. If you seek asylum or just a place to clear your mind, always welcome to you are always welcome here in Illusaur. I will reduce the flow of time so that you do not lose time in your realm while resting. For now, return to your realm. I will inform you once I have located any signs of wash movement. The lady disappears in her usual manner, leaving not a trace that she stood before us but moments before. I'm starting to lose my voice, so... So, what do you plan on doing now? Turn to face Saya, noting how natural it looks to see her in the interrup. I'm not sure. I haven't really given it any thought. I guess I'll rest until the lady finds something. Maybe I'll play around with this. Hold up my arm, referring to the interrup. How about some food? I've been craving for something other than fruits. My mouth waters slightly at the thought of proper food. Although the fruits the lady had provided did recover energies just fine, it simply isn't the same as a hot meal. Sounds great, count me in. Pitch black by the time we returned, and it was difficult to find any sort of restaurant that was still open. Luckily, there was a small ramen shop we found that offered a 24/7 service. I will probably remember that ramen for the rest of my life. The winter darkness combined with the warm meal created a comforting feeling. In that safe little bubble, we could forget about the monsters and strange realms of existence. Simply enjoy the now and then without having the worries of the future pressing us down. It was as I finished with my meal and reached for the wallet in my front pocket that I realized I was no longer in my usual clothing. I turned towards Saya as she brushed it against my mind sharply. Glancing at the shop owner's turned back, I shoot Saya a smile before turning my Interb translucent. I really hope my head isn't visible. Saya looks torn as I silently get up from the table. The man begins to turn around, and Saya finally makes up her mind as she pops out of visibility. What the? Send a mental suggestion out to Saya for us to make a run for it, and I sense her assent a moment later. Already a good distance away, but by the time the shop owner goes out front and yells, "Hey, where did you go?" I can't help but laugh as I imagine the man's face turning a purple red in a mixture of confusion and anger. Soon enough, Saya joins in as well. Let the Interb return to its normal form as I pause to catch my breath. Still grinning, Saya smacks my shoulder. How could you do that? That poor man. Well, did you have any better ideas? No, but we'll pay him back the next time we pass by. I doubt he'll forget about us so soon. Aren't exactly nondescript. Gesture towards the same design of the Interb. They're bound to catch attention anywhere we go. As if you actually will. Just give her a sly look before propelling myself into the air with the Interb. Oh, so we're not only a murderer, we're a thief. Sick. Nice. Drew, get back! I glance back just in time to dodge a punch to the face from Saya. Hey, take it easy. Throws another punch before I can finish speaking. Quickly turn into a rough take on hide and seek, where we used the Interb to pull off impossible acrobatic stunts while attempting to take down each other. I was initially surprised at how easy it was to control the Interb. It seemed to be able to sense my intent whenever I gave it a command, so that it always felt like I was naturally moving a part of myself. I suppose spending all of that time in Yellowsora has given us a childish degeneracy. We always had something to be occupied when we were with Lady. Now that we were suddenly free after so long in growing conditions, it was hard not to feel a youthful sense of excitement. Perhaps it was childish, but I honestly couldn't care. If I have learned anything in the past few weeks, it is that happiness is fleeting, and it deserves to be cherished wholeheartedly when it is found in the hidden nooks of life. Truce, I call for a truce. I'm not sure how much time has passed, but my mind can't take any more of manipulating the Interb, while also maneuvering body safely. Saya relaxes her stance and leans against a tree to catch her breath. Fine by me. Dragging myself to a nearby bench, I dump myself on it unceremoniously. Saya joins me a moment later. Sorry for keeping you. You said you wanted to rest. Not at all. I enjoyed being with you. Bill, you probably want to see your father. Nora wanted to find the angel to help him, didn't you? That is, if you haven't already... Oh, he murdered him. Realized that I still hadn't told Saya about my father. The thought of his death causes the memories of the girl I had murdered to rush back, filling me with a glow of emotion and shame at being so carefree after committing something so horrible. The lady said I had done something good. I don't believe it. Killing is killing, and that girl deserves at least some guilt from my end. Oh. No, he's dead. I thought you said not to share your stupid things with her like that. Okay, good job, dude. What? Fixing me with her dark eyes, an obvious question boiling behind them. I look away from her, ashamed, before answering slowly. Killed him. Why I thought I could trust her with the truth, but not Yukio, I cannot tell. Perhaps it's because she already knew about Yellow Sora and the angel. Perhaps it was something else. Yoru. She remains silent. She knows the true color of my soul then. No more hiding. Surely she'll see just how vile I am now. Yeah, you are. So sure was I that she would simply walk away in disgust. Instead, she placed a gentle hand on top of mine and sent a questioning mental brush. It's okay, I kill people too! The lady warned me not to, but the events spill out, and she watches them play out in my eyes. I don't hold anything back, and let her observe my reaction from being horrified at first, and indifferent by the time I tell Yukio about it. Keep back what had happened earlier with the girl, though. You've seen everything. We simply sit quiet for a while. I think life will simply throw things at you sometimes. It's natural. But you need to be strong enough to endure those things, and wise enough to learn from them. You didn't have control over yourself, Yoru. No one can blame you for that. Oh, no one can blame him. No, who dare? Who dare blame Yoru? Perhaps you feel guilty that you can't feel any remorse for your father, but that's natural too. After all the time you spent together, and all he's done to you, anyone would feel the same way. So, I don't know, don't put everybody in the bubble of Yoru. His moral ambiguity does not fit well with normal people. He cups my head with a gentle hand and forces me to look into her eyes. I don't think you're a monster. Well, I do. I feel a heavy burden lifted from my shoulder. What exactly the burden was, or why it unloaded at that moment, I cannot say. But I'm so happy she likes that I kill people. It's so great. I did feel, however, an intimate sense of understanding. Felt like I was no longer facing the dark uncertainty of the future alone anymore. I told you, they were murdered together. For that, I'll be eternally grateful. Thank you. Referring to more than just her comment, I'm sure she understood that. Letting my thoughts sweep me away, I simply enjoy Saya's silent but comforting company. Not sure what the next few days or weeks will bring, but I'll at least enjoy this sip of contentment while it lasts. Can we get a time skip or something? Please. It's just as I'm about to slip into a light doze that I feel like a noticeable tug stemming from the light of Yellow Sora. I always imagined to be within me. And then I feel a familiar sensation as the lady's mind brushes against mine. Make out the image of 3 small wash in a gloomy alleyway, ambushing anyone unfortunate enough to be passing through. Pulling myself back, I look at Saya, who's focusing on something out of sight. 3 nearby the school, you? Saya noticeably returns her focus to the physical realm. One in the hotel building across town. I nod, letting the weight of our task settle in. This will be the first of many such forays. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, same to you. Gets up to walk away, but I experience an uneasy sensation. Saya. Take a hold of her hand, stopping her. Be careful. Turns around to look me in the eye and gives me a beautiful smile. Don't you realize who you're talking to? I'm always careful. I think you're the one who should be keeping an extra eye out. Then my hand is left holding nothing but air. She uses her inthrob to propel herself high into the air faster than any bullet. My task set out clearly before me, I square my shoulders and take in a deep breath. Time to kill some non-physical but trapped in a physical form of motion-feeding vampire things. Here we go. Got lost briefly, but I quickly figured out how to contact the lady from this realm. She was able to give me some clearer directions. Standing at the mouth of the alley now. I summon my angel and adjust its size to suit the smaller area, wary of how the wash could hide themselves in the darkness. I shall successfully make the intub glow a bright white, and then I take the first step, carefully make my way deeper into the alley. Just as I'm about to reach an opening into another alley, the rhythm of alarm spikes, and I'm twisting upwards with the angel, held towards the sky before I can register my movement. The angel pierces the wash without any resistance, and it quickly evaporates into nothing. I hear the thump of two other bodies hitting the ground. A slight prick against my mind. Swooping low with the angel, I turn around to face the monkey-shaped wash. They both dodge backwards, very much in the manner in which monkeys would move. Isn't it strange how the forms of different wash vary so greatly? The first one I saw looked like a man, the one from earlier looked like a bat, and now these. Dashing forwards, I keep my body low and stab the angel upwards and towards the wash. It dashes backward with the jump once more, however I adjust the form of the angel, making it sinuous and long, catching as it reaches its apex in the air. Shifting my attention to the last remaining wash, I return the angel to a smaller form. It attempts a mental attack, but it quickly realizes it's no use and adopts an aggressive stance. Relaxing my own stance, I cut upwards as it throws itself at me with its hands outstretched, floppy. I dismiss the angel and look around the now empty alley. These wash really didn't seem that capable. I wonder if their size has something to do with their strength. The bat-like wash I had fought earlier certainly possessed more mental strength, not the same physical prowess. Could be because you have the intho too, maybe. That would make sense. And the wash that looked like a human was definitely more powerful than any of the wash I've encountered since. As I start making my way back out the alley, that I feel that lady's mind once more. An image of Akano, walking alone in the darkness, I received the impression that I should go further into the alley. Curious, I removed the glow from the intherb and ventured towards the source of the lady's signal. Uh-oh, he's gonna murder Akano. That's what he does. Not too much longer until I catch sight of Akano and start tailing her from a safe distance. She passes through several alleyways, eventually ending up in an open space behind a tall building.
Hey there, pretty girl. What you doing out so late?
Dashed into the embracing shadow of a building at the sound of the voice. Darn, I should have heard of those shuffling feet earlier. There are several dim lamplights scattered around the area, which I used to try to make out the scene. A few snickers replied to the voice. Seems like a gang of ruffians, the type of people you should obviously expect at this time of night. In the winter, though, what the heck are they doing in the cold? Akino lets out a short yelp as one of the members of the gang backs the girl into a wall and puts his arms above her head, effectively pinning her in. Probably the gang leader.
Don't seem like she's in much of a hurry though, eh, boys? Well, if you don't have anywhere to be, how about some fun, pretty girl? I'm sure someone as young as you will enjoy it real good, eh? Tell you what, I'll even go real gentle the first round, just to get you properly introduced and all, to get you in the mood and all, right? Well, this is unnecessary.
Well, crap, what now? Summoned my angel, but do I dare pile the blood of 5 more on my head for the sake of one girl I barely know? I mean, you've been killing people anyways. But my resolve steeling itself against my mind and reached towards the angel. And then, through either a stroke of beautiful and merciful luck or disguised cruelty, I hear a familiar tune from behind me. Emerging from another alley, I find the outline of Yukino, with a bouquet of flowers in one hand.
Why are they meeting in alleyways? I don't understand.
Whistling tune is quickly silenced as he makes out the scene ahead. Luckily the gang haven't noticed him yet. What is he doing here though? Not exactly a spot you would end up if you were randomly wandering around. No, put that aside. I don't Act quickly though, they'll both get hurt. He suddenly dashes towards Akino without any warning. Darn it, Yukio? Scrambling for ideas, I do the first thing that comes to mind. Telling myself silently to where Yukio had emerged from, I make the enthurb glow brightly from red to blue and black. Blue and back, I guess. Picking a trash can as loudly as I can before dashing forwards, I yell,
Please get back here, young man.
The gang leader finally turns his head and simultaneously notices both Yukio and I, hopefully in what looked like a chase. Yukio peeks backwards at the sound of my voice, but thankfully doesn't stop running.
Crap, scram, boys.
So you weren't going to do that unless Yukio showed up? Is that what you're telling me, guy? I really cannot stand this main character. The gang might not have even saved her from being raped. That's so sad. This main character is the worst. The gang rushed inside a nearby building, and with their backs to Yukio, don't notice him grabbing Akino's hand and pulling her along into a dash. As they both become indistinguishable in the darkness of the night, I slow down and stop the enthrb's glow. I should probably get out of here before the gang decides to come back out. Jumping higher than humanly possible, with the aid of the enthurb, I latch onto the balcony railing the nearby building and throw myself upwards again. Jumping from balcony to balcony, I make my way to the top of the building, where I crouch down to check the gang. Seems they still haven't come out. That was bold of him. Very creative thinking on your part, too. I nearly fall off the edge of the rooftop as I hear a voice right beside me. Heart hammering, I turn my head to find a familiar figure.
Isabel. Aye, it is I.
What are you doing here? How are you here?
The lost reside within the angel. Whenever you summon it, we awaken from a sort of slumber and become aware of the world.
What do you mean the lost reside within the angel? It means they reside within the angel, my guy. You don't need to ask God, bro. He remains silent for a moment, as though grasping for a proper reply.
Surely you have felt them when you reach for the rhythms. Rhythms themselves are only highly compressed memories and emotions of the lost.
When a rhythm suddenly rises in volume, it is usually some sort of signal from us. See,
we fight with you always. So when you're exhausted and facing impossible odds, remember that we are there with you. We're fighting too. Well, you've all lost, so that doesn't make me feel any better.
I thank you. Waves his hand nonchalantly.
There's no need for thanks. We serve a common cause and should aid each other however much we can. With that said, my consciousness is quickly slipping now that you have dismissed the angel. You could.
He gestures forwards, mimicking the movement of summoning the angel.
Ah, of course.
Calling on the angel, I shape it into a small and light dagger, which I can hold without being distracted.
Thank you, that feels much better.
Surely enough, where the edges of asphalt's form were hazy before, they now seem completely solid.
About before. What's done is done. I won't hold your decisions against you. They are yours, after all. We just have to do the best we can with what we have.
Getting up to his feet, he looks over the glistening light of homes and public spaces.
Our existence has clearly been a lot more peaceful now that the gates are open. These moments when we are awake are certainly to be treasured.
Unexpectedly, I feel a brief contact from the lady.
What is it?
Lady, she's summoning me, and she doesn't seem very happy.
You better get going then. It might be important.
I nod, feeling uneasy.
Till we meet again. Until we next meet, brother. Brother!
Till we next meet. With that, I dismiss the angel and heed the lady's summons. I find her pacing anxiously among the fields of grass. The expression of discomfort seems so unnatural on her. He's been captured.
What?
I cannot feel Saya's presence any longer. I feel she was caught unaware.
What do you mean, caught? By who?
The Wash, who else?
It is due to my lack of foresight. I did not expect them to hunt anything other than small prey so soon, let alone for them to begin scheming. This, however,
She shakes her head.
remains above. What are they doing? What they are doing is above, very bold and very dangerous for us.
What will happen to her?
The Anthrop will offer a moderate degree of mental protection, but by keeping her alert and focused. But being alert is not the same as having a strong will. We'll chip at her will, through both physical and mental means. I suspect they have grown very competent over the past few Elmen. They will go after her memories first. They will want to know where I am. Then they'll probably leech her dry and take her angel. Saya is strong, and this process will certainly take some time. But that will be fine by then. They will take their time.
And we're just gonna sit here and talk for years?
We know we cannot find them.
Why not?
Stops her pacing and looks at me like I'm an idiot. Can you feel her any longer? Can you locate the direction of the other angel?
What do you mean?
Shakes her head before continuing her pacing. Never mind, I never taught you how. Another mistake on my part.
So what do we do?
He disappears from her spot and reappears before me a split second later. My vision is filled with the face of darkness and secrets. She lowers her voice to a whisper in a sudden change of dynamic, and I can tell how much frustration she is trying to contain. Anything, everything, you must find her, Yoru, you must! Search every building, every floor, and every room. Search the streets and the alleys. Search behind every pebble and branch if you must.
You know what would help if you told me where she went to. That could possibly help.
If anything stands in your way, I do not care whether they are human or wash. Kill them. They are nothing compared to what is at stake if Saya breaks. You understand me?
She speaks with such an anger, it shrivels my tongue. I would never have expected such intensity from her. Louder this time she repeats,
You understand me?
I nod quickly before taking back control of my tongue. Yes, I will do everything in my power to find her. He hunts for something in my face before finally turning away. Feeling strangely relieved at escaping her intense scrutiny, I try to relax my tense posture.
Go then.
I'm not sure if she kicked me out then or I simply shifted that quickly, but the effect was nevertheless the same.
Oh crap, where am I supposed to even start?
Perhaps if I extend my mind, I can try to feel if any of the wash are in an area. That still means I'll have to go around the entirety of the town, and since I don't know how far I can range mentally, I also don't know how carefully I'll have to move about to catch any wash. Well, there's only one way to find out. The process I adopted was far from perfect, and it was certainly very tedious, but it was the best I could come up with. I would use the Anthrop to jump onto the roof of a building and then extend my mind to survey each room of the buildings. Start from the top floor. Once I finished with the building, I would drop back to the ground and physically circuit around to see if there was anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't. As was the case almost every time, I would jump onto the next building and repeat the process. After finishing a single block, I realized it had taken me several hours and quickly began to despair at how much more area there was to cover. Whenever I began to lose hope, however, Saya's face was there in my mind, screaming for help. I'll find her, I have to. It's only a good while later, as I was crouching on a restaurant's rooftop, that I realized I've been carrying around an incredible source of knowledge. Oh, cool. Summoning the angel, I call out softly. Esfel? Yes? He materializes beside me, forming from a hazy mist. Lady mentioned something about locating the other angel. Do you know anything about that? He nods, looking into the distance. You look inwards, where you usually feel the angel. There's a sort of tether which you can follow. If you tug on it, you'll usually be able to discern the general direction of the other angel. Why do you ask? After I tell him about Saya's capture, he looks at me fixedly. Yoru, if they manage to take the other angel, or even locate the resting place of the angel, it will be the end of everything.
You must find your partner, or aeons of planning and sacrifice will all be gone to waste. I don't think you truly appreciate the delicacy of the lock system, and I doubt you would even if I were to share the knowledge and memories of my terribly long existence. But even if you can't comprehend that, then surely you can comprehend the danger in which your partner is in. Don't intervene soon. She will be broken beyond repair. Herself, her soul, will be in fractures. She will never be the same person she once was. If you would even dare to call something in such a state a person. He grimaces before continuing slowly. The wash can be very convincing. They will break her inside and out. If there's a weakness, you can be sure they'll exploit it, especially as a young woman. Find her. But how, Asvel? I understand she's in danger, but what am I supposed to do? He sighs with a pained expression. That's the problem. There isn't anything you can do besides searching. I know it's not helpful, but try to locate the tether between your angel and constantly checking on it. Check on it. Her captives would have certainly have her blocked off from any external surveillance, but if she manages to create an opening, you must be there. If she manages it, that will be the only chance you'll get, and the window of opportunity will certainly be very narrow. I'm sorry I can't be of any further help. I shake my head, despite feeling the clutches of despair take hold of me. No, thank you. I would never have thought to look for the feather. I'll be sure to remain conscious of it. After my conversation with Asvel, I spent some time trying to find the tether he talked about. It didn't take long, but then I tried to tug on it. It felt as if I was trying to move an entire mountain with just a rope. Putting the entirety of my will behind it, I tried to make it budge. Thought I felt it loosen for a split second, but the feeling was fleeting, and I decided to not raise my hope. After a good while of struggling, I stopped to wipe away the sweat on my face. Despite my best efforts, the tether refused to yield. What are they doing to her? I doubt struggling all day with the tether will do me much good, though. So shoving down my anxiety, I resumed my search. Although I did find and managed to eradicate several small wasps during my search, I was disappointed by the lack of anything larger. I thought that if I could find one of the stronger wash, I might be able to force Saya's whereabouts out of it. When I poked around the minds of the smaller wash, they seemed to lack the complexity of thought, which the larger ones possessed, and they couldn't seem to think of anything besides their craving for more. The greatest challenge I found was perhaps another one of the flying wash, which was thankfully not feeding off of anyone this time. The ability to fly away from my attacks made it quite frustrating to deal with. Although I could lengthen the angel to swipe at it when it flew high, the blade quickly became unwieldy as it became harder to balance it. Eventually I propelled myself into the air with the inthrib and finished it off with a quick cut. Having to jump up and down won't be a great solution for more extended battles though. I ought to ask the lady to teach me how to make wings with the inthrib. Like, this is what he's thinking about instead of being like in a panic search. This character kills me. I think he's a terrible person. I began my search sometime in the morning, and I continued searching throughout the evening and night, my worry for Saya increasing with each empty block I searched. Her last words to me come to mind. Don't you realize who you're talking to? I'm always careful. My throat tightens as desperate fear grips it tightly. Will I ever see Saya again? What if she dies all alone, unable to reach out from the grasp of her heartless captors? Will I eventually find her body and weep over it? Or will they take her corpse as well? No, I will find her. Yeah, maybe look harder, bro. It was that determination that led me to find something curious. It was purely by chance when I was patrolling around an alley surrounding the building I was working on that I noticed a shoe sticking out of a closed bin. Moving closer, I make out a leg. Calming my nerves, I slowly remove the lid of the bin. I find a girl inside. This girl, she looks familiar somehow. Just before the fireworks event. I think she asked me to go with her. Her name was Moriyama?
What is she doing here, though? Who would possibly want her dead? Taking a closer look, I make out a small shred in her shirt. Ripping the shred open, I notice her abdomen area has turned a sickly white color. Other than that, though, there is no sign of injury. I freeze for a moment, shocked. Then I push in the leg that was sticking out, put the lid back on, and quietly walk away. So you don't bury her, you just put her back in the trash can. What a fantastic character. This guy absolutely sucks, actually. I searched through the entire night, and until the first rays of the weaker winter sun broke through the clouds to grace the land. The light of the new day found me, looking out haggardly over the town from the top of a squat residential building. Despair had long settled in the deepest recess of my heart, and I wasn't surprised to find yet another building filled with an emptiness that lacked Saya's presence. I had searched through every nook and cranny of the town in vain. I even ran along the entirety of the sewage network, ranging around myself in a long mental radius. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that even the Wash were hiding from me, lest I catch one of them and glean a piece of information on Saya's whereabouts. I have no doubts whatsoever that Saya isn't in this town, and I fear that the Wash may have taken her someplace where I cannot reach her. Desperate and yearning for some interaction with something other than my own anguished thoughts, I decided to report to the lady. Nothing. There's nothing. I've searched high and low, and she's nowhere to be found. Have they taken her to a different realm? One in which we can't reach her? No, the realms of the Wash do not exist physically. They wouldn't be able to transport her until they managed to reap out her soul. And what if they've done that already? She remains silent. The rhythm of frustration builds up to a forte. Shifting to the first place that comes under my grasp, I scream out my pain and fear. Is she already gone? Am I too late? Deep down, however, I know that I don't want the answer. It would break me. Opening my clenched eyes, I find myself staring into the sea of eternity. I feel sharp pain as I remember looking over the sea with Saya by my side. Only I knew how much I had in my grasp back then. Maybe you shouldn't be being a little and keep looking with her, bro. Looking for her. God, you suck. So much butt, dude. Putting my back to the tree. I'm so frustrated reading this. This character is garbage. You wanna know how I know he's garbage? When she first thought, why does the lady, when they first meet about Saya being missing, have to convince him that it's important to find her? Like, as soon as she told him that she was missing, he should have went in like a panicked state and went to look for her. Why does the lady have to sit there and like exclaim how important it is to find her? That's all she did, because she said she couldn't find her. The main character's trash, and I hate him. I think he's the worst. Putting my back to the tree, I left my body slide to the ground. Feeling weary to the bone, I secluded myself from the outside world, digging deeper into myself. The rhythms rise up, and I let them do as they wish. I don't need to look up to see the lady has joined me. What do you call yourself? This is important. This is important. While Saya's missing. Great job, dude. I hate this character. Why do you call yourself the Lady of the Night, but fill your garden with the touch of the sun and the sigh of the pleasant wind? That is so important right now. The lady takes a seat but a few feet beside me, under the shade of the large tree. She seems to take a few moments to calculate a proper reply. Perhaps she too has lost herself to her silent work. Because I too run from pain, Yoru. A lot more mortal, a lot more like you than you may think. Cares. The wind seems to adopt a sorrowful movement, mimicking the dying warmth of the sun. The lady is seated but a few feet beside me, yet her features are still indistinguishable from the shadow. Okay, so he's worried about her being reaped, but we're sitting here having this stupid conversation of her general shape. God bless me, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the end. I'm getting really pissed. I feel as though I'm almost able to see her true form, as though her facade is slightly dropping as she is lost in despairing thoughts. She speaks up, though still with a contemplative aura about her. He once composed a song for me, you know. Well, I suppose he composed many, but this one has always latched to my mind so very stiffly. Although I suspect he stole it, always using his memory to find ways to impress me. I hear the hum of a sad, gentle smile on his lip, heard on her lips. Regardless, it went like so. So she sings. Sings in a tongue both as guttural as the growl of a lion and as eloquent as the twittering of hummingbirds. Her voice seems to carry the weight of ages, forgotten and reborn times over, and yet with the peck of darting youth speaking up in a duet. Enrapturing would simply not convey how she managed to mesmerize my mind so fully. The dumbest. As the song dies from her lips, the hollow silence remains with nothing left to fill it. Thank you for sharing that with me. She sighs sadly. Wish I could do more than just sing. That inaction is painful to bear, especially when you know others are being hurt in your own cause. And this piece of crap hero that could actually do something is just sitting next to you, talking to you. I can't think. He's not a hero. He's just a piece of crap. Can't think of a reply to that, so I tried to change the subject. Hoping to improve her mood. I've been meaning to ask you, does the general size of a wash have anything to do with their strength? She nods. Probably have noticed that the smaller wash, the easier they are to deal with, no? When I told you that all the energy with wash reaps is directed back to the father, sometimes the father may decide to let a wash keep the energy, allowing them to grow in strength. This is then reflected physically by their size. I ought to warn you, however, a wash that is strong enough may decide to compress its physical form, deceiving your perception of their strength. You know, you probably should have told both of them that earlier while you were training them for years and a half. I see. Another question then, can anyone see the wash? Yes and no. The human mind is curious, and that it ignores things that it cannot comprehend. The mind unable to comprehend the presence of wash does not relay this information to the forefront of consciousness. Yet, you may come to realize that if someone is forced to perceive the wash in some manner or another, they will suddenly be able to. I nod slowly. I suppose that makes sense. In a gentler tone, the lady says, You ought to rest, Yoru. You cannot keep up. Keep this up, definitely. Keep what up? Sitting here? God. I've already slowed down the flow of time here in Yosora, so you won't lose anything by taking a short break. Yes, that would be nice. But I know I wouldn't be able to close my eyes without being haunted by Saya's shadow. No, I must find her first. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. I forgot she slowed down time, but it doesn't matter. And what if by this time you find her... You were too weird to break her from the clasp of the wash? Were you the one who told me to find her as soon as possible? No! I won't rest until I've found her. What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now, son? I don't feel like arguing any further, so I shift back before the lady says anything else. This character is... In a foul mood, I throw myself down into the streets and simply follow the flow of human traffic. Let my mind take a rest as I mindlessly amble around. My brief moment of peace is ruined. However, when I find a small wash feeding off a sickly-looking man, probing into his mind, I can tell he's already mostly gone. Darn wash has left nothing but a walking corpse. I've never been particularly religious, but I feel the need to send a short prayer after this poor man's soul. I'm not sure if he'll ever know peace now that he's in the hand of the wash, but I dearly hope he will be freed one day. Looking around the faces of the crowd, I quickly make up my mind. Without hesitation, I take two quick steps forward, summon the angel, and impel both the man and the wash. No one even noticed anything until the dead man fell to the ground. I've already ducked around the corner by the time I hear the first shout. I wonder what the doctors will pass off cause of death as. Feeling lost as to what to do next, I continue simply vastly losing interest in what this main character is going to do. wandering around the streets, hoping to find any other wash. On a curious impulse, I let my angel rest on my shoulders as I drifted through the crowds. Despite the bold form that I formed the angel into, no one seemed to look at me twice. Cool, man. Cool. So I guess people... Dude, it's like the ultimate version of suck. So I guess people don't notice the angel, just like the wash. Even that brief search for the wash does not end fruitfully, however. And I'm soon left feeling frustrated and useless. How much is Saya suffering while I just stand around? For perhaps the 1,000th time, I tug on the tether between the angel again. Struggle against it for a moment, hoping against hope. The tether loosens under my grip. I feel a pull from a distant source. Without taking a moment to even properly process the information, I shoot myself forward with the angel to speeds I would not have thought possible before. Everything in my field of vision becomes a streak as I dart through the streets. Exiting the town now, the snow-drenched greenery becomes a solid block of varying shades of gray and white to my eyes. Faster and faster, I have you now. I eventually begin to slow down as I feel the source of the pull becoming imminent, until I can once more distinguish between separate objects. Those sneaky B-words, wonder I couldn't find them. They're out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe if you looked! Maybe if you looked! You said you checked the town. Why would you not look outside the town? Idiot. Moron. Piece of crap. God, I hate you so much. Gently easing myself to the ground before the flimsy-looking structure, I sneak towards a tiny opening in the wall. Putting an eye against the opening, I adjust my eyes to the darkness. A sliver of white fabric. Focusing intently, I make out forms of 3 wash with loose and undefined forms. They look more like blobs of ink than anything else, and they had used their elastic-esque forms to take a shape, sort of a cocoon, around who I could now make out to be Saya. Her eyes were closed, and I certainly would have thought she were dead if it were not for the wash looming behind her. It was using a strange limb to cover her facial orifices. As I watched, it lifted the limb. Still closed, Saya tries to take in a deep breath. But the wash places the limb back before she can draw in any substantial amount of air. And he's just watching? Okay. I make out another limb belonging to the wash at the front. It was making a... I'm not reading this shit. This dude's sitting here fucking... Wow. Its eyes, just like the first wash I had come across, once more strike me as being wrong as it peers at the world with an insatiable hunger. Drawing on the rhythms to aid me now, I dash forward with sure footing while also charging the angel into a shape similar to the blade the wash possessed. Catches my attack and reacts without hesitation, going for my legs. Smoothly stepping backwards, I tear the blade from its hands and throw it aside using the end thread. That doesn't seem to faze it, however, as it simply creates another blade out of thin air and catches my next attack squarely. The fight ebbs to a standstill as we both struggle to push our blades forward. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and throw your remains in a dog crap, you freaking scum! Still maintaining my force, I attempt to sweep its legs before I'm assaulted mentally. What I experienced then isn't quite like anything I felt before. Instead of battering against the walls of my defense, the wash instead sent slivers through the cracks between the cobbles of the white wall and penetrated quickly with a masterful hand. The slivers are gone before I could react, but I know something is missing. The wash had stolen something. Roaring in anger, I put the entirety of my might forwards and slashed wildly into empty space. The wash escaped. Of course he did. I looked around the dim environment cautiously, and then also ventured outwards with my mind. Nothing, it's gone. Adrenaline still coursing through me. I try to hold back this frustration. Freaking coward. You're a coward. You both cowards. You suck. Despite my brash front, however, I feel a tinge of doubt. The wash had been holding back. Of that I'm certain. They really think that stealing that memory is more important than fighting me. Flicker of fear. No, I can't show them any sort of weakness. Stalking my anger back to a sharp brunt, I wrap it around myself like a cloak. Spit at the ground where it stood, and then look around warily, still expecting some sort of attack. My eyes land on Saya's form, however, the fight rushes after me. Something cold seems to seize my heart as I dismiss the angel and rush to her side. Saya? Fury and hate now forgotten, tears spring from my eyes as I take in her wrecked form. Sheer amount of blood on her, and the mouth still pumping out was terrifying. Even like this, though, ruined beyond recognition, she was still beautiful. Saya. Reaching out with shaking hands, I take her hand into my own before shifting. The lady is with me as soon as I materialize, rushing Saya's other side. I sense alarm from her as she takes in Saya's state. Can you help her? She looks into my distressed face and is about to answer when Saya takes in a shuddering breath and blinks her eyes open. Moving her head slowly, she looks around. And then she begins sobbing. Perhaps it was because of the pain, or perhaps it was the relief. I can't begin to imagine how it must have felt for her. Her agitation only brings new tears to my own eyes, however. I was just a little quicker if I had never let her go alone in the first place. The lady hovers her hands above Saya and makes several wide sweeping gestures as though she was gathering something from the air. Bringing the motions to a sharp finish, streamers of golden light flow from her hand and into Saya. All the while, Saya continues crying softly and muttering unintelligently. Is it over? No, this can't be real. How can I be sure this is real? Golden light ceases flowing from the lady's hand, and she places a soothing hand on Saya's forehead. It is real. You are safe. Lady, Yoru? Is that you, Yoru? She looks up at the lady as though she doesn't recognize me. Is that Yoru, lady? Yes. Contrary to calming her, the only intensifies her anxiety. I can't see him. They took him from me. She curls up into the lady's arms and begins wailing. Seeing her in such a state feels as though my heart has been pounding and shattered into 1,000 pieces. What's wrong with her? What is she saying? You must leave immediately, Yoru. I will do what I can to heal her, but you mustn't be here. I will call for you when I'm done. Go. With one last look at Saya's tear-stricken face, I shift back reluctantly. Feeling shaken to the core, I seek out a place that would bring me some solace. I naturally find myself before the late mother had loved so dearly. Taking a seat on the bench, overlooking the lake, I let out a sigh as my feet finally get... You're not gonna go look for the people? How goes your search? You're not gonna go look for the wash, bro? Really? Asbel appears beside me, looking over the lake with a peaceful expression. I notice his hazy outline and summon the angel. I'm about to skip to the end. I'm about tired of this. Dive into a recounting of the past few days and finish with the lady's final words to me. Heart reaches out to yours. I am sure Lyleo will do everything in her power to restore your partner. All in all, though, it could have been much worse. Okay. Give him a hesitant glance, unsure if he was trying to cheer me up or was being serious. Could have just easily been me in her position. It was simply chance that they decided to go after her. I wish it was you in her position. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't know how she managed it. I shudder involuntarily as I remember the gruesome scene. It will have been worse than what you saw. Whenever she got very weak, they would have healed her and started all over again. How many times do you think they cut her open and prodded through her organs, cutting each one of them apart whilst keeping her just barely alive? How many times do you think they forced... Okay, I'm skipping to the end. I'm done with this. We'll be real honest. I can't believe I spent so much time. I can't stand this main character. I'm so annoyed. I'll read this, I guess. Oh, nope. Never mind, I won't. Yeah, I don't care anymore. Darkness, this won't fare well for my sect. I'm sure you realize I can't go anywhere else, Jello. Surely you realize that the corner... Nope, don't care. Yep, I'm the guy that stole the food. Yay! Ah, it's a lightning wash. Lion wash. Cool. Lion wash strong. There you go. Oh, the lady would be proud of it. How awesome I'm killing this thing, maybe. Yay, he beat a wash. Cool. Did you heal her? Is she fine? In a moment. Before you see her, I must ask you not to press her. Be gentle, she's still yelling. You know what happened to her? Like, see, I could skip all that, and it's really not important. Honestly, it's not important. Oh. I had to delve into her mind to make her proud judgment of her injuries. Physical wounds are simple to mend. Emotional wounds, however, they require time. Okay, I do not care about this guy. Or him being hard. Oh, I could care less. Yeah, get mad at her for not looking at you, bro. I don't think this character deserves to be happy, and I feel bad for Saya, but God. Not her fault, this guy sucked. Okay. He admitted she loved her. He loved her. Cool. We gotta be getting close to the end. Okay, that must be a king. Oh, we made it. As if they have been waiting for the signal. I open myself to the rhythms and catch on to the rhythm for clarity. Reshaping the end-joint into a long whip with a short blade at the end. I cast it forwards and across a group of wash, whose eagerness caused their demise. Letting go of clarity. I grip onto agitation and reform the angel into a spear, meeting a small of wash head on. I roll over the squat figure of the first to meet me and hold it in place using the Entherb. With the refined spin of the spear, I manage to get two and another with a quick jab. Turning back to the wash I had restrained, I finish it off with a swing. Behind you. Without looking, I spin the angel and jab backwards. A satisfying thud confirms my kill. I'm sorry, but this is some sort of acrobatic prank. I don't understand. Okay, I'm getting really annoyed. Alright. Na 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 na. He's using a bow and arrow. Still fighting. No, the fight does not truly begin until you gasp breath into your lungs. I cannot seem to hold any air until you go blah blah blah. The fight does not truly begin until you begin thinking traitorous thoughts. It would be so much easier to simply lie down and breathe, you will say. Okay, I thrust forwards, it dodges to the side, but the Entherb is already there. And then I look around for the next opponent, forcing air into my lungs. All that remains, however, is emptiness. And then I'm falling. I can't make any sense. There's something crashing in the snow ahead of me. I can feel something. Get out of my way. Saya's in trouble. I desperately try to make sense of shapes. It's the swordsman. It has to be. Someone is talking. Yukio, I think. Hold him still. Pain in my side flares, but mercifully begins to ebb away, and my consciousness with it. I have to help Saya. She can't manage that wash by herself. With the last of my droplets and my remaining will, I stiffen the Entherb, gather darts, and then even the showers are gone and I'm left floating. She's safe. The sound of rushing feet through the snow. I've long been able to... hang in there, Yoru. The darkness is a strict mistress, however, and she don't adhere to resistance. Looking over me is a striking angel. Hello there. The angel has expectation. Hi, how are you feeling? I'm alright, I guess. Am I dead? That always seems to make the angel more worried. No, you were just saving time, or at least that's what the lady said. That can't be right. That sight as beautiful as yours. Okay, what happened? My memory's seen. I can't remember anything near the end of the battle. You were poisoned, some sort of chemical compound, but you managed to heal me. She nods. Saya brought you back just in time. You were at the brink of death. I had blah blah blah. Something about a swordsman. I turned to face Saya. Swordsman's apparently the father. Did you kill it the last wash? She shakes her head slowly. I thought I did at the time, but it simply vanished. Blah blah blah. So it fled? It didn't come back later? No, it didn't come back. And that is what perplexes me. Why would it flee? What do you mean? You would not have stood a chance if the wash attacked you from the start. Regardless, something something. Now if you still follow, blah blah blah. Let's get to the end of this bad boy. I'm very annoyed. To the side, I spent like 6 hours like reading this, and the main character just gets worse and worse, bro. All of this is for us, of course. Do you see anyone else around? My mouth opens and closes several times. Something, something. This is a great gift. Thank you so much. Waves her hand in a small gesture. Think nothing of it. I know it is small, but it is yours. Not at all. It's perfect. You have my sincerest thanks as well. Perhaps you'll allow me to ask for something of you then. Going to the seating area, she stands behind a short coffee table and turns to face us. I have several errands that I must attend to, and they will require me to leave you for extended duration of time, a duration of time in which you will not be able to contact me. What will you be doing? The errands I speak of may be able to aid you in your battle against the wash. How long will you be gone then? Not long by the perceptions of time, a week at most, a few days at best. I take a moment to consider everything the lady said, blah blah blah. I scan the room before slowly speaking up. The wash can't come here. Of course not. They have yet to find Illusaur, but what does it matter? Worry emanates for both lady and Saya. Shaking my head, I dismiss the angel. Nothing. It's nothing. I guess my nerves haven't quite settled after the battle. You will certainly require time. Okay, but before that, I will not be able to locate Wash. Okay, with it, you will. Okay. She demonstrates by putting her hand on the table, which emits a soft glow. The glow fades as You will also need healing in case you're injured. If you will follow me outside, straight to the entrance to Queen like S, blah, 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 the path life itself in the words, to a recess in the ocean. There were stars branching in from the path and leading downwards, and a short wall had been constructed around the area to keep the water. If you are ever directly wounded, simply lay in the water under the tree. It has the limits of the course, but it should be sufficient for your purposes. What sort of tree is that? It's a magic tree, obviously. God bless. It's his father. Nice. He's in yellow sword. Or something. Good morning. It is always morning here, isn't it? Does that mean I can't wish you a good morning? Blah, blah, blah? I guess he is in need of some sort of explanation. Yukio, blah, blah, blah. Battle, story, long. You called me an angel earlier. Alright, we're making breakfast, I guess. People are dying, but we're just having a fantastic time because time stopped, apparently, allegedly. Okay. And then I'm hovering over the world. No body. If I focus hard enough, I can feel my body. Yoru, I'm here. So be careful, we don't know what we're doing. Astral projecting ourselves. Sick. Oh, we found him. Oh, Yukio. Oh, we found your Yukio. Oh, I'm alive by magic. Cool. You know, time's passing and people are dying. While we're sitting here talking, because I know time's not stopped here. I think you'll want to sit down. It's a long story, so we're going to tell him all about it. Okay, sick. Yukio's eyes grow wild, and he's like, oh, this is insane. But I'm glad that you told me. It makes sense. Blah, blah, blah. You're fun. He did actually die, and I killed him. God bless, bro. Where's the end? Are we sure this is 60,000 words? My god. It does say 60,000 plus, but how much plus do we got here? 69,000 words. Okay, they're talking. Yukio was saying earlier that your sister is sick. Oh my god, we're going back to that plot line after years? Alright, we're gonna go heal her sister, allegedly. Or watch her die, one of the two. The rhythm of life! Nice, we unlocked it. Uh-oh. We're fighting, the swordsman. You really are a pain in the butt, you know that? It simply grins. It throws itself up into a kick, and I catch its forward foot with the edge of the angel. Unbelievable, it manages to balance itself on the top of the blade. Sick. The door slams open. What's going on? Blink. The wash disappeared. Lowering my stance, I spin around. Nothing. Examining the roof, I find nothing either. Yoru, my heart seems to stop as my eyes snap to the figure standing beside Saya. You! What are you doing here? Your dad. Okay, it's his dad. Sick. But you get rid of me that easy, boy. Oh, plot twist. Figure starts walking around. Stay away! You're the only one that can see him. Okay. Sound blades catching each other sounds in the air, and that sharp sound shatters the my blade inches away from Akino's neck. Wow, you almost killed Akino, bro. Plot twist. Where did he go? I scanned the room fruitless. Where did who go? Are you alright, Yoru? Obviously not. I look at Cyan. Okay. Yes, you are a monster murderer. Yes, you are. Akino's the devil! That's what he's gonna say. Just keeps going. Who's been drained? I guess it's Akino. What does she mean? Turning back, I find both Akino and Yukio standing beside the door. I could lie and keep her placard. No, she deserved better as her sister. Oh, her sister strain. Fantastic. She's gone. Okay. Okay. What a plot twist. Akino's sister's been dead. They're drained the whole time. Alright, we're hunting Wash. He's thinking about the lady. She hasn't returned yet. Lady, you're back! I have returned. How did it go? I cannot tell. Who knows? It'd be like that sometimes. You will see in a moment. Ow, turning back, I exchanged a look from timidly stepping the door behind me, and then some sort of spotlight illuminates the space before me, revealing a man kneeling on the ground. Appears by my side. Kill him. I look down on the kneeling man, hands tied behind him, and eyes filled with fear. Excuse me? I cannot continue like this. It has become too distracting. You almost killed an innocent because of this distraction. How did you... you weren't even there when that happened. And that means I should let it pass? I give her a hard stare. I don't appreciate your sifting through my personal life. I don't appreciate you copulating in my carefully tended flower fields. Oh, we had sex. My mouth hangs open as I feel warmth to my face. Let's call it even, shall we? Regardless, you must make a choice now. Kill him and let him go once and for all, or continue as you are and let him plague your every thought. But he's already dead, and the choice should not be so hard. Yeah. As much as it pains me, she's right. Just make it quick. Now use this. She offers a short... What? I look at her in confusion, but there's nothing to be found. Beat him to death. With a stick? She doesn't reply. I look at the man and then the staff. You're my son. You wouldn't kill me with the stick, would you? You know I love you, right? You wouldn't kill me after you already killed me. Oh, God. This is just like the dream. He's gonna quit drinking. I don't want this. No one does. Okay, you must, please. Oh, God. I only want to kill him on my time. Oh, he's beating him to death. Please have mercy. Oh. Yeah, he hasn't. Alright, well, we beat him to death with a stick. What? This is stupid. This is getting stupid. I made a good choice. How dare you say that? How dare you? How can you say you care for me after that? Oh, Lord. I liked this at the start, but I'm really losing it. I think I've already lost the plot. I'm annoyed. Now the whimpers of two broken souls. Yeah. At the last Reaper upheld his duty, blah blah blah. It's time to duel. Okay, she's making breakfast. Something. Breakfast is cool, I guess. Who doesn't want pancakes after you just murder your father with a stick? Father of the Wash, he's finally here. Oh, God bless. Fantastic. What was that about? I start heading in the direction of the lady's signal. That look you gave her. Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Yeah. Alright, sick. We still don't know how to make the wings, though, that we talked about a year ago. We'll get the wings. We'll make some wings before the end of this, I'm sure. It'll be important. Even with the help of the Anther, the journey seemed to take a while. There wasn't much to keep me amused. No, not even the memory of beating your father to death with a stick. The swordsman, with a growl, I throw myself at it. Seemed happy to return the favor. Our blades something something. The wash looked into my eyes, and a dark figure rises from behind it. The sight of my father reminds me of his bloody, broken, and beaten face. You have well and truly killed him. He is gone. I fight back the wave of nausea, and at the end of it, the construction of my father also disappears. The wash... We had to remind you that beating him to death with the stick was very important. Both physically and mentally confused by my lack of much reaction. Taking the opportunity to step it in, I lunge forwards. It recovers in time, though, and manages to block the angel. What it failed to notice was that I had wrapped the ends of the enter around its ankles. So when it tried to jump away from my next attack, it instead fell to the ground. With the swift strike, the existence of the swordsman wash finally came to an end. The other wash seemed confident that their friend would defeat me, and that's all that kept them at bay so far. Now that I managed to defeat it, though, another two wash throw themselves at me, and I catch sight of the last one, joining Saya's opponent. Of the two facing me, one of them looked like a horrific fusion of a human and a bull, and the other one didn't even look slightly human. It had a gray, smooth gray material, something something. The distortion feels as though it causes transmittable strain. Also very suddenly while I sweep, push back my foes. And then it feels as if it's the core of Earth is trembling. For a flicker, for the brief blink of time, and the mind processes a stimulus and receives the following stimulus. A shadow seems to engulf the entire world. The shadow had a distinguishable form, and it was colossal. It seemed to stretch... Okay, big... we get it. It's big. Huge. Alright, Cascadena Knight, what stood out even more, however, was the possession of 4 arms, each bulging with incredible amounts of muscle. I could tell from the distance between us that it was far tall. Yeah, it was colossal, right? That usually means huge. It's not even that tall. You reach up to its waist. What are you, 5 foot something? It's 10 foot. Okay, cool. Beat it with the stick, like you did your father. Even though Wash stuck to his father quickly, and offered the father a spear. The father steps forward, and with a tremendous crash of mental frequencies, even without it exerting any sort of mental strain with intent, I already felt as though I was trying to hold up a mountain on my shoulders. The rhythms, too, seemed to sense the presence of the father, for they began to stir and tremble, and with the wash out of the way, it leaves Saya and I facing the father. I had the simple circle, blah, blah, blah. They seem meek in the presence of father. The father produces a shout. Well, that's how Saya and I considered it as we charge forwards. Following on the rhythm of battle, I throw a heavy swing at the father. It doesn't even bother moving with another lazy movement. Slowly, thanks to the interrupt, I managed to safely cushion my crash. His strength held the angel with his bare hands. Pulling myself from the ground, I watch Saya execute her own swing, only to be blocked as well, faster than the eye can see. The father draws the spear back it was holding, and then pushes it forward. I didn't realize what was happening until the spear froze at the end of his stroke, in direct contrast with the Wash's impossible speed. Oh, of course he hits her, not the freaking crappy main character. Alright, Saya's dead. No, she's dead. Okay. I turned myself invisible and jumped into the night. Blah, blah, blah. The darn Wash didn't seem fazed by my efforts. Father was preparing a swing to split in half. I realized I wouldn't be able to dodge it. The spear was over my stomach and millimeters from entering when I seemed to become insubstantiable. I passed entirely through the spear, seemed to disappear, and flew forwards faster than before. As quickly as it happened, however, the effect vanished, and I was back in my own heavy body. Doubting my perception, I looked down as though in answer to Father's distress. They locked me and my children away this time, and the time after, but I know that my patience has no end. My conquest is inevitable. I will break free of these chains one day, and your entire world will tremble before my sight. With the start and just barely managing to keep the Father's mental storm from crushing me, remember my original intent and dash forwards to Saya once more. The Wash with the bull for a head tries to tackle me, but I slide on her arm, arriving inside the side. Heart pounding, I hold onto her arm and shift us both quickly. Appearing in a field of bloody lilies, I look up to the fine lady. Lady, help her. Lady's not gonna help her. She's still alive. Tears, take this. She reaches into her pocket and draws out an orange. I behind you with the kill the father and Live for both of us. Saya, no, I refuse to live without you. And then the lady's not going to hear her because why not? No! There's no need for this. The lady will save you. Oh, she's dead. Start uncomprehending. What? You have to understand, Yoru. You must understand. I refuse to lock the gates once more with nothing but a look of betrayal. She killed her. She killed her. She killed Saya. What a plot twist. With a savage scream, I summon my angel and throw myself at the lady. Mid-stride, angel behind my back, preparing to swing, I freeze. Pulling the angel from my hand, she steps back to address me. You never stood a chance against the father. Surely you know that, now that you have confronted him. I tried to rebel against her hold. He's too powerful. You knew from the beginning. I knew. I tried to stop you from claiming the angel once you took them. There was no stopping your end. Alas, fate weaves its own wicked threads. You might hate me for not doing this earlier, when the two of you did not care for each other so. But the bond that wielders the angel is what powers the lock, Yoru. You and Saya had to grow close so I could close the gate again with a modest degree of protection. Your memories and emotions, the angel has to harvest them so it can function. So Asbel and all the lost, you had killed all of them. A single tear cascades down her cheek. You are doing exactly what the Watch are doing. You're no better. I'm the Lady of the Night. I am the Lady of the Night. The caretaker of the gardens and the warden of Equilibrium. I am the warden of the third sect and the reaper of the lost. And I truly am sorry. Betrayer, liar, and with that she plunges the angel into my chest. I feel my legs finally released from her hold, but they seem to be distant objects. Oh, beyond my ability to control. I am the Lady of the Night. I fall to the ground in a body that feels disturbingly light. I try to keep my eyes on the lady's flinging all the hatred I felt at her, and she said she cared for me. No wonder she had hidden her face all this time. Turning my head to look at Saya, I try to reach for her hand. Our fingers meet just as my arm refuses to obey me further. I'm sorry, Saya. I want you to be able to fulfill my promise. The world dims, but I feel something beginning to tug at my soul almost painfully. It's at the twilight between light and death, between light and dark, and I remember a thought I had once had. Wake, eat, work, sleep, repeat. By enveloping ourselves with cycles, we give ourselves something to turn to in times of darkness and uncertainty. And so we never need fear, which is uncertainty, for routine lights the space around us and restricts us to that space. I can't get that out of my head. I am the Lady of the Night. It's like saying I am Batman. The longer we spend in the warmth of familiarity, the more we grow to fear that uncertainty beyond sight. Humans are cowards at heart. Cowards which fear would be instead of what it is. But perhaps that's how it should be. The darkness is dark for a purpose, for it hides the terrible and sickening. Even in that regard, we were lost from the very beginning, Saya and I. But I suppose it's been a nice reverie. That's like the title. At the end. God bless. Okay. On the bright side. I hate the main character. But I do feel really bad for Saya. I think that was actually a pretty interesting ending. But like it's a little bit wordy in places that it didn't need to be wordy. And God bless, the main character sucked. I honestly stopped caring about the main character as soon as he was like, I'm not shedding a tear for the person I just killed. I'm shedding a tear for me. God bless him. Oh, that character sucked. The creation of this novel has truly been a long and arduous journey. I cannot even begin to count the numbers of times I've woken up and wondered if it would be better to simply give up. This is, after all, just a silly little story, and written by me of all people. I have no former experience with writing a novel, and I was hesitant about. I think some of it was like really Like, I like the start, but God bless, once it started getting to like the vulgar sex scenes and all this craziness, I was pretty done. And like, I did like how he wrapped up the ending because I thought it was interesting. But my thing is, think about this for a second. If the things are seeping through anyways, the only hope was to kill the father, which obviously we didn't do because obviously they're starting to seep through even through the lock. Apparently, unless she just lied about that, who knows? But I really didn't expect her when he was like talking about how he hated her to be like, "I am the lady of the night." Oh well. Alright guys, thanks for watching as always. Sorry I didn't read the whole thing, but I really lost interest in this main character. Bye!